Since the dawn of time, there existed beings of incomprehensible power, the Absolute, creators of countless universes in their eternal pursuit of infinity. Their strength knew no bounds, and their thirst for knowledge was insatiable. These beings gave rise to everything: laws, souls, matter, and existence itself. But despite all their creations, the vastness of their power, and the endless possibilities of the cosmos, none of it could stave off their deep and persistent boredom. One absolute being, in particular, turned to a new form of entertainment. He began observing the creatures he had crafted, closely studying their endless struggles, battles, and the intricate web of schemes they spun. Each conflict, each skirmish, fascinated him. He sought answers within their chaos, answers to questions that had plagued him since the first universe was born. He marveled at the creature's capacity for destruction, the endless cycle of war, death, and rebirth. To him, this violent spectacle was more than just amusement, it was a glimpse into the mysteries of existence. But something unimaginable happened. During one of these wars, a creation, one of his own, struck down its creator. For the first time, an absolute had been killed by the very life he had shaped. When the news of this unprecedented event spread, other absolute beings from dimensions beyond reckoning turned their eyes toward the universe left without its master. The death of an absolute at the hands of his creation was a sign, an ill omen. It signaled the awakening of a hidden potential within those crafted beings, a power that had long been dormant. However, this revelation did not stir the other absolutes with concern. They had only one thought in mind: the power left behind by their fallen kin was now free for the taking. And whoever claimed it first would wield unimaginable might. Meanwhile, in a world far removed from these cosmic events, a young boy named Suho received unexpected news. He had been accepted into the prestigious Korean National Institute of Arts. For Suho, it felt surreal, an achievement he never thought possible. His friends, upon hearing the news, were equally stunned. Their faces reflected disbelief, struggling to process what he was telling them. None of them could fully accept the truth, their expressions betraying a mixture of surprise and skepticism, as if they were grasping at the impossible. Suho's friends couldn't believe it. They all doubted that someone as rough around the edges as him could have passed the entrance exam to the Art Institute. One of them even broke down in frustration, insisting that Suho should have retaken the exam. But Suho, laughing along with them, shrugged it off. "Well, I'm finally free from this hell," he joked, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Just then, a voice from behind interrupted the moment. "So, you actually passed the exam?" the voice said with a hint of mockery. Suho turned to see who it was. It was Kim Song-kol, or so he thought. The boy standing there was smirking, clearly intending to stir up trouble. "Since when did you get good at drawing?" Kim Song-kol sneered. But Suho's lightheartedness took a turn as the boy's expression soured. "My name's not Kim Song-kol, it's Lee Un-kol," he snapped, clearly agitated that Suho had messed up his name. However, Suho remained unfazed, pretending he hadn't mixed it up on purpose. He just grinned, playing it off. "Whatever. Anyway, because of you, my plan to get into a good high school was ruined," Un-kol continued, anger bubbling up. Suho, still calm, replied coolly, "And thanks to you, I graduated." Their classmates began to notice the rising tension. They knew Un-kol had a habit of provoking Suho, and it looked like this was going to be another one of those moments. Graduation was just around the corner, yet Un-kol continued behaving immaturely, clinging to his grudges rather than embracing the responsibility and maturity expected of them at such a critical time. The other students couldn't understand why Un-kol still harbored so much resentment towards Suho, especially after everything he'd gone through. Suho had endured the loss of his parents and was simply trying to find a path to happiness in his life. Why was Un-kol picking a fight now? Unable to contain his anger any longer, Lee Un-kol's face twisted with rage as he shouted Suho's name and lunged at him, fist raised, ready to strike. But Suho didn't flinch. He remained completely calm, his body poised as if he had expected the attack all along. The moment Un-kol made his move, Suho reacted with lightning speed, delivering a precise counterstrike on his face. Suho glanced down at him, his expression still composed. "Stay quiet until graduation," he said firmly. But Un-kol wasn't done. With a flash of defiance in his eyes, his resolve only growing stronger. Though he'd been struck on the face, he refused to give up. Lee Un-kol stood tall, a fierce glint in his eyes as he told Suho, "That didn't hurt at all." His hand was enveloped in a strange, glowing energy that Suho had never seen before. It was an unfamiliar power, foreign and unsettling. The mysterious aura pulsed around Un-kol as he unleashed a devastating punch, faster and stronger than anything Suho had ever encountered. It was only by sheer reflex that Suho managed to dodge the attack. Fear and shock were written across his face, and the other students stood frozen, just as stunned by the display of raw strength. Uncall's punch, brimming with energy, wasn't just powerful, it was terrifying. The force of it sent shockwaves through the room, shattering nearby iron lockers as if they were made of paper. Suho, lying on the floor in a daze, was completely paralyzed by what he'd just witnessed. Terror gripped him, rendering him unable to move as Uncall's entire body became shrouded in a brilliant, glowing aura. This energy radiated off of him with such intensity that it made him appear almost otherworldly, like a force capable of destroying anything in his path. The overwhelming power he exuded was something Suho had never thought possible. 2 years passed since that fateful day. Suho, now a second-year university student, walked down the street deep in thought. That day still haunted him, replaying over and over in his mind. While he tried to focus on his studies, the memory of Uncall's terrifying power often crept into his thoughts, leaving a lasting impression on him. As he strolled through campus, Suho overheard a conversation between two men. One was telling the other that all classes in the main building had been moved to a neighboring facility. All students should head there, the man said. Suho assumed this was due to a gate sweep being conducted by hunters nearby. Glancing around, he noticed security personnel stationed everywhere, instructing people to avoid the danger zone. One of the guards asked, "How long has it been since the hunters arrived?" A staff member responded, "Just over an hour. Considering the gate is D rank, they should be finishing up soon." An announcement rang through the area, stating that only authorized hunters could approach the gate. Suho sighed to himself, realizing that yet another gate had appeared. The increased security measures and restricted access served as a stark reminder of how much the world had changed in just 3 short years. 3 years ago, strange, otherworldly gates began opening all across the globe, altering the course of humanity. These gates led to dangerous realms filled with monsters and mysteries, forcing the rise of hunters, individuals trained to combat the threats that emerged from within. Since then, Suho's life, like the rest of the world, had been shaped by this new reality, with no signs of things ever returning to normal. The world as they once knew it was gone, replaced by a reality shaped by the emergence of mysterious gates. These portals, like doorways to another dimension, opened into dungeons teeming with demonic beasts. If left unchecked, these creatures would spill out, wreaking havoc and destroying everything in their wake. But the changes didn't stop with the gates alone, humanity itself began to evolve. Some individuals developed the ability to wield magical energy, and these gifted ones were known as the Awakened. In this rapidly transforming world, the chaos that seemed destined to persist for years was brought under control sooner than anyone expected. An awakened man by the name of Wu Jinchul took the initiative, founding the Hunters Association. He united others like himself, creating an organization to manage the escalating crisis and formalizing the role of hunters. Society was now divided into 2 distinct groups, the awakened, who wielded supernatural power, and ordinary people, who couldn't awaken and had to live in the shadow of those who could. For ordinary people, life felt like an endless struggle, as if they were ants facing monumental challenges, while for the awakened, it seemed as though everything was handed to them on a silver platter. The gap between the 2 groups was undeniable, and those on the weaker side were acutely aware of their limitations. Suho understood this more than most. No matter how hard an ordinary person tried, they could never compete with even the lowest-ranked hunter. In fact, it was the hunters who stood as humanity's last line of defense. If they didn't close the gates, their world would be wiped out. This led Suho to a sobering realization: while the awakened were essential for survival, the ordinary people, like him, were not. Despite his gratitude toward the hunters for making it possible for unawakened people to live in peace, a lingering sense of anxiety gnawed at him. Could he ever accept the fact that he lacked the power he so desperately wanted? His unease stemmed from the feeling of being powerless, a vulnerability that had haunted him ever since his parents disappeared. It gnawed at him, filling the space left by his lost sense of security with helplessness. He often thought about his mother's words, how she would tell him he had taken after his father. Suho found himself wondering what his father would have done in his place. How would he have handled the loss, the dependency on others for survival, the sense of inadequacy? These questions weighed heavily on him. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice snapped him back to reality. His teacher had approached, breaking through his memories. "You were really focused today," the teacher said with a smile. Suho blinked, still caught between the past and present, before nodding in acknowledgement. The teacher glanced at Suho's drawing, tilting his head with mild curiosity. "Is it fun drawing like this?" he asked. Suho, looking at his work, shrugged. "I didn't really think about it. I just drew whatever came to mind." The teacher chuckled softly, then leaned in for a closer inspection. "Your aunt is quite imaginative," he mused. But then his expression changed. "Wait, it's not just an ant, is it? It's a human ant?" Suho stared at the sketch, confused. Why had he drawn such a strange image in the first place? The unsettling picture left him with an odd feeling, as though it carried a meaning he couldn't grasp. Meanwhile, outside near the gate, the staff were preparing to meet the returning hunters. The atmosphere was calm and relaxed, signaling that the raid had been a success. People gathered around the gate, exchanging relieved glances. One of the staff members approached a hunter and greeted him. "Thank you for your hard work, Hunter Kim Jong-soo," he said gratefully. Kim Jong-soo nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. "The dungeon's been cleared successfully. We'll need to report to the association right away." "There's something new to report," he said, his voice tinged with unease. "We encountered a new species of demonic beasts. They looked humanoid but had blue flames spewing from their eyes and mouths. They fought with claws and fangs, but they weren't very strong. Just low-level monsters. I got hurt a little, but it wasn't serious. No complications." The hunter paused, reflecting on the creatures. "We've never seen anything like them before, but luckily they don't seem too dangerous," he added. The staff member nodded, suggesting that all the details be included in the official report. But before the conversation could continue, something alarming happened. Out of nowhere, blue flames ignited from the wound on Kim Jong-soo's arm. He winced, feeling a sudden, sharp pain that seemed to spread throughout his body. His sword fell from his grip, his hands trembling as if seized by some invisible force. The staff member nearby noticed something strange. Kim Jong-soo's eyes were glowing with the same eerie blue flames. "Are you all right?" the staff member called out, concern lacing his voice. But there was no answer. Kim Jong-soo stood still, his head bowed, completely unresponsive. Then, without warning, the hunter turned and lunged at him. The flames had taken control, and Kim Jong-soo, now consumed by their power, was no longer himself. The staff member barely had time to react as the possessed hunter attacked, his actions driven by the mysterious blue fire that seemed to strip him of his will. The force that enveloped him was unlike anything they had faced before. The blue flames consumed the employee in an instant, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. The hunters trailing behind Kim Jong-soo were frozen in disbelief. Their leader, who had just cleared the dungeon alongside them, had now annihilated a man who posed no threat. It became painfully clear to them that the flames within this dungeon weren't ordinary. The fire had infected Kim Jong-soo, turning him into a vessel of destruction, capable of spreading the affliction to anyone he bit. Panic erupted. The crowd near the gate realized the gravity of the situation and began to flee in terror, fearing that the infected hunter would turn on them next. People scrambled, searching desperately for shelter, trying to distance themselves from the chaos. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, the peaceful routine of the drawing lesson was abruptly shattered by the commotion outside. The noise grew louder, and the students rushed to the windows, curious and anxious to see what was causing such a disturbance. Suho glanced up from his drawing, confused by the rising shouts. Looking outside, the students were horrified. What they saw defied logic, people attacking each other in a frenzy, their bodies wreathed in blue flames. The flames had an eerie glow, and the people's eyes burned with the same unnatural light, filled with demonic energy. The students quickly deduced that the dungeon hadn't been fully cleared after all. Panic began to spread within the classroom as well. Outside, people were in chaos, some trying to find shelter, others shouting for help, calling for the hunters to save them. But fear was mounting. One student turned to Professor Talum, who was standing by the door, and urgently reminded him that he was an awakened too. "You've got to do something," the student pleaded. But the professor shook his head, his expression grim. "I'm only an E-rank hunter," he said, helplessly. "There's nothing I can do against that." At that moment, Suho's eyes widened as he noticed something alarming. A hunter, engulfed in blue flames, was barreling straight toward the building. Instinct kicked in, and he shouted, "Get away from the windows. Now!" His voice cut through the rising panic as the students scrambled to find safety. But it was too late. The hunter's flaming body crashed through the classroom window with a deafening smash. Glass shards flew everywhere, and the possessed hunter, lost to the blue flames, began attacking anyone in sight. The classroom descended into chaos as the hunter, no longer in control of his own body, unleashed devastation on everyone inside. Suho spun around and bolted toward the exit, yelling for the other students to follow his lead. As he sprinted down the hallway, his heart pounded in his chest. Amid the chaos, his eyes caught sight of a girl lying on the floor, writhing in pain. She was crying, her voice barely audible over the panic, pleading for someone to help her. Her legs were injured, leaving her unable to escape. Frozen for a moment, Suho didn't know what to do. His mind raced. How could he possibly save her? Fear gnawed at him, and without thinking, he turned away and continued running, shouting over his shoulder, "I'll get help. I'll bring the hunters." The words tasted bitter as they left his mouth. He was running away, abandoning her to her fate. But as he fled, the weight of his actions pressed down on him. Guilt clawed at him, the thought of leaving the girl behind gnawing at his conscience. What good was he, an unawakened person, in a situation like this? He couldn't fight, couldn't save her. His powerlessness filled him with frustration. It's all because I'm not awakened, he thought bitterly. Yet, deep down, Suho knew that blaming his lack of abilities wouldn't change anything. If he wanted to make a difference, he had to act. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, remembering his father's words, imagining what his father would have done. His father would never have left someone in danger, no matter the risk. Determined, Suho turned back, eyes wide with fear but also resolve. The possessed hunter was already closing in on the girl, who was screaming, her hands shielding her face as if they could ward off the inevitable. She was alone, completely vulnerable. Without hesitation, Suho grabbed a fire extinguisher from the hallway, charging back into the fray. With a desperate swing, he struck the hunter, the impact enough to knock it back. He continued his frantic assault, using the extinguisher to keep the beast at bay, his heart racing with every blow. The hunter staggered, giving Suho enough time to grab the girl and pull her to safety. Breathing heavily, Suho looked down at her, relieved that he had acted in time. He realized in that moment that this was exactly what his father would have done. He wouldn't have run. He would have faced the danger, no matter how powerless he felt. As Suho helped the girl to her feet, a sudden notification flashed before his eyes. It was a message, something he hadn't seen before. You have completed the hidden quest, Courage of the Powerless. For a split second, Suho remembered a strange dream he once had, a dream so vivid it felt real. Now, in this moment, it seemed like more than just a dream, it felt like something greater was unfolding. In the midst of the chaos, Suho's mind wandered back to a strange dream he had once. In that dream, it felt as though he were in some kind of game where he wielded powerful gloves designed for combat, using them to fend off wave after wave of increasingly dangerous monsters. Every time the monsters grew stronger, Suho had to push himself to find new strategies, new methods of survival. He constantly leveled up, unlocking new skills as he fought, barely keeping the relentless creatures from overwhelming him. With every battle, he became more powerful. Soon, the monsters he faced were nothing short of terrifying, yet each victory fueled his growth. His skills sharpened, his strength increased, and with time, he reached the final level of this dreamlike game. It was there, standing at the threshold of the last challenge, that he encountered the ultimate foe, a towering monster of incredible power. Suho couldn't help but respect the immense strength of the creature, and for a fleeting moment, he even felt a pang of envy. But then, something unexpected happened. The formidable boss he was meant to defeat wasn't a faceless creature at all, it was his father. Staring at him, Suho realized he couldn't bring himself to fight. His father, strong and steadfast, was a figure he admired deeply. But why was he here, standing as the final challenge in this surreal nightmare? Was it just a reflection of his father's strength? Suho found himself paralyzed by the idea of fighting his own father, unsure if this was just a dream or a profound message about strength and sacrifice. As the memory of the dream washed over him, Suho found himself back in the present, holding the fire extinguisher tightly as he prepared to face the possessed hunter. The hunter's entire body blazed with blue flames, completely overtaken by the strange energy. The scene felt eerily similar to the final showdown in his dream. He could almost hear his father's voice in the back of his mind, urging him to act. What would Dad do? Suho thought as he dashed forward. His heart pounded, and the fire extinguisher felt like his only lifeline. With no time to waste, Suho knew he had to face this monstrous hunter. The blue flames crackled around the hunter, giving off an unnatural heat that threatened to consume everything in its path. The hunter moved with menacing intent, but Suho couldn't allow himself to hesitate any longer. He launched himself at the hunter with everything he had. Chaos erupted around Suho as the hunter, engulfed in blue flames, went berserk. The infected hunter lashed out at anyone in his path, spreading the curse to others and transforming them into mindless, flame-possessed monsters. Desperation fueled Suho's actions as he swung the fire extinguisher with all his might, desperately trying to prevent the hunter from biting the other students. With every blow, he thought of his father, the man who would have sacrificed himself without hesitation to save an innocent life. In that moment, Suho resolved to do the same. He managed to hold the hunter at bay, giving the others a chance to escape. But deep down, he knew it wouldn't last. The situation was dire. Suho had no magical abilities and knew that as an unawakened person, he was virtually powerless against monsters like this. The reality of his own recklessness hit him hard. He charged in to save the girl without a plan, and now his life was hanging by a thread. There was no way he could defeat the hunter without magic, and yet here he was, facing down a monster far beyond his capabilities. Then something strange happened. The hunter, who had been advancing with terrifying force, suddenly stopped. It was as if he was suspended in midair, frozen in place. Suho blinked in confusion. He glanced around and realized that everything had stopped. The girl he had just saved stood motionless, and the air itself seemed frozen in time. Suho's heart raced as he tried to make sense of the bizarre scene. It was as if the world had come to a standstill. Amidst the confusion, a new notification appeared in front of him, a message that he had never seen before. Shock washed over him as he read the words, "Secret quest completed, courage of the powerless. You have been offered the chance to become a player." Suho's mind raced. This was exactly like the dream he'd had, the one where he fought monsters and leveled up, becoming stronger with each battle. And just like in the dream, here was an opportunity to gain the power he never had. The power to fight back, to protect others. To become something more than just an ordinary person caught in a world filled with monsters. A smile crept onto Suho's face as he realized what this meant. The system was offering him a way out of his helplessness, a way to finally fight back. The choice was clear. Without hesitation, Suho accepted the offer to become a player. Suho's entire world shifted in that instant. The system congratulated him for becoming a player, signaling that his life would never be the same again. Though the future was uncertain, Suho felt ready to embrace it. As a reward for completing his first quest, the system gifted him a powerful spell from the mage Kandiaru. Along with the spell came a profound blessing. Suho was now immune to all illnesses, poisons, and harmful effects, and he would enjoy long life free from disease. However, the system warned him this was no longer a dream. He only had one life, and he needed to tread carefully. Curiosity flooded Suho as he examined his new stats, the window before him resembling the game-like interface from his recurring dreams. It filled him with a sense of familiarity, and surprisingly, he felt a thrill at the possibilities it offered. The system notified him of his next mission. He was tasked with destroying the mist burns and increasing his level. Mist burns were hunters infected by the mysterious blue flame, cursed after a failed attempt to close the gate. As Suho absorbed the notifications, time resumed its natural flow. He glanced at the girl, still frozen in fear, and urged her to run while she had the chance. Looking around, Suho noticed something new. Names and titles floated above the heads of the infected hunters. All of them were now identified as mist burns, marked for him to eliminate. Most were ordinary people, cursed by the flame, but there were also a few who had been hunters before the infection took hold. Among them, Suho spotted 2 mist burns charging toward him, their eyes glowing with that same eerie blue flame. The surviving bystanders were fleeing, desperate to escape the chaos, but Suho remained calm. He had been awakened, and now wielded magical power capable of defeating these monsters. This was the moment to test that power. With determination, Suho gripped the fire extinguisher in his hands. As the first mist burn lunged at him, he swung the extinguisher with all his might. The impact sent the creature flying several meters back, crashing into the ground. Suho discarded the fire extinguisher, eager to test the raw strength of his own fists. He focused intensely, aiming straight for the monster's head, feeling a surge of anger and determination course through him. For the first time, he wasn't gripped by fear, only a desire to unleash his newfound power. With a loud shout, he threw his punch with everything he had, channeling all his strength into the blow. His power had multiplied several times over, and he could sense it. The impact was overwhelming. His punch sent the creature hurtling upward, smashing through the ceiling above them. Suho stood in shock, unable to fully grasp the immense strength he had just displayed. Only moments earlier, this monster could have killed him in a single strike, but now he had obliterated it with one blow. The system confirmed his success with a notification. He had defeated the mist burn unawakened. Staring down at his fist, Suho marveled at what he had just accomplished. As he processed this, another monster launched itself at him. However, Suho was faster now, his reflexes had sharpened. He effortlessly dodged the attack and retaliated, landing a powerful counterstrike that finished the creature instantly. The system chimed again, confirming that Suho had successfully defeated the second mist burn. With his mission complete, he leveled up. A sense of triumph washed over him. Suho was thrilled by his transformation, realizing that he now wielded abilities he had only dreamed of. The system rewarded him for completing his task, but Suho's excitement wasn't just about the notifications. He wanted to explore his powers further. Eager to test his new limits, Suho confronted another monster. This time, he struck with confidence, certain that his attack would be just as effective. But to his surprise, the creature absorbed the blow with barely a flinch. It didn't recoil in pain, and Suho quickly realized that this opponent was far stronger than the ones he had faced before. Suddenly, it dawned on him, his next battle would be much tougher than he anticipated. His earlier victories had been exhilarating, but they hadn't prepared him for what was coming. Suho understood that this fight would require more than brute strength. Suho quickly realized that his opponent was far stronger than he had anticipated. His initial surprise soon turned into anxiety as the monster's resilience forced him to rethink his approach. The creature wasted no time, launching a relentless series of attacks. Each blow was more powerful than the last, and Suho found himself struggling to keep up. He had to endure a barrage of force and fury just to survive, and now, figuring out how to defeat this seemingly invulnerable enemy became crucial. In one fierce strike, the mistborn creature managed to severely wound Suho. A sharp pain shot through him, signaling just how much danger he was in. The situation had grown dire. If he didn't come up with a new strategy soon, he wouldn't last much longer. Gritting his teeth, Suho gathered all his strength and kicked the monster, creating just enough distance between them for him to jump back to safety. As he staggered to a safer position, he took a moment to catch his breath and assess the situation. His body was heavily injured, and he feared that these wounds could cause him to transform into one of the demonic creatures himself. The thought terrified him. He had only just awakened, and now he faced the grim possibility of turning into the very thing he was fighting. Then, the system notification broke through his thoughts. It warned him that his life was in serious danger and that the long life without sickness ability had been activated. Suho had almost forgotten about this reward, one he had received for slaying monsters earlier. Now, it was his lifeline. He wasn't sure exactly how the skill worked, but he hoped it could give him the edge he desperately needed. Suddenly, the monster lunged at him again, knocking him to the ground with immense force. Suho struggled under its crushing weight as it tried to tear him apart. The creature's strength was overwhelming, and Suho could barely fend off its attack. He realized, with a bitter clarity, that he was still too weak compared to even a D-ranked demonic beast. That meant he was likely ranked as an E, which explained why he was struggling so much. Despite this grim realization, Suho was determined to fight back. His awakened power might not be fully developed, but he refused to give up. He did everything he could to keep the monster at bay, grappling with it to stop its fangs from reaching him. Each second was a battle for survival, but deep down, Suho knew he had to find a way to turn the tide before it was too late. Suho had no clear strategy for defeating the monster, but he refused to surrender. He knew that every move he made could decide his fate in this life-or-death struggle. Just as the situation grew more desperate, a system notification flashed before him. He had received a reward, additional skill points and a boost to his strength. This unexpected surge of power renewed his hope, giving him the edge he needed in the fight. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, Suho struck the monster with all his might, managing to break free from its crushing grip. With a powerful shove, he hurled the beast across the room, sending it crashing to the ground. He knew he had to act fast. The monster wouldn't stay down for long, and Suho needed to finish it off before it could recover. True to his expectations, the creature quickly regained its footing, and their brutal battle resumed. Suho realized he had to defeat it quickly, or he might not survive another round of attacks. With a deep breath, he launched a devastating strike, hitting the monster so hard that it reeled from the impact, visibly stunned. Sensing an opportunity, Suho pressed on, refusing to let up as he pummeled the creature with everything he had. Despite the relentless barrage, the monster stubbornly endured each blow. To Suho's disbelief, it still fought back with a fury that seemed unshakable. He was beginning to doubt whether he could actually overpower this beast, even with his enhanced abilities. That's when a thought struck him. He hadn't fully utilized his skill points yet. Without hesitation, Suho invested all the points into increasing his strength, hoping it would be enough to turn the tide. As his power surged once more, Suho felt a sense of confidence. He prepared himself for the final showdown, knowing that this boost might be the key to defeating his formidable opponent. The creature charged at him again, but this time Suho was ready. He dodged the attack with newfound agility, countering with a heavy strike that shook the ground. He had never heard of an awakened being able to increase their strength and leveling up, and it defied everything he knew about ranks. But rank didn't matter now, survival did. Suho put everything into his next move, determined to end the battle once and for all. He may not have understood all the mysteries of the system, but he wasn't about to let that stop him. All that mattered was bringing down the monster before it had a chance to inflict a fatal blow. Suho faced the monstrous threat before him, determined to end it once and for all. As he stood there, he realized something important. He was no longer bound by the unfair limitations of the system. He felt a surge of new power coursing through him, giving him the strength to break free from the constraints that once held him back. His next punch was devastating, sending the creature hurtling across the room until it crashed into the far wall. Without hesitation, Suho charged at the downed monster, knowing he couldn't afford to give it a moment's respite. His blows were fiercer, faster, and more powerful than before. There was no stopping him now. The beast, overwhelmed, had no chance to fight back as Suho unleashed a relentless assault. Each strike landed with brutal precision, and the creature could only absorb the punishment. Suho's determination fueled him through the fatigue, his focus locked on one goal: to destroy the monster. After what felt like an eternity of relentless blows, Suho delivered a final, crushing strike, hoping it was enough to end the battle. Panting heavily, his body screamed in exhaustion, but he knew he had to confirm the monster's defeat. As he approached its motionless form, the system chimed in with a notification: he had defeated the creature. Relief washed over him as he realized he had leveled up, gaining not just strength but also new abilities that bolstered his confidence. Finally allowing himself to rest, Suho sank to the ground, catching his breath as the weight of the battle settled in. He glanced down at his hand, noticing the blood staining his knuckles. Clenching his fist, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He had awakened. He was no longer the powerless, insignificant person he once thought he was. This was just the beginning. Suho knew that his future had changed forever. No longer feeling like an ant in a world full of predators, he was filled with newfound confidence. Now that he had become an awakened player, he believed he could protect others and confront the chaos spreading throughout his world. With this power, he was certain that he would succeed in the challenges ahead. The unknown hunter moved silently through the sea of monsters, steadily making his way toward the building where Suho was hiding. In his hand, he dragged a massive sword, its weight evident as it scraped along the ground, leaving deep grooves behind. His movements, despite the heavy weapon, were unerringly smooth and agile. As he neared the building, the hunter launched himself into the air with incredible speed and precision, his focus locked on his target. Inside, Suho peered out of a window, trying to make sense of the chaos unfolding outside. Suddenly, without warning, a fierce attack was launched in his direction. Suho barely registered the swift motion of the fog burn, a fearsome, awakened monster, drawing its sword and moving toward him with deadly intent. In a brief moment of shock, Suho froze, unsure of how to react. His mind raced as he realized he had to act quickly or face a lethal blow. This creature wasn't just any monster, it was a C-rank mist burn, far stronger than Suho's current level, making the battle seem nearly impossible. The fog burn's attack hit with devastating force, sending chunks of debris and rocks flying in all directions. The impact left a cloud of dust swirling around Suho, obscuring his vision and throwing everything into disarray. The city was in turmoil, and he could hear an urgent announcement echoing from every corner of the streets. The warning was clear: a D-rank dungeon break has occurred near the Korean University district, and residents were ordered to evacuate immediately. High above, soldiers stationed on the rooftops watched the scene below, helplessly standing by as chaos consumed the city. They were ordered not to intervene, frustrating many of them as they saw innocent people falling victim to the madness. The commander, impatient and concerned, asked when the hunters from the association would arrive to help. His subordinate grimly answered that they were still waiting for word. In the midst of this escalating crisis, Suho realized that he was alone in this fight. The fog burn wasn't going to let up, and the authorities weren't coming to save him anytime soon. It was up to him to face this powerful enemy and survive the storm on his own. The commander received an unsettling update: they needed time to assign B-rank hunters to the situation. However, one of the soldiers was taken aback by this. In his mind, a D-rank should have sufficed. He voiced his surprise, but the commander explained that the Hunter Association feared the local hunters might have encountered far greater threats than expected. Scanning the list of infected hunters on his tablet, the soldier's eyes widened when he recognized a familiar face. It shocked him that even a C-rank hunter, with their advanced training and formidable defenses, could fall victim to the infection. Meanwhile, Suho faced a much more immediate threat: a dangerous mist burn had leapt onto his floor. Its eyes burned with malevolence as it gripped a massive sword, ready to strike at any moment. Suho could hardly believe this enemy had ascended from the lower levels to confront him. What made this encounter even more terrifying was the realization that this was no ordinary monster, it was a C-rank, corrupted by the fog. The fact that it wielded a weapon, unlike most other creatures, marked it as something far more dangerous and intelligent. Despite the fear clawing at him, Suho felt a surge of confidence. He had recently leveled up and felt a new sense of strength coursing through him. The mist burn charged forward, swinging its sword in a blur of deadly precision, but Suho narrowly dodged the blow, his pulse racing from the close call. His heart pounded, not from fear, but from a strange exhilaration. Quickly regaining his composure, Suho braced himself, preparing for the next assault. Yet, to his surprise, the mist burn didn't immediately follow up with another attack. The sudden pause in action heightened Suho's tension. He stood on edge, waiting anxiously for the creature's next move, knowing that even a moment of distraction could be fatal. The mist-burned silence was unnerving. Its unpredictability only fueled Suho's unease. This wasn't just a monster, it was a cold, calculating psychopath whose erratic nature made it even more dangerous. Suho knew he had to stay sharp, for this opponent's next move could determine whether he lived or died. The monster raised its sword again, ready to strike Suho, who stood cornered against the wall. Its overwhelming strength and ruthless intent were clear. This creature would annihilate anything in its path. As the monster lunged forward, Suho acted fast, hurling a fire extinguisher at it. Without hesitation, the monster sliced the extinguisher in half, releasing a dense cloud of mist that quickly enveloped the entire room. Visibility dropped to almost nothing, and Suho found himself surrounded by a thick haze. With tension rising, Suho knew the oppressive fog could be his one chance to escape. The monster was far too powerful to face head-on, and continuing the fight in this state would be suicide. The smart move was to retreat and buy time until reinforcements arrived. Suho realized this monster was on a completely different level, a true menace even for someone who had recently awakened. His best hope was to survive until the hunters showed up. Making his decision, Suho bolted for the door. But before he could get far, he sensed the presence of the creature behind him, tracking his every move. The monster's eyes gleamed with a sinister glow, its lips curling into a cruel smile. There was no mistaking the hatred and malicious joy in its expression, it was enjoying the hunt. Suho's mind raced as he dashed through the building. He knew the danger was far from over, and every step he took needed to be precise. As he passed a window, he noticed the monster halt suddenly, its gaze fixed on something outside. Peering through the window, Suho saw what had drawn the creature's attention: 3 young girls huddled together on the rooftop. They were terrified, completely unaware of the danger lurking just below them. Realizing the opportunity, the monster shifted its focus, leaping out of the window and setting its sights on the defenseless girls. They had no chance to fight back or flee, the monster's fatal blow was imminent. Suho, now free of its pursuit, paused as he processed what was happening. The monster had abandoned its hunt for him and was about to attack innocent bystanders. He watched in horror as the creature closed in on its new targets. This was no longer just about survival, he now had to make a choice. Would he flee while he had the chance, or would he intervene and risk his life to save them? The monster swung its sword at the girls, but they managed to dodge, their terrified screams echoing through the city. Hearing their cries, Suho's anger surged. He knew he couldn't just run anymore, he had to confront this powerful foe. Without a second thought, he sprinted and leaped from the window, pursuing the monster that was chasing the fleeing girls. Waiting for the hunters was no longer an option. If anyone was going to save them, it would have to be him. The monster, oblivious to Suho's pursuit, was caught off guard when Suho attacked from behind. The sudden strike only momentarily fazed the beast, who quickly spun around, eyes blazing with fury. Suho, bracing himself for a counterattack, realized just how outmatched he was. The monster barely seemed to register his blows, and with a swift swing of its sword, it launched a devastating attack. Suho narrowly dodged, the blade passing just inches from his body. Breathing heavily, Suho took a step back to evaluate the situation. He was keenly aware that a single hit from this monster would be fatal. Glancing around, he noticed the destruction the creature had already caused. Several girls on the rooftop had already fallen to its rampage. Anger flared again in Suho's chest, and he resolved not to let the monster take any more lives. Determined, he launched a relentless barrage of punches, aiming to slow the beast down. Blow after blow, Suho hit it with all his strength, his fist slamming into the creature's body. But no matter how hard he struck, the monster remained standing, unfazed by the onslaught. Suho's attacks began to weaken as fatigue set in, and the realization dawned on him: this monster was far tougher than he had anticipated. Just as Suho's strength was waning, the monster saw its opportunity. With frightening speed, it swung its sword and landed a brutal hit on Suho, cutting deep into his flesh. Staggering from the wound, Suho realized just how dangerous his situation had become. Suho writhed in agony from the deep wound as the monster closed in, determined to finish him off. With one powerful strike, it sent Suho crashing into the wall, his body collapsing to the ground. Struggling to move, he could barely register the pain. His health was critically low, and he felt the cold grip of death creeping closer. For a brief moment, Suho believed it was the end. He had lost. But strangely, he hadn't perished instantly. The system hadn't let him die, at least not yet. As the monster approached, it began to laugh, a dark and malicious sound that filled the air. It relished its victory, confident that Suho's defeat was certain. This sense of superiority only made it more dangerous, its malevolence fueling its power. Suddenly, a strange crack appeared. He raised his trembling hands. Suho was barely holding in. The crack intensified, it was like dimension itself was shattering. But there was no time to fully comprehend what was happening. The monster was already looming over him, ready to strike. The system's notifications warned that Suho's fatigue was at critical levels. His vision blurred, and his consciousness began to fade. He was too weak to defend himself, too exhausted to continue fighting. Just as the monster raised its weapon for the final blow, the sky above them started to crack. The sound echoed like a thunderclap, and before either of them could react, the entire structure began to collapse. Suho's eyes widened as the sky crumbled, and chaos erupted around them. The roof suddenly gave way as an unknown creature burst through, shattering the structure. Suho could barely comprehend what was happening. He had no idea what this new monster was, but one thing was clear, it had unintentionally saved him by interrupting the deadly battle. Both Suho and the monster plummeted down from the rooftop, unable to stop their descent. Suho's body, weakened and exhausted, had no strength left to brace for the impact. He hit the ground hard, the force of his fall sending shockwaves through the earth. The ground beneath him cracked, chunks of debris flying in all directions. His vision was blurred, and his strength was draining fast. Blood seeped from his wounds as he lay motionless, barely conscious. In those fleeting moments, thoughts raced through his mind, and oddly enough, he recalled an ant, a figure he often drew. It was a strange memory to surface at the brink of death, but it brought a sense of calm. As darkness began to consume him, Suho heard a voice, one that apologized for arriving too late. A large ant-like figure stood over him, confirming it was the one who had saved him. Suho, still disoriented, realized this creature had come just in time to prevent his demise. The ant-like being turned its gaze to the monster that had almost killed Suho, seething with rage. It vowed to make the creature pay for what it had done, and without hesitation, it launched a swift, deadly attack. The once menacing monster stood no chance as it was obliterated, reduced to nothing but shattered remnants in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, other creatures roamed the Institute grounds, hunting for more victims to infect with their cursed blue flames. One of them locked onto a man standing nearby, completely unaware of the danger creeping toward him. The man, deep in thought, was gripping a mop, entirely oblivious to the approaching terror. When he finally noticed the creature, terror froze him in place. His face drained of color, paralyzed by the fear of the monstrous thing now advancing on him. Panic gripped the man as he realized the danger. His mind raced, desperate to figure out how to save himself, but fear had frozen his body. In a frantic burst of energy, he threw his mop aside and started yelling for help, clutching his head in terror. With his head lowered, he didn't even notice the monster about to attack him had already been obliterated. In the blink of an eye, all the monsters in the area were wiped out, their destruction resonating across the city. A powerful echo followed, rippling through the air as Beru unleashed an overwhelming surge of magical energy. Soldiers stationed nearby felt a strange, potent force but couldn't grasp what had just occurred. Their confusion was palpable. Meanwhile, Beru swiftly returned to his master, Suho. With a fond smile, he remarked how long it had been since they last met, expressing joy at seeing his young monarch again. Memories flooded back as Beru recalled Suho as a small child, sitting in his room, sketching shadow warriors. In one of those moments, Suho had looked up, astonished, to see the real Beru holding his drawing. The sight had left Beru deeply moved, realizing that his young master had imagined and drawn him long before their fateful encounter. The moment was so touching that Beru had to hold back tears, overwhelmed by the beauty of that connection. Back in the present, Suho began to regain consciousness. His eyes fluttered open, and for a moment, he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. Wrapped in a blanket and lying in a bed, he was disoriented. The first word he uttered was "Aunt?" But the doctor standing nearby was puzzled, unsure of what Suho meant. Shortly after, Suho received a call from his uncle. He checked Suho's condition, asking how badly he had been hurt and mentioning that the world had grown far too dangerous. He even suggested hiring a few bodyguards for Suho's safety. But Suho, still slightly dazed, assured him that he was fine. Turning his attention to the TV, he saw a news broadcast covering the recent incident at the University of Arts. The attack, which had left numerous people injured, was now the subject of intense discussion and government scrutiny. The Mist Burns incident shook the entire city when a mysterious creature appeared, charging at hunters and transforming them into monsters. Despite the chaos unfolding in the heart of the city, the Hunter Association struggled to respond quickly. By the time the hunters arrived on the scene, the city lay in ruins, engulfed in destruction. Yet, what baffled everyone was not the devastation, but the strange fact that all the monsters had already been eliminated. The burning question remained, who or what had wiped them out? Rumors began to circulate among shocked witnesses. Some claimed to have seen the transformed hunters, the ones who had become monsters, suddenly reappearing, almost out of thin air. Suho sat on the hospital bed, barely able to believe what he was seeing. It felt too surreal, as though he was trapped in a dream. Yet, he soon realized that this was all too real. His thoughts drifted to the phenomenon of awakening and how it made individuals stronger as their levels increased. Suho was only level 5, and he vaguely recalled earning a small rank boost during a desperate fight with a hunter who had been infected by the mist burns. But he couldn't explain how he had managed to survive that encounter. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, explaining that it was Beru who had saved him by eliminating the parasites responsible for the transformation. Startled, Suho glanced at the ground and saw a massive shadow with large, luminous eyes gazing back at him. Beru had returned to his shadow form, and his deep voice brimmed with emotion. "It's been so long, my young lord," he said, his tone warm with recognition. "You've grown into such an incredible person?" The sight of Beru stirred something deep within Suho, long-forgotten memories slowly resurfaced. He recalled how, as a child, he had a fascination with ants, and among them was a black creature that had been with him during his youth. But why were these memories only returning now? Beru's words provided a clue. Beru had crossed the boundary of dimensions to find him again. Despite the reunion, Suho was still overwhelmed with questions. Why had he lived among these black creatures as a child? Why had his memories been locked away for so long? At that moment, Suho's memories became the most pressing concern. He realized he had grown stronger, yet something was still off. Beru, noticing Suho's confusion, explained that crossing dimensions demanded an immense amount of mana. When Beru first arrived, his appearance was imposing and grand, but the system had registered him as a mere common soldier. Upon learning this, Beru was enraged, displeased with the fact that his power had been diminished to such a lowly rank. The thought of being reduced to a common soldier insulted him. Suho quickly stood up, trying to reassure him. "I feel better now, was that because of you?" he asked, piecing things together. Beru confirmed this with a nod. "Yes, I healed you," he said. Suho, amazed by Beru's abilities, felt grateful, but the conversation soon shifted to something deeper. Beru revealed that Suho's true mission involved dispelling the Shadow Seal, a powerful restraint that had bound him. However, Beru also noted that Suho had already broken the seal on his own, perhaps unknowingly. This revelation unsettled Suho. What did the seal have to do with him, and why was Beru talking as if Suho had some greater destiny? Beru began to explain further. "Everything you've seen, everything you've lived through, it's all real. And you've grown much stronger since we last met. The great Shadow Monarch, Sung Jinwoo, sealed both your power and your memories long ago. He did this to allow you to live a normal life, free from the burdens of your lineage." Suho's mind raced, struggling to process what he was hearing. Sung Jinwoo, his father, was the one who had sealed away his powers? The realization hit him like a tidal wave. "My father? He did this?" Suho stammered, his voice barely audible. He had always assumed his father had simply left their family, abandoning them for reasons unknown. But Beru was quick to clarify. "No, your father didn't leave home. He ascended to another plane of existence, into the vast expanse of space," Beru explained, his voice filled with reverence. Suho's confusion deepened. Space? What did that mean? He couldn't comprehend what Beru was telling him. Beru continued, his tone serious. "The Shadow Army now fights a cosmic battle. Your father, Sung Jinwoo, is out there, defending our world. He's risking his life, fighting against unimaginable monsters to keep this realm safe. His opponents are powerful entities, and among them is Iterum, the absolute being seeking to conquer our world by sending its apostles to Earth." Beru explained that he had to slay countless monsters in his way to meet Suho. As Beru spoke, Suho's thoughts drifted to his mother, who had vanished years ago. "What about my mother?" Suho asked hesitantly. "She disappeared when I was still with my father." "Are they together?" Beru's expression softened. "No, your mother is not with him. Her disappearance is tied to other forces at play, but she's not with Sung Jinwoo." This only raised more questions for Suho. His father was battling for the survival of their world in space, and his mother had vanished under mysterious circumstances. The more Beru explained, the more Suho felt like his entire understanding of his life had been turned upside down. Upon hearing Suho mention his mother, Beru's anger flared. He couldn't comprehend how someone as important as Miss Hain had simply vanished. His suspicion immediately turned toward the apostles, convinced that this was a result of their trickery. There was no doubt in his mind. Suho, taking in Beru's words, asked if the Iterum were responsible, if these creatures had interfered in his parents' lives, preventing them from returning. Beru saw the deep desire in Suho's eyes, realizing just how much the young lord longed to reunite with his parents. "Of course, I want to see them," Suho responded with determination. But it seems the only way to do that is to become stronger, to rescue my mother and meet my father. Beru, however, explained that because of the ongoing war with the Iterim, Suho's father couldn't return to Earth. If Suho wanted to save his mother, he would have to grow powerful enough to do it on his own. Beru told him there was a path forward, a key to unlocking greater strength. As they spoke, a notification window suddenly appeared before Suho, outlining a new quest, Shadow Test. The system revealed that Suho, as the son of the great Shadow Monarch, had immense innate abilities, but they were all sealed away. To regain his power, Suho would need to prove himself. His first step was to enter the Dark Dungeon, where he would be tested. The key to the Dark Dungeon would grant him access, but it could only be used in the shadow of the Sacred Protector. Beru immediately urged Suho to use the key. You must place it in your own shadow, Beru instructed. As Suho followed the guidance, a shadow gate materialized before him. The portal inside it shimmered, waiting for him to pass through. Beru gave him one final piece of advice before Suho entered the portal. Go inside, young master, and reclaim the powers that are yours by right. But even as Suho stood at the threshold of the portal, doubt swirled in his mind. How could all of this be real? A cosmic war, gods, Shadow Monarch, it all seemed so impossible. Yet, despite his confusion, one thing was clear: he had to gather his strength, to reunite with his family. He knew that the only way to do this was by leveling up and becoming strong enough to face the powerful enemies standing in his way. Resolute, Suho stepped forward, determined to push his limits and gain the strength necessary to protect those he loved. No matter how long it took or how difficult the path ahead might be, he would fight to save his parents and uncover the truth behind the forces that tore them apart. As Suho gave his determined speech about growing stronger to save his family, Beru felt a surge of excitement. His thoughts drifted back to the moment when his master, the Shadow Monarch Sung Jin-woo, had entrusted him with a crucial task. He remembered Sung Jin-woo's instructions vividly: he was to travel to Earth and break the seal on Suho's memories. The monarch had warned Beru that the Iterim, a looming threat, could one day invade Earth, and Suho would need to be ready to defend it. Sung Jin-woo had given Beru the freedom to act according to the situation on Earth, trusting him to protect Suho and help him regain his strength. Now, Beru was fully committed to staying by Suho's side and guiding him on the path to leveling up. As Suho stepped through the portal into the unknown, Beru followed closely behind. On the other side, Suho emerged into a strange, dark realm. Beru explained the grim nature of this place. This is the Dark Dungeon, the abode of the dead, Beru said, his voice serious. No living being can enter here without the master's permission. It's inhabited by dangerous creatures, and surviving here is no easy task. Suho took in his surroundings and immediately felt a sense of discomfort. The dungeon didn't resemble a typical underground cavern. Instead, it looked more like a crumbling, abandoned city, filled with shadows and eerie silence. Despite his unease, something about this place seemed oddly familiar, as if he had been here before, though he couldn't quite place the memory. His thoughts were interrupted as a notification window popped up, displaying a status message. The message was blunt: the leadership of the Dungeon of Shadows would never recognize someone as weak as Suho as its master. To prove himself, he would need to survive for the allotted time, 4 hours. Suho read the notice and steeled himself for the challenge ahead. The moment the trial began, a creature lunged at him from behind. Suho barely had time to react, but his instincts kicked in. He spun around and delivered a swift kick, sending the attacker flying. As the creature tumbled to the ground, Suho saw that it was a goblin, but not just any goblin, it was a scout. Before Suho could fully process what had happened, Beru warned him. If there's a scout, more goblins are likely nearby. You need to deal with it quickly before it alerts the others. Realizing the danger, Suho tightened his fist and prepared himself for the oncoming fight. He had no choice but to stay sharp, knowing that the survival of this trial, and his quest to reclaim his powers, depended on his ability to defeat whatever enemies came his way. Suho charged into the fray with fiery determination, ready to face the goblins head-on. Beru, however, cautioned him to approach the situation carefully. "Young lord, there are goblins here, but be mindful. Don't be reckless," Beru advised. He pointed out that this particular goblin was nameless and weak, lacking any special attributes or even a distinctive color. "It's several times weaker than you," Beru added. Ignoring his opponent's apparent frailty, Suho seized the goblin by the arm, gripping tightly, and in one swift motion retrieved the creature's stone axe from his inventory. With a single, powerful swing, he obliterated the goblin in seconds. A notification flashed across his vision, confirming the defeat of the goblin scout. He turned to Beru, remarking that opponents stronger than him displayed names in different colors, marking their danger levels. Just as Suho finished speaking, an odd sound reached their ears. Both turned to see another goblin perched on a rooftop, letting out a loud call to summon its allies. Frustrated by the scout's cry, Suho braced himself as, within moments, other goblins appeared, their names highlighted in yellow, stronger foes than before. Along with them came goblin captains, their presence radiating an added layer of threat. Suho quickly asked Beru if he could assist in the fight. Beru, however, had his limitations. He explained that, being far from his lord, he couldn't replenish his magic power efficiently. He needed to conserve his strength, and if he participated, Suho's experience points would be significantly reduced. Realizing that Beru wouldn't be able to step in, Suho accepted that he'd have to handle the situation on his own. Steeling himself, Suho activated one of his abilities. With a focused thought, he called upon the skill, and the goblin's battle axe behind him began to lift into the air, seemingly under its own power. The weapon hovered, then surged forward, guided by Suho's will. As he manipulated the axe with skillful precision, he struck down one goblin after another, the weapon cutting a path through the crowd as if wielded by an invisible hand. The status window displayed a new skill acquisition, hinting that Suho's command over the weapon was like that of an invisible hand. Pleased with his success, Suho pressed on, determined to prove his strength and hone his abilities as he took down each opponent in his path. Just then, an arrow whizzed past Suho's head, narrowly missing him. Reacting swiftly, he raised his hand and caught it mid-air, his gaze snapping upward to locate the archer. Perched on a rooftop was a goblin with a magical bow, drawing back the glowing string for another shot. However, Suho didn't give it a chance. Within seconds, he launched a counterattack, obliterating the goblin archer with swift precision. Observing the unfolding battle, Beru felt a sense of adaptability, a reminder of the old memory. He recalled stories of the Little Lord, a mythical figure who wielded the power of the lords freely, which he inherited from Monarch. Although this power was immense, it brought unintended chaos to the peaceful lands around him. Now, however, with the apostles invading once again, Beru sensed that his power would be used to protect rather than destroy, a rebirth of the Little Lord's legend in his own hands. As Suho continued fighting, he felt a surge of strength within him, leveling up and unlocking even greater potential. He sensed that he could now exert more force, even if it was still modest. Just as he acknowledged this newfound power, another goblin stealthily crept up behind him and struck, grinning in twisted satisfaction as it believed it had gained the upper hand. But Suho was faster. He retaliated instantly, taking down the goblin in one decisive blow. Beru watched closely, assessing Suho's endurance and asking how he was faring. Yet Suho's attention quickly shifted as a new, intimidating presence entered the battlefield, emitting an overwhelming aura of red energy. It was a goblin centurion, towering over the others and radiating sheer strength. Suho kept his composure, barely acknowledging the goblin's might. He steadied his weapon, positioned himself in a defensive stance, and prepared for the swarm of enemies that now surrounded him. With fluid precision, Suho launched into battle, slashing his way through goblin after goblin, his blade cutting down every creature that dared to face him. In the heat of combat, he saw an opportunity and hurled his dagger straight at the goblin centurion. The blade streaked through the air with remarkable speed, striking its target perfectly. For the first time, Suho felt fully alive, his energy surging with each powerful strike. Now, with his powers growing, he was ready to face whatever came his way, wielding the strength and skill he'd worked to unlock in the heart of battle. As Suho continued his fierce battle, his enemy's energy steadily dwindled, yet the fight was far from over. Determined to prove his strength, he poured all his energy into each strike, fully committed to enduring for the 4-hour duration, his best opportunity to gain significant experience against such formidable opponents. Moments later, the notification system blinked to life, alerting him that he had unlocked a new skill. Resilience. His level rose, signaling a noticeable increase in his power. With renewed vigor, Suho quickly eliminated the remaining goblins in his path, only to see another prompt indicating he had mere minutes left to complete the trial. Beru, watching closely, praised Suho's progress, voicing his certainty in the young lord's ability to conquer the challenge. The notification system soon confirmed Suho's success, announcing his reward for completing the mission, a runestone. Beru's excitement was palpable, explaining that this stone contained the power of shadow extraction. By using it, Suho could unlock the potential to create shadow soldiers, a skill that had defined the Shadow Monarch himself. Suho examined his gains, noticing that his resilient skill now empowered him with greater endurance, a clear sign of his awakening. Compared to his previous state, he was far stronger, and Beru revealed that Suho's leveling system was an advanced form of the one his father, the Shadow Monarch, had used. This system was specifically tailored to facilitate Suho's steady growth, solidifying his role as the mightiest Shadow Lord yet. With the runestone in hand, Suho felt its potent energy and cracked it open, letting its power flow into him. A new notification appeared, confirming he had unlocked shadow extraction, allowing him to turn the bodies of fallen creatures into loyal soldiers bound to him. This ability mirrored that of a necromancer's skill but was unique in that Suho could only resurrect beings weaker than himself, ensuring his mastery over them. Although he had heard that summoning skills were often overlooked by other hunters, but Beru sensed that his newly gained shadow extraction was anything but ordinary. It was the very essence of his father's legendary power, an ability capable of shaping armies from shadows and defining his path as the new Shadow Monarch. As Suho prepared to use his new shadow extraction ability, the notification system prompted him to assign a unique command for the skill. Realizing the need for a distinct phrase, he pondered briefly before settling on a powerful and familiar command: "Arise," the same phrase his father had once used. The moment he spoke it, shadows began to coalesce, and from the darkness, small figures started to take form. To his amazement, a group of shadow goblins appeared, smaller and slightly weaker than their original selves but unmistakably under his command. Suho's initial doubts faded. Shadow extraction was clearly a skill of immense value. The system informed him that these shadow soldiers would persist for 24 hours before dissipating, and Beru, observing, remarked that Suho had yet to unlock the shadow power skill, something that could enhance his intelligence and strengthen his soldiers over time. Though Suho acknowledged this, he assured Beru it was no cause for concern. Just then, Suho's stomach let out a loud growl, reminding him that he hadn't eaten in over a day. He asked Beru how they could leave the dungeon, to which Beru explained that with the shadow dungeon key, he could exit whenever he wished. Deciding it was time for a meal, Suho exited the dungeon and soon found himself sitting in a makeshift hospital tent, savoring a simple yet surprisingly delicious meal. As he ate, Beru watched over him, addressing Suho as "my little overlord" and informing him of the three primary tasks that lay ahead. The first was to defend Earth from the demonic entities threatening it. Suho suggested they could tackle this by delving into dungeons to hunt these creatures, an idea Beru approved, noting that such hunts would strengthen both Suho and his soldiers, thus securing Earth further. The final task was more personal and pressing: to find Suho's missing mother, whose whereabouts remained a mystery. Determined, Suho knew that with Beru's guidance and his growing powers, he'd be able to fulfill each of these missions and unlock the full potential within him. Suho asked Beru if there was any possible way to locate his mother. Beru replied that, while they couldn't pinpoint her exact location, defeating more of these creatures in dungeons might eventually reveal clues. They both knew the third task, finding Suho's mother, was crucial. For now, however, Beru emphasized his need to regain lost strength. He wanted to unleash his true power, something he felt had faded after serving as a regular soldier. When Suho inquired about how to restore Beru's strength, Beru explained that he could absorb certain magical items, which would be converted into shadow energy. Although it wasn't as efficient as pure magic, it could still boost his strength. With a plan forming, Suho decided to begin dungeon training to prepare for what lay ahead. To enter the dungeons officially, however, Suho needed his magical abilities evaluated by the Hunter Association. While he had been rapidly leveling up since his awakening, Suho hoped for a high grade, ideally S rank. Yet, to his disappointment, the association's assessment placed his magical ability at E rank, branding him one of the weakest hunters. Frustrated, he left the association and vented his concerns to Beru, who reassured him. Beru explained that a hunter's ranking was typically based on raw magic power, so Suho, who had prioritized his physical abilities over magic, would understandably rank lower in this system. But Suho wasn't looking for consolation, he was frustrated. He realized that the shadow powers would ultimately demand a higher level of magical strength to defend Earth, but he needed a way to join a dungeon team, as hunters with such a low rank couldn't participate solo. Despite the setback, Suho thought of a solution that he intended to test immediately. If he couldn't rely on the association's ranking alone, he'd find another way to prove his strength and gain access to the dungeons. In the world of dungeon exploration, there were various roles beyond just the frontline fighters. Suho learned that the capture team fought the dungeon creatures directly, the collection team gathered creature remains, and finally, the extraction team handled the process of retrieving resources and magic crystals. To his surprise, he discovered that even lower-ranked hunters, like himself, could join the extraction team, which meant he had a ticket into the dungeons, albeit in a supporting role. One day, as Suho stood by while workers hauled large magic crystals from the dungeon, he couldn't help but scratch his head, realizing how grueling this job was. Turning to a nearby hunter, he greeted him gratefully. This man was one of the few familiar faces around. The hunter introduced himself as a teaching assistant in the art department at a university in Korea. Also an E rank, he had awakened on his own and was thankful for the opportunity to work in the dungeon. Out of nowhere, the man began apologizing, explaining that he hadn't been much help back when Suho was a student. Suho remembered his reaction when he'd first learned he was awakened. He'd mentioned his E rank status, which didn't inspire confidence. But now, Suho reassured his former teacher's aide, encouraging him to raise his head, as they were both in the same boat. The association usually advised E-rank hunters to retreat from any creature they encountered in the dungeon, but Suho's determination had been different. The aide, however, seemed both puzzled and impressed. He recalled a time he'd seen Suho battling a creature on a rooftop, but he'd thought his eyes must have deceived him. It seemed impossible for an E-rank hunter to take on a creature like that, he remarked. If your rank improved since then, well, that's something else. Just then, Beru appeared at Suho's side, amused. With a slight smile, he affirmed, "The young lord is certainly something special." The guy spun around, eyes wide, at the unfamiliar voice. When he spotted Beru, the shadow soldier, he instantly stumbled back, yelling that a demonic creature had somehow appeared inside the dungeon. Suho frowned, puzzled by Beru's sudden materialization. "Why did you step out of the shadows?" he asked, trying to understand his companion's timing. Beru, with a calm demeanor, explained, "Young lord, you're still barely at the level of a hatchling ant larva. It's safer if I remain visible to guard you." The man, still looking shaken, rose to his feet and asked if Suho had become a summoned hunter. Suho shrugged with a grin, saying, "It seems that way. Guess I'm lucky, many hunters don't have any skills at all." With a teasing glint in his eye, Suho ribbed the man about his speed, noting that he'd certainly been quick to escape from the monsters earlier. The hunter, clearly embarrassed, sat back down nervously, prompting Suho to laugh and assure him it was only a joke. As they advanced deeper into the cave-like dungeon, Suho found himself immersed in its eerie quiet. Unlike the shadow dungeon he had once experienced, this was his first official foray into a dungeon with a mining team, where they pursued demonic creatures together. Few hunters peered into the dungeon, noting they had only encountered demonic wolves so far, but knew that wolf pelts fetched a high price on the market. They needed to gather these pelts and look out for valuable magic stones, too. The idea of a big reward kept them moving, eager to reach the dungeon's core to see what awaited them. Then, one of the hunters spotted something strange up ahead. As they entered the next chamber, they found themselves standing in a massive, brightly glowing room. The walls were covered in intricate symbols and carvings, but they couldn't make sense of what these ancient markings meant. Unsure what they were facing and suspicious of the room's unsettling silence, one of the hunters suggested calling for backup. Despite the vast, illuminated space, they could see no sign of demonic creatures, though the room had a foreboding atmosphere. Suddenly, their eyes were drawn to a peculiar object resting on a pedestal in the center of the room, a strange, ancient-looking weapon, unlike anything they had ever encountered. The entire team paused, sharing bewildered glances. Was this some kind of hidden treasure, or a deadly trap waiting to be sprung? Cautiously, they edged closer, determined to uncover its secrets. The hunters debated in excitement, wondering if the mysterious weapon embedded in the ground might be a rare treasure instead of the dungeon's boss. Most were captivated by the thought of treasure hidden here, especially as the weapon itself appeared to radiate power. One hunter, skeptical but curious, suggested they test it to see if it was real, though another quickly warned him to be cautious, such valuable objects could be booby-trapped. Ignoring the caution, the captain approached the weapon confidently, reaching out to grasp it. As his fingers wrapped around the hilt, the blade ignited in a brilliant flash, bathing the chamber in a dazzling glow. The captain murmured something about his C rank, certain he could handle anything the weapon threw at him. But as the light enveloped him, his surroundings morphed into a strange and unfamiliar realm, bewildering both him and the others. One of his comrades, standing nearby, noted that while no immediate trap was evident, the captain should tread carefully with the weapon. Just as they reassured themselves, the captain swung the sword, and, to everyone's horror, struck down one of his own teammates. The other hunters recoiled, struggling to process the brutality of his action. Slowly, they watched as the captain's form distorted and twisted, his voice morphing into something darker. Declaring himself as the sword of monarch of the Fang, he vowed to destroy any who dared intrude upon his domain, the Fang monarch's territory. With terrifying precision, he proceeded to tear through his former allies, striking them down one by one. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the support crew remained blissfully unaware that a gate had just sealed them off from the main team. In the midst of this, Suho turned to his companion, displaying his ability to summon goblins as allies. His comrade, astonished, remarked that most summoning abilities allowed for one or two creatures, yet Suho had conjured 3 with ease. This power was clearly out of the ordinary, yet his rank remained bafflingly low. He continued, noting the constraints of Suho's power. Shadow extraction required a body to work, which limited its usefulness. But with the goblin corpses strewn across the dungeon, Suho could use them as a steady supply of labor, ensuring his summoning skills were as effective as possible. Suho was beginning to appreciate the immense potential of his shadow extraction ability. Being a lower-ranked hunter, he knew the Hunter Association strictly prohibited solo dungeon entries for those classified in his tier. However, he also recognized that the classification system wasn't foolproof. Over time, more errors surfaced in the grading process, often due to malfunctions in the evaluation machines. Suho speculated that as he leveled up, he might get reassessed and earn a higher rank. Turning to Beru, he brought up their third mission. Remember our objective? If it involves gaining strength by consuming magical energy, these crystals are the perfect source, Suho suggested, gesturing toward the magic crystals strewn about. Beru agreed, affirming that the crystals, though usually left as loot, contained latent magical power that could be harnessed. Beru went to absorb mana from magic crystals. Just then, he sensed something. Turning to Suho, Beru told him that he felt the presence of a monarch. Curious, Suho then asked, Beru, could the monarch truly have appeared here? Was it my father? Beru shook his head, explaining that although Suho's father held the title of monarch, he wasn't the only one with that title. If it were your father, my powers would have been restored by now. No, this presence is something else entirely, Beru warned, advising caution. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the diggers were oblivious to the impending danger until a rumbling echoed ominously from a cavern ahead. Turning toward the sound, they froze in shock as a monstrous form began to emerge. At first, they couldn't comprehend the source of the disturbance, assuming it might just be a large animal. But as they drew closer, horror dawned upon them. It was an unmistakably demonic creature, something that hadn't been there when the hunters first entered the dungeon. The workers scrambled to flee, panic erupting as they dashed toward the exit. One miner, trapped between terror and desperation, swung his pickaxe wildly, waving it at the demon as if to ward it off. But as the monstrous creature lunged forward, his pickaxe did little to keep it at bay. The demon advanced, ready to strike, while the workers' frantic retreat continued in sheer panic, the dungeon filling with echoes of their desperate flight. The miner watched in horror as the demon dog's powerful jaws crushed his pickaxe into splinters in mere moments. Shocked by how quickly the weapon was destroyed, he felt a wave of panic rise. He knew his own life was likely next. Heart pounding, he yelled for help, hoping that one of the hunters might hear him in time. The demon dog lunged for him, but he managed to leap backward, buying himself a precious second. In that instant, Suho appeared from nowhere, striking the demon dog squarely on the head with a powerful blow. I'll hold them off. You get out of here, he shouted urgently to the miner. His partner, barely able to process what had happened, nodded gratefully and took off as fast as his legs could carry him, glancing back once to mouth a silent thank you. With his companion safe, Suho assessed the pack of demon dogs before him. Their names were displayed in a fierce orange, signaling their threat level. These creatures were far from easy prey, far tougher than any mist burners he'd faced before. But Suho felt confident. His recent level gains had bolstered his power, and he was more than ready to face them. Irritation sparked as he considered the miner's hesitation. You should be running by now, Suho muttered, annoyed that he always ended up jumping in to save others. The miner called back in a shaky voice, insisting he wanted to help however he could. Shaking his head, Suho left 3 goblin shadows nearby for added protection, just in case his partner ran into trouble. He then pulled up his inventory, selecting his best weapons for the job, relics he'd acquired in the shadow dungeon, weapons far superior to a mere pickaxe. His partner gaped in disbelief as Suho's arsenal appeared, too stunned to fathom how Suho could wield such powerful items or summon them seemingly at will. Without a moment's pause, Suho charged forward, fully intent on clearing out the entire pack. His every movement was swift and decisive, cutting down each demon dog with relentless power. Moments later, his system notification appeared, confirming his victory over the steel-toothed Leakin. But Suho didn't pause to celebrate. He was already preparing himself for whatever awaited him next. The comrades left behind could only watch in awe, their spirits lifting as they saw how powerful their young lord had become. But Suho, rather than reveling in the moment, turned back and focused on his next move. Fixing his gaze on the defeated demon dog, he channeled his shadow ability, commanding its shadow to rise. The 3 goblins nearby and his fellow comrades stared in stunned silence, horrified yet mesmerized, as Suho succeeded in summoning the very demon dog he had just felled. Once revived, the demon dog wasted no time. It immediately turned on its former pack members, launching fierce attacks that aided Suho in clearing out the remaining creatures. Beru, observing his little lord's swift mastery of the shadow power, couldn't help but feel proud. Suho, on the other hand, was beginning to grasp that summoning these shadows didn't drain his mana as he'd initially feared. He realized that as his magic power continued to grow, he'd likely be able to summon entire armies, expanding his influence over even larger territories. As he dispatched another demon dog, he turned his attention to the shadow it left behind, raising it to join his ranks. The goblins and his comrade gawked in silent astonishment as Suho repeated the process, this time summoning a third demon dog, each shadow adding to his control. A system notification appeared, announcing that Suho had defeated another steel-tooth Leaken and gained a level, further enhancing his strength. Without missing a beat, Suho summoned the last of the demon wolves he had slain, and older shadow goblins started to disappear. At this point, his comrade could no longer contain his disbelief. Suho, what kind of power is this? This can't possibly be a Ranky ability. How? How can you bring these demonic creatures back to life? Suho hesitated, realizing he may have pushed things too far this time, his abilities inadvertently drawing unwanted attention. He scrambled to explain, turning back with a half-smile and casually saying, "Oh, it's just a unique feature of my Ranky abilities." But his comrade seemed unconvinced, muttering something about how it all seemed far too powerful to be classified as rank E. Could it be that Suho had deliberately registered himself under a lower rank? He wondered aloud, eyeing Suho with a mixture of respect and suspicion. Suho quickly redirected his attention toward the cave entrance, where the demonic creatures had first appeared. Despite the clear path now, he felt a lingering presence and knew there was one enemy left. Scanning the dim cavern, he caught sight of a distant, strange silhouette, a figure that appeared distinctly human but ominously unfamiliar. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was his true opponent, though the exact nature of the threat remained unknown. As Suho and his comrade moved cautiously through the dimly lit cavern, they spotted what seemed to be a familiar face, a member of the capture team. Relief crossed Suho's comrade's face as he stepped forward, calling out, "You survived? How did you escape the ambush?" But the instant the figure turned to face them, his expression shifted ominously, sending a chill down Suho's spine. Realizing something was wrong, Suho yanked his comrade back just as a massive sword whizzed past, slicing close enough to shatter his comrade's glasses. The blade slammed into the ground with a powerful thud, barely missing them. Reacting swiftly, Suho ordered his summoned wolves to attack the crazed hunter without hesitation. The wolves lunged from all sides, each launching itself toward the hostile figure to keep him at bay. Suho seized this moment to drag his comrade further away, explaining as they moved, "That hunter's no longer himself, he's been corrupted, a demon in human skin now. Worse, his name color has turned red, marking him as a high-threat enemy." Suho remembered encountering a red-level creature once before, during the incident at his Art University of Korea. The power gap had been severe, and he was all too aware that fighting red-ranked enemies was a daunting challenge. If anything, the sensible option would be to retreat now while they had the chance. Once they put some distance between themselves and the corrupted hunter, Suho turned to Beru, pressing him about what he'd sensed earlier. "Beru, what did you mean when you mentioned sensing the monarch's energy?" Beru frowned thoughtfully and replied, "The hunter carries a faint trace of monarch's essence, though his power doesn't come close to a true monarch's might. But the mere fact he wields that energy makes him a formidable opponent." Suho nodded, taking it all in. He opened his inventory, scanning through his items to come up with a plan. Beru looked at him, concerned. "Little lord, do you really intend to face him?" "Yes," Suho responded, his tone unwavering. "The system assigned me this task for a reason. It's a safeguard designed to push me to my limits and ensure my growth. It means there's a way to overcome this challenge." His determination intensified. "If I ever want to stand a chance against real threats, I need to grow stronger now, not later. Destroying this creature will boost my level, and that's the only way forward." Suho took a deep breath, scanning his inventory and scattering every weapon he had at his disposal onto the ground around him. His determination was absolute. He was ready to face this possessed hunter head-on to secure his victory and strengthen himself. Beside him, Beru watched with admiration, his voice softening as he spoke. "You never back down, no matter the challenge. With each trial you face, you prove yourself as more than just a warrior. Your strength is worthy of a monarch." As the possessed hunter inched closer, Beru pointed out an unusual detail. "The force controlling him, it's bound to that sword. If you can disarm him, he won't be able to attack." With this revelation, Suho signaled his shadow wolves to attack. The wolves moved swiftly, circling the hunter and lunging in from all directions to overwhelm him. One wolf finally managed to clamp its teeth around the hunter's weapon. Watching closely, Suho saw the hunter struggle against the wolf's grip but stay bound to the blade. Buru turned to Suho, explaining, "Your shadow soldiers have an advantage. As long as you supply them with magic, they can regenerate indefinitely." Suho saw the immense potential of his shadow warriors. They were truly a power he could depend on. But even with this insight, he observed how the hunter tore through one of his wolves with a single swing. It was clear his own magic was still lacking compared to the hunter's strength. Then, the hunter's gaze shifted to Suho, his voice dripping with disdain as he mocked, "How could someone like you wield the powers of a shadow monarch?" Suho was taken aback that the hunter could speak, but Beru stepped forward, indignant. "You dare insult one from the shadow monarch's bloodline? Show some respect." The hunter's expression twisted into something dark, and he growled, "Never thought I'd encounter the shadow monarch's kin here." His eyes narrowed, and with a menacing tone, he shouted, "You are an enemy of the Fang monarch." Suho's resolve only hardened. He knew that defeating this hunter would require both his strength and strategy. Without hesitation, Suho gripped his weapon tightly, declaring that it was time to push his abilities to the limit. He launched a rapid series of strikes, targeting both the sword and the hunter in his path. But the hunter skillfully deflected each attack with ease, demonstrating just how formidable a red name opponent could be. Realizing he couldn't overpower the hunter through sheer force, Suho scattered his weapons across the battlefield, shifting his strategy. This time, he chose quantity over precision, unleashing a flurry of attacks from multiple directions. Beru, observing from behind, recognized Suho's innate ruler's power at play, a strength that had been with him since his early years. But even with this newfound approach, the hunter managed to fend off each strike, eventually shattering Suho's weapon with a swift blow. As their eyes met, Suho could see the cold, menacing intent in the hunter's gaze, and he quickly dodged, knowing that a single hit could be his downfall. The hunter, unfazed, taunted him, shouting, "Is this how you fight?" Avoiding every blow, hiding behind shadows like a coward. Suho only smirked, replying, "Your petty insults won't draw me closer. You're more interested in provoking than actually approaching me." The memory of his recent conversation with Beru surfaced. If Suho's seal truly held back his powers, then why hadn't he fully reclaimed his mastery? Beru had explained that Suho's powers had been sealed since his youth, allowing him to rediscover shadow control gradually. Now, facing this hunter, Suho felt his own strength building with every dodge and counter, and he knew he was on the edge of unlocking something even greater. Suho understood that with these powers, he could rival even the mightiest warriors, perhaps even Iterum himself. But this realm wasn't exactly reality, nor was it a dream, it was a trial, designed to see if he could truly wield such powers. Physical strength would fade regardless of success, and Suho realized it was all like a game. The experience in the Tower of Trials hadn't been for nothing. He could vividly recall each sensation, every struggle, and every victory. If only he had something like the iron gloves he once wielded there. Beru's words echoed in his mind. Shadow soldiers were practically indestructible, able to regenerate endlessly so long as magic sustained them. Beru himself could also shift forms when needed. With this flexibility, Suho devised a new plan. Once he had prepared, he summoned his shadow dogs again, but the red hunter laughed as he struck, taunting, "Back to these worthless shadows, Suho? Haven't you realized they're useless against me? I'll slice you down so they won't even dare to approach." Just then, the battlefield shifted as Suho called forth shadows, compressing them into solid matter that enveloped his fists. The red hunter lunged with a powerful strike, an explosion ripping through the air on impact. As the dust cleared, the hunter noticed his attack had been stopped cold. Lowering his gaze, he saw Suho standing firm, fists cloaked in shadow armor, absorbing the blow. "Leaken steel Fang," Suho murmured with a grin, acknowledging the weapon's strength. He glanced at his hands as the notification system confirmed his success. He had unlocked the iron glove transformation. With a newfound confidence, he understood that this skill was exactly what he needed to bring down the hunter for good. The clash between Suho and the red hunter erupted with such force that the very air in the dungeon shifted, becoming charged with tension and raw energy. Watching from behind, Beru's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Suho wielding the weapons of his shadow soldiers. This was no ordinary feat. Only a true shadow monarch, one who had achieved absolute mastery, could command shadows with such precision. Yet, here was Suho, who seemed like a novice just discovering the depths of shadow power, managing to unlock abilities even Beru himself had never known existed. The way he handled his newly gained shadow powers, fluid and flawless, was nothing short of remarkable. His martial arts were refined, his movements precise. Without guidance or instruction, Suho had tapped into the very essence of ruler power and had made it his own. Beru's admiration grew with every move Suho made. Just as the Red Hunter lunged forward, Suho threw him against the dungeon wall with a powerful strike, causing an eruption of shattered stone and dust. Yet, the Red Hunter was not so easily defeated. With a roar, he staggered back to his feet, screaming in defiance. But Suho was undeterred. His weapon sailed through the air with unerring precision, aimed directly at the Red Hunter. In that moment, Beru understood how far his little lord had come, marveling at Suho's rapid growth and natural genius. Once Suho delivered the final blow, the Red Hunter grudgingly admitted defeat, muttering that he'd thought his power was invincible with his notorious red title. But now, it was evident that his reign had come to an end. Beru, who had silently believed in Suho's victory all along, congratulated him with a subtle nod. As Suho raised his hand, a realization dawned on him. He'd intuitively adopted a new, powerful combat technique throughout this intense encounter. With the fight concluded, Suho turned to his rewards. The notification system, ever-present and efficient, offered him the choice to accept his quest prizes. Suho agreed, and the rewards appeared before him in quick succession. His first reward was a rune stone inscribed with the power of the Storm Strike technique, and the second was mastery over the very skill itself. The power of Storm Strike now coursed through him, marking yet another step in Suho's ever-evolving strength. In that instant, a radiant blue aura surged around Suho, illuminating him with an ethereal glow. He sensed immediately that this new skill was an invaluable gift, one many would envy. Yet, with an intuitive grasp, he already understood how to wield it, as if the knowledge had been etched directly into his mind. Deciding to make the most of the time he had, Suho prepared to test his newfound power. Looking down, his gaze fell on a weapon at his feet. A voice echoed in the air, mocking the Red Hunter's failures and calling it all the result of unbridled human greed. But Suho paid little attention to the taunt, focused instead on the powerful weapon before him. Sword thought. It can take control of Suho's body, but as he lifted it, the notification system chimed, revealing that he had obtained a new item, the Rakan's Fang. It was an elegant, formidable blade, far superior to the crude goblin sword he'd wielded in his early days within the dungeons. However, he could still feel the remnants of the sword's own will, as though the weapon were astonished that someone had inherited it yet resisted its control. With everything set, Suho began training with his new sword, sending devastating swings in every direction and pulverizing the rocks around him. Testing the strength of his Storm Strike skill, he noticed the hefty drain it placed on his mana reserves. Even so, the sheer impact and power thrilled him. Reflecting, Suho mentioned to Beru how different this felt compared to shadow manipulation alone. Beru, declaring that shadow power, in its rawest form, was magnitudes, thousands of times, stronger. As he swung the Rakan's Fang for the last time, he noticed movement in the distance. His companions, slowly coming back to their senses, began to stir and approached him. He, disoriented, blinked at the sight of the Red Hunter lying defeated nearby and looked to Suho with a questioning expression. Suho reassured them, saying he'd explain everything, but that it was best to discuss it outside the dungeon. With that, the hunters and workers started their journey back, moving toward the portal and finally leaving the scene of their fierce battle. As Suho's comrade settled onto a nearby bench, he looked at Suho with curiosity and asked what he planned to do next. Suho responded calmly, stating that he intended to search the dungeon for any remaining survivors. His comrade watched as Suho walked back into the ominous dungeon depths, astonished by the strength Suho now displayed. How had he grown so powerful, and was he truly able to summon in such a high-stakes situation? It seemed unbelievable. But in that moment, none of those questions really mattered. What mattered was that, thanks to Suho, the survivors were safe. Families and friends were reunited outside the dungeon, grateful and bewildered, many not fully grasping what they'd endured. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Suho was already in action, cutting down iron demon hounds with precise, relentless strikes. After dispatching a group of them, he turned to Beru, noting that there still seemed to be an endless number of wolf-like monsters prowling within the shadows. Beru chuckled, reminding Suho that every one of them counted as experience and should be taken advantage of. As he continued to fight, Suho noticed that his sword's attack power had diminished. Just then, a voice emanated from within the weapon, attributing the power drop to the sword's alliance with the Shadow Lord's heir. Beru quickly retorted, saying it was a shameful display for such a proud weapon to diminish its power simply because Suho, someone much stronger, was wielding it. The sword's voice argued back, claiming that it had never witnessed a true hunter wasting effort on prey so weak. Beru countered, pointing out that Suho had already bested foes far mightier than the sword itself, leaving the voice momentarily silent. Suho paused, momentarily struck by the strange reality that he was conversing with both a talking insect and a sentient sword. It was surreal, but he pushed on, reaching the very place where he had originally retrieved the sword. Observing his surroundings, he discovered a grim scene. All of the hunters who had been in that area had been utterly wiped out. Just then, the sword's voice echoed ominously, stating that anyone who dared enter this space would face destruction. The sword pulsed with an ancient resolve as it spoke, "My duty is to guard the sanctuary of the Fang monarch." However, Suho, ignoring its words, gripped the weapon firmly and thrust it back into the slot from which it had been removed. Turning his attention elsewhere, he gazed solemnly at the fallen hunters around him. Suddenly, a notification flashed before him, alerting him to a target eligible for shadow extraction and asking if he wished to proceed. Suho hesitated and turned to Beru, questioning if it was truly possible to use shadow extraction on humans. Beru confirmed, explaining that as long as the body was dead, any creature, human or otherwise, could be converted into a shadow soldier. But instead of taking the opportunity, Suho quietly began lifting the remains of the hunters, carrying them carefully towards the dungeon's exit. Perplexed, Beru watched, unsure why Suho was refraining from utilizing shadow extraction. When he asked, Suho simply replied that binding someone to fight after death felt too close to punishment. Beru was taken aback by this response. He hadn't expected such a choice from his young master. The respect Suho showed even in battle left Beru stunned. Then, Suho asked another question, confirming with Beru that this place was indeed a sanctuary for the Fang monarch. Beru nodded and went on to explain further. Suho mused aloud about his father and how the defeated lord, whom he had confronted earlier, was somehow entangled with a group known as the Teetering. Beru took a moment and then elaborated, "The Teetering are current enemies of the Shadow Monarch. But other monarchs are the past enemies." Beru continued, detailing the 9 great monarchs, each of whom was powerful beyond imagination. Among them was Suho's father, Sung Jinwoo, the king of death and monarch of shadows, a revered protector who had saved the world countless times. Beru recited their titles with solemn respect: the Beast King, also known as the Fang monarch, who wielded a power equal to any of the monarchs, the Queen of Insects, the Plague monarch, the iron-bodied monarch of monstrous humanoids, the King of Demons, known as the Monarch of White Flames, the Colossal Giant Monarch, Lord of the Beginning, the Frost Monarch, ruler of the Snowfolk, the Monarch of Transfiguration, sovereign over spectral demons, and finally, the Berserk Dragon King, Monarch of Destruction. 8 of these monarchs had fallen when they sought to conquer Earth, leaving only Sung Jinwoo, the Shadow Monarch, victorious over them all. And it was this same Shadow Monarch who had defeated the Fang Monarch, Suho's current opponent. As the tales of the past hung heavily in the air, the sword's voice growled with malice. "Were my power restored," it sneered, "I'd rip apart the descendant of the Shadow Monarch's bloodline and toss him to the wolves for sport." Suho regarded the sword with a measured gaze, addressing the voice within. "It's not that I don't understand your perspective," he began. "But my father defeated the other monarchs to protect this world. His only goal was to shield it from destruction. In the same way, aren't you here to guard this place from invaders? Whatever side we stand on, we're both simply defending what matters to us. You wish to fight me purely because of our blood connection, but that seems pointless if your mission is to defend this sanctuary." He paused, then added, "I want nothing more than to meet my parents, those whom I can't see because of past invasions. For that purpose, I'm willing to draw on any strength. When the Teetering come again, even this place won't remain safe. If you aid me, together we can protect both this sanctuary and our world." The spirit within the sword fell silent, contemplating Suho's unexpected proposition. Could this young heir of the Shadow Lord truly mean to join forces? Suho grasped the sword's hilt firmly, waiting to see if it would submit to his resolve, prepared to unite shadows and fangs in a common cause. For a moment, an aura of understanding seemed to pass between them, as though the sword were weighing Suho's words deeply. Meanwhile, in a bustling cafe, a group of reporters gathered with several of Suho's friends, eager for any first-hand account of the previous day's harrowing dungeon incident. They had been keen to speak to anyone who could give them the full story, and one of the survivors, Lim Dog-yoon, who still bore signs of exhaustion, took the opportunity to share his experience. Holding his coffee, he addressed the reporters, wanting to bring attention to Suho's bravery, despite his rank as an E-class hunter. "It's important people hear what happened," Lim said. He detailed how Suho had stepped forward without hesitation to protect the others, painting a picture of courage that would be hard to overlook. The reporters listened closely, capturing every word to relay in the next headline. Not long after, articles began circulating, highlighting the unlikely hero, a rank E hunter who had shielded his fellow hunters from certain doom. The reports recounted Suho's selfless stand against the dungeon monsters, featuring interviews from many survivors who owed their lives to him. Elsewhere, editors and writers gathered to discuss their next steps, pens tapping thoughtfully as they selected the best story angles to bring this extraordinary event to the public. Suho's resolve had begun to echo far beyond the dungeon walls, giving rise to a story of heroism that would inspire many more. In a bustling guild management office, murmurs filled the room as the team discussed recent staffing needs. One of the assistants noted that the intel department was short-handed and would benefit from hiring a few additional E-rank hunters. The second-in-command, seated at the main desk, quickly agreed, instructing his colleague to find a suitable candidate. The man at the computer scanned through profiles, stopping at one that caught his attention, an E-rank hunter who had recently faced down monsters in a dungeon, coordinated the evacuation of a minor team, and single-handedly rescued an injured hunter. Upon realizing the candidate's rank, those around him were visibly surprised. But the second-in-command merely shrugged, assuring them, "Don't be so quick to judge. Bringing him into a high-ranking guild like ours could be beneficial. It wouldn't hurt to have him here and resolve a minor scandal or two." A staffer then inquired if Hunter Suho had responded to their initial outreach. The mention of Suho's name drew interest, particularly because they had learned he'd received an invitation from the prestigious Black Turtles Guild. He must be thrilled, one of them assumed. However, the colleague at the desk turned, stating, "Actually, Suho declined the offer." The second-in-command blinked in disbelief. Declined? An E-rank rookie refusing a guild like that? What's he thinking? He shook his head, grumbling. Does he believe he's some kind of S-rank hunter? It doesn't make any sense. Another staffer chimed in. Apparently, Suho has no interest in joining any guild. The leader's irritation deepened, unable to grasp how a rookie with such a low rank could afford to pass up such opportunities. "Mark my words, he'll come around," he muttered. "Sooner or later, Suho will realize how challenging it is to survive without a guild support." Meanwhile, back at his apartment, Suho checked the notifications popping up on his phone. Since his last dungeon expedition, he had been inundated with guild invitations. A flood of offers filled Suho's inbox, though he noticed that nearly every guild wanted him for menial roles as a porter or gatherer. He couldn't quite understand the overwhelming interest, but he dismissed the offers. To him, joining these guilds would only limit his potential and slow his progress with the system. There was simply no reason to waste time on tasks that would sidetrack his path to growth. Turning his focus to his sword, Suho looked at Fong Raken. "About what we discussed in the dungeon," he began, combining Shadow and Fong. "Are you still open to that?" Fong Raken's voice responded skeptically, clearly stunned. "Are you serious? You think a Shadow can become a true ally and not an adversary?" After a pause, he added, "But there is one condition, take me to another of the Fong monarch's sacred lands." Suho raised an eyebrow. "You know where to find it?" Fong Raken replied confidently, "I know the locations of all the Fong monarch's holy sites, regardless of distance. But there's a problem, a gate leading to one of them has already vanished. It's most likely undergone a dungeon breach." Realization struck Suho. This holy ground must now be an open dungeon, a place where vicious, powerful monsters roam freely. Once a breach forms, creatures spill out, transforming the area into a desolate wasteland. Gripping his phone, Suho quickly messaged his uncle, saying he'd be unreachable for a while and not to worry. He knew he needed to seize this chance to gain strength and elevate his level as rapidly as possible. Later, Suho glanced over at Beru, asking if they were close. Beru nodded. "Yes, we're here." But in the parking lot, they immediately spotted signs prohibiting entry. Suho noticed that the Hyena Guild, a notorious group known for recruiting former gang members, had claimed the area, adding a layer of tension. Understanding that a direct approach might be met with hostility, Suho steeled himself, ready for whatever awaited him beyond the barrier. Beru advised Suho to ignore the petty creatures and focus on leveling up. As Beru and Fong bickered, Suho cut them off, irritated, demanding to know what they were doing. He stated he was ready to break in and would use his powers to make it happen. With that, he began shattering the surveillance cameras one by one. Beru questioned what would happen if the guild noticed, but Suho confidently responded that he had a plan for that. When he broke the final camera, it shattered into tiny fragments, ensuring there'd be no evidence. Beru observed with amusement, noting that Suho's approach reminded him of the monarch. Upon entering, Suho was struck by the eerie, blue mist filling the open dungeon. Beru explained that this mist was actually mana from another realm, seeping through dimensional walls and leaving a trail. The mist originated from the monarch's sanctum, filtering to Earth through a dimensional rift. Beru continued, revealing that beings from the outer worlds were trying to tear a large breach between realms to send their armies through. Due to the dense concentration of mana required, only the weaker creatures could currently slip through, the strongest forces hadn't arrived yet. Realizing the urgency, Suho knew he had to level up fast, especially before other hunters could interfere. Suddenly, he glanced up and noticed colossal creatures lurking in the trees, a sharp-clawed Briga and a shadowy figure known as Ramon. Fong eagerly encouraged Suho to unleash his strength, but Suho replied that while he appreciated the support, he wouldn't use Fong as his main weapon, leaving Fong momentarily puzzled. Suho had decided to take a different approach, one he had thought through carefully. Instead of relying solely on weapons, he would integrate his training by using his fists for mid-range combat, with his monarchical powers as a backup. To keep his tactics versatile, he would swap weapons as needed, employing his extraction ability to gain more gear and further enhance his skills and attributes, leveling up independently. Hearing this, Beru was thrilled with the young monarch's determination and strategy. Fong recognized that this was the true power of the Shadow Monarch's bloodline at play. The more adversaries Suho faced and the longer a battle endured, the stronger he grew, drawing strength from the very demons and monsters he defeated. With his heightened intelligence, Suho realized he could now summon 5 shadows. However, Beru was quick to point out that it was a far cry from the mighty monarch, who could command thousands. Embarrassed, Suho told Beru to keep quiet. As they ventured further into the forest, Suho noticed a peculiar building in place of the Holy Land's gate Fong had mentioned. Fong explained that this was indeed where the gate was supposed to be, but now a strange warehouse stood in its place. Suho observed people still bustling about the area despite the late hour, wondering what was keeping them out here at night when hunting was typically safer during the day. Just then, a vehicle arrived, and several individuals were escorted out, their hands and legs bound. Realizing he was witnessing a kidnapping, Suho felt a surge of anger. Beru suggested caution, reminding Suho that, being here illegally, they would be vulnerable if these hunters realized they were trespassing. But as Beru finished his warning and turned, he found that Suho had vanished. Surprised, Beru wondered if Suho was seriously about to engage with those people. With a background of justice ingrained in him by his father, a dedicated police officer in violent crimes, and his legendary firefighter grandfather, Suho couldn't stand by idly. Acting on instinct, he dashed forward, closing the distance in an instant, and with a powerful kick, struck the nearest hunter, sending him reeling. The shadows watching were stunned by Suho's decisiveness. The other hunters, seeing their comrade taken down by a single, unexpected strike, were equally astonished. After the forceful kick, the hunter's face smashed into the ground, and the others only saw a fleeting shadow, the silhouette of Suho. The hunters couldn't immediately tell who had attacked, but Suho quickly assessed the situation, realizing that his body had reacted faster than his thoughts. Realizing he had unintentionally invaded another guild's territory, Suho wasn't entirely sure of his next move. He slipped on his shadow mask and turned to confront them, asking, "Are you seriously kidnapping people? What exactly is your guild, Hyena, up to?" The other hunters, surprised and angered, demanded to know why he was trespassing and attacking them without warning. They taunted, claiming he had sealed his fate by intruding, as they readied their weapons and began channeling their magic to retaliate. One of the hunters lunged toward Suho, but Suho skillfully dodged each blow. He recalled what he knew of the Hyena Guild. Their average strength hovered around D rank, so he resolved to stay on guard, not underestimating his opponents. When Suho struck one of the hunters, he put all his strength into the hit, sending the man flying through the air. The others watched, stunned by how swiftly their comrade had been thrown aside, and they could hardly believe what was happening. But Suho didn't hesitate. He moved on to the next hunter, taking them down one by one as they came at him from all directions. Beru, watching intently, was astounded, realizing that these D-rank awakened ones, who were fairly powerful by human standards, were now no match for Suho. Glancing at his status, Suho noted his progress. He had now reached level 16. Once the last hunter was subdued, Suho tied them up tightly to prevent any escape. Satisfied, he turned his attention to the people who had been bound by the guild and began untying them. As they were freed, they expressed their deep gratitude to Suho for rescuing them, while Beru, watching the aftermath, couldn't help but comment on the graceful way his young monarch had wrapped up the battle. The freed captives, uncertain but curious, asked Suho if he was part of the Hunter Association. He nodded and said they could assume so, instructing them to get to safety while he handled the situation here. Once they hurriedly got into their car and drove off, Suho lingered, puzzled about why the Hyena Guild would go to such extremes as to kidnap people. Just then, Fong's voice echoed in his mind, saying he could sense something nearby. Intrigued, Suho asked what Fong meant, and Fong hinted that this was the reason he had insisted on coming here in the first place. Suho and his companions moved toward a building on the other side of the fence. Entering the dimly lit room, Suho was taken aback by what he found. Rows of cages lined the walls, and a faint, strange energy filled the space, barely noticeable yet present. Beru pointed this out as well, though the source of the energy was difficult to pinpoint. As Suho scanned the room, his gaze settled on a small creature locked in one of the nearby cages. Initially, he thought it was a mere dog, but Fang quickly corrected him, suggesting that the creature was, in fact, a young wolf, a descendant of the legendary beast monarch, Fang. Hearing this revelation, Suho could hardly believe his ears. Fang then elaborated, explaining that after a brutal conflict with the Shadow Monarch, the beast monarch Fang had given the order for the last of his bloodline to be hidden in a shrine. He had hoped that one day, if his lineage survived, another Fang monarch might rise. Fang admitted that he hadn't expected to find a Fang descendant here of all places. Moved by the story and the little wolf's plight, Suho broke open the cage and gently lifted the wolf cub into his arms, feeling the faint traces of a noble aura that had suffered greatly and was almost depleted. Fang warned him that the young wolf's energy was so low it wouldn't survive if left in its weakened state. Beru then asked Suho what he planned to do next. Suho, eyes blazing with newfound resolve, muttered that while he had expected to find a few minor figures here, he now understood there was one last foe he would have to deal with. At that moment, Suho sensed a twisted aura. Turning, he spotted a demonic figure emerging from the shadows, its voice dripping with malice as it sneered that trust in others was a futile sentiment. The creature introduced itself as Brokey and claimed to have survived by any means necessary. Instantly, Suho asked Fang if he knew this creature. Fang confirmed, explaining that this was the guard responsible for taking care of the descendant he had just described. Brokey smirked as he approached Fang, sneering that it had been ages since they last saw each other and taunting Fang Rakan by mentioning how glad he was to see him still alive. Fang's expression grew darker, and he responded sharply, reminding Brokey of his duty to protect the descendant. All this time, while this wolf cub was in chains, what exactly were you doing, Brokey? Fang demanded, his voice thick with contempt. Suho held the wolf cub protectively, but before he could react, Brokey lunged at him with blinding speed. With a menacing glare, Brokey growled, "How dare you touch what's mine?" Without warning, Brokey swung his tail, striking Suho with a brutal force that sent him crashing through the wall and into a pile of containers outside. Beru, witnessing the violent impact, flew to Suho's side, shouting out to see if he was all right. Dazed and wincing, Suho managed to grin despite his injuries, muttering, "That's the hardest hit I've taken in a long time. And yes, I'm bleeding, so please, Beru, stop yelling. My head's throbbing enough without the extra noise." Beru nodded, then looked toward Brokey, narrowing his gaze. "I sensed a lingering energy when I arrived here," Beru said. "It's Iterim's energy, unmistakably connected to this one." His words caught both Fang and Brokey's attention. Turning to Brokey, Beru asked, "Do you realize what you've done to the monarch's descendant?" Brokey interrupted with a twisted laugh, explaining smugly that his strength was no mere coincidence. "Even after losing my sanctuary, I've grown strong by following nature's law of survival. The weak feed the strong, it's the way of the world," he declared coldly. "This cub, though weak, carries the bloodline of the Fang monarch, making him an ideal source of power." Brokey then admitted to draining energy from the young wolf periodically, using him as nourishment to amplify his own strength. After relishing his explanation, Brokey fixed his eyes on Fang with a malevolent grin. "When I'm finished here," he vowed, "I'll be strong enough to eliminate you too, Fang. Mark my words." Suho raised his hand, calmly stating, "Death is merely the result of weakness," but Brokey cut him off, sneering. "Strength is the only law that matters. Only the powerful are fit to endure," he said, casting an assessing glance at Suho as he boasted about how the next Fang monarch would only respect strength. Seizing the moment, Suho lunged forward with his sword, delivering a fierce blow. At the same time, Beru swooped in, swiftly lifting the wolf cub from harm's way and retreating to a safer distance. As Suho's blade found its mark, it returned to his hand, poised for another strike. Glancing at Fang, Suho added, "I thought you were upset with me. But right now, we're on the same side. I have unfinished business with this one, too." The tension between Fang and Shadow Clan felt almost tangible, but Suho's focus held. He continued, "This battle may bring me closer to my father's trail." Just then, Suho's system chimed with a new assignment, an urgent hyena hunt, tasking him with stopping this threat and ensuring public safety. He connected the dots, realizing the true meaning behind the hyena guild's name. Brokey wasn't simply another monster, he had founded an entire organization, kidnapping people to grow his influence, all intertwined with the same sinister energy linked to Iterim. The hunters nearby, once loyal to Brokey, struggled against their restraints. "Brokey, release us," they yelled. "This guy isn't someone to face alone. Let us help." but Brokey turned on his own followers in a heartbeat, silencing them with a brutal, dismissive blow. "You think I need help with him?" he snarled. "The minute you forget your place, you become prey." Witnessing Brokey's merciless strike against his own people ignited Suho's fury. He charged forward, fist clenched and ready to strike. As he launched his sword, Brokey countered instantly, blocking with an unyielding grip. Suho demanded, "Did you slaughter those people just for amusement?" Brokey's response was cold. "The strong need no reason. We decide who lives and dies, as we see fit." Brokey followed with another powerful swing, but Suho managed to dodge just in time, shifting to the side and steadying himself, more determined than ever to bring down the monster before him. Launching himself into the air, Suho dove down at Brokey with a fierce determination, his body descending like a storm. Mid-flight, he activated his recently acquired skill, Storm Blade, summoning gusts of slicing wind around his weapon. But as Suho's attacks rained down, Brokey barely flinched. Smirking, he sneered, "Is that it? You're not even close to honoring the name of the Fang heirloom." Just then, a blade came whizzing through the air from a different angle, catching Brokey by surprise as it sliced close to him. Suho, standing a few steps back, extended his arm, revealing his control over the flying sword. "We're just getting started," he warned. Fang, watching closely, took the chance to question Brokey. "What happened to you? You once pledged loyalty to Rakan with such pride. Why betray that oath?" Brokey's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he responded. "Loyalty," he scoffed, letting out a cold laugh. "There was never honor, only fear. I respected Rakan's power, nothing more. Living like that, shackled by fear, I couldn't bear it any longer. So, when the chance came, I decided to seize my own future by any means necessary." Brokey caught Fang, and destroyed it. With a sudden burst of speed, he struck Suho with a devastating punch, sending him reeling. Suho felt pain tear through his body as if every bone were fractured, but his mind latched onto a powerful memory. Images of his father flashed before him, a figure battling somewhere unknown, never backing down. That memory rekindled a strength within Suho. It reminded him that surrender was not an option. Steeling himself, he summoned the shadows around him, cloaking his fists in shadowy armor. Channeling all his remaining strength, he launched a powerful blow straight into Brokey, determination blazing in his eyes. Watching from a distance, Beru marveled at his young lord's resilience and power. Despite his age, Suho was wielding strength beyond what anyone expected. Fang, lying battered on the ground, glanced at his shattered sword and the memory of its former power. Everything, the survival of his descendants, the future of the Fang lineage, all rested on Suho's shoulders now. The fight wasn't over, it had only just begun. Fang could sense that Suho, just like him, was ready for the battle still to come. At that moment, the young wolf cub began to stir, slowly rising to its feet despite the strain and pain it felt. Fang Rakan watched, understanding that this cub, the last descendant of Lord Rakan, was summoning the strength to stand. Inspired by Suho's fierce determination, the cub struggled to its paws, its resolve mirroring Suho's own. Realizing what he had to do, Fang Rakan thought, "The least I can do now is offer the remainder of my power to the next generation." As Suho continued his fight, each clash echoing through the battlefield, he barely held off his opponent's relentless onslaught. With a powerful strike, Brokey sent him crashing to the ground. Lifting his head with difficulty, Suho noticed a system notification displaying his remaining hit points. The monster loomed closer, radiating an ominous aura and taunting, impressive endurance for such a lowly creature. Brokey raised his arm to deliver a finishing blow, but suddenly, a sharp set of claws swiped across his paw. The young wolf cub had intervened, striking just as Brokey was about to end Suho. Suho blinked, surprised by the wolf's sudden appearance and courage. Standing firm, the cub positioned itself protectively in front of Suho, its eyes blazing with determination. A notification appeared in front of Suho, showing that the Fang descendant had acknowledged his bravery and offered to join him as an ally. Suho hesitated, uncertain. Is this little cub really the descendant of the Fang? The monster, equally shocked, glared at the cub, snarling, "Is that truly a descendant? Has he absorbed the power of Rakan Fang?" At that moment, Suho pieced it together. The cub had inherited the essence of Rakan Fang, who must have sacrificed himself to infuse his power into this young wolf. Suho had intended to align with the Fang from the start, and after a quick look at the system's notification, he decided there was no reason to hesitate. Accepting the Fang descendant as an ally, he confirmed the bond. Almost immediately, a new system window appeared, indicating that data synchronization was underway. Suho felt a strange influx of energy, memory seeping into his mind as if he were tapping directly into the wolf cub's past. The images formed into fragmented memories, an ominous cave, where Brokey told Fang's descendant that they lost the war to Shadow Monarch and he must become stronger. Soon after, shadowed figures gathered around a small, trembling wolf cub. Among them, Suho saw beings vowing to challenge the powerful lord, declaring that the survival of the fittest ruled their world. The Fang clan member asserted that, no matter the risk, they would grow stronger to secure a future for their kind. As one figure extended a hand, the little cub cowered, and a creature laid a hand on the cub's head, transferring some mysterious energy while muttering, "I choose you. Use this power wisely, it's a gift that will help you survive, depending on your resolve." The memory then shifted as Brokey's sinister plot came into focus, his henchmen tasked with capturing people alive and delivering them to fulfill the monster's twisted purposes. The memories showed how Brokey, fueled by power, fell further into darkness, and how the little wolf grew more fearful with every passing day. Witnessing the memories, Suho realized that these beings, who marked the wolf's mind with such fear, were somehow linked to the dark force of Teetering. The Fang descendants' motivations were clear to Suho now. The cub didn't simply want revenge on Brokey but hoped to stop him entirely. Determined, Suho recognized that if Brokey's actions were tied to Teetering, he had to end this here and now. But he knew he wasn't strong enough to do it alone, not yet. As if in response, the notification system updated, presenting Suho with a new quest, Monarch's Descendants Quest. The details urged him to find the Monarch's heirs and forge alliances with them. This would be the first step toward strengthening his position and securing allies in the battle against darkness. The Monarch's Descendants Quest demanded 8 alliances, with the first already forming through Suho's connection to Fang's lineage. As Suho acknowledged this bond, a vivid blue aura enveloped him, intensifying with each passing second. Beru, watching intently, noticed that his young lord was undergoing a transformation unlike any before. Meanwhile, Brokey grew tense, bewildered by the strange surge of power emanating from Suho. Driven by desperation, Brokey launched himself at Suho, intending to end it all in one decisive blow. He struck with such force that the ground around them began to crumble, sending shockwaves through the air. But just as Brokey's blow landed, the system flashed another notification, confirming that a skill had awakened through Suho's bond with the Fang descendant. Suho had activated a level 1 beast transformation, a bonding skill that consumed 1 mana per second. This skill infused his body with the descendant's essence, enhancing his physical power and awakening heightened, animal-like senses. For a moment, Suho struggled to grasp what was happening. His body felt feather-light yet powerful, his senses keener than ever. The world around him seemed sharper, each detail vividly clear, and his movements flowed effortlessly as he instinctively avoided Brokey's assaults. Then, in a sudden counterstrike, Suho unleashed a powerful kick, sending Brokey reeling. Stunned, Brokey struggled to process how this human, who had been on the defensive moments ago, now moved with such swiftness and strength. Enraged and confused, Brokey roared, insisting he could not be losing to the same mere mortal he had dominated minutes prior. This power was supposed to belong only to him. He had fought, sacrificed, and clawed his way to the strength he wielded. In the background, Beru looked on in awe, sensing the drastic increase in Brokey's magical aura. Furious, Brokey spat, "I don't know what trick you're using, human, but I won't fall to the likes of you. Strength defines the right to rule, and you'll regret being born a weak creature of your kind." But Suho only narrowed his gaze, his new strength urging him forward, determined to prove Brokey's arrogance would be his undoing. At this moment, Suho activated a new skill, quickly picking up techniques for hand-to-hand combat. Nearby, Beru's expression darkened in irritation as he overheard Brokey, the beast, boast about the difference between their species. To Beru, nothing and no one stood above a shadow monarch, and this arrogant creature needed to be silenced. When Brokey heard this, a flicker of doubt passed over him. Could this young human truly be a shadow lord? Before he could fully process this, Suho dashed forward and delivered a precise, unyielding kick, driving Brokey deep into the earth. Yet even with his body battered and strength failing, Brokey clung to his single-minded obsession. He had to keep getting stronger. Nothing else mattered. With fading vision, he glimpsed a familiar figure, Rakan, his master. Regret seeped in as Brokey chastised himself for failing to protect Rakan, the one who had once entrusted him with so much. At last, the little wolf, recognizing his old friend's end, raised a mournful howl to the sky, saying his final goodbye to Brokey. Suho observed the fallen Brokey, a notification informing him that he had leveled up from the victory. He glanced over to see the little wolf gazing sorrowfully at Brokey's lifeless form, saddened by the realization that he'd had to confront and ultimately lose someone who had once been his guardian. The silence was thick, and both Suho and Beru stood quietly for a moment, respectfully watching the somber scene unfold. Finally, Beru broke the silence, commending Suho for his strength and skill in taking down Brokey. Suho, however, remained focused and asked Beru if he sensed any trace of Iterim's power lingering nearby. Suho shared that, through his bond with Rakan's heir, he had glimpsed troubling memories. He described a scene in which hunters had attacked Brokey and the little wolf, inflicting a strange curse upon Brokey's eye that had twisted his mind, turning him against his own. Could these hunters be agents of Iterim? Suho wondered aloud, his gaze darkening. And what could their real purpose be? Hearing this, Beru frowned and replied, Iterim are the outer gods. These types don't involve themselves directly with mortal affairs. They send apostles to handle their errands and impose their will from afar. But one thing is certain, if hunters aligned with Iterim are acting openly here, then Earth is already part of their plans. Suho was still puzzled, desperate to learn more about Iterim. Beru, noticing his curiosity, suggested a way they might glean some insight into Iterim's secrets. Suho looked at him, surprised, as Beru explained, if I devour Brokey's body, I could access his memories, plus, I'd regain some of my powers. Think of it as getting 2 rewards in one. Suho, bewildered, asked Beru when he acquired this kind of ability. Then, he glanced at Rakan's heir, who was observing the exchange, clearly uncertain. Sensing the wolf's sadness, Suho knelt down and asked if he'd like to stay with him or if he preferred a different place. The young wolf initially hesitated, but when Suho smiled, the tension faded. The wolf bounded forward, nuzzling Suho affectionately, his eyes full of trust. Deciding on their next step, Suho pulled out his shadow dungeon key, opening a portal. Beru, I'm counting on you to find information on Iterim, he said, motioning for Beru to handle Brokey's remains. While Beru devoured Brokey's corpse with enthusiasm, Suho led the wolf through the shadow dungeon portal, explaining that he wanted a safe haven for him. Beru chuckled to himself, wondering why Suho was bothering with the dungeon instead of just staying home. Inside the dungeon, Suho looked at his wolf companion, thoughtful yet concerned. This space belonged to the Shadow Monarch, and bringing in a creature connected to a different lineage might lead to complications. Beru raised an eyebrow, astonished at Suho's choice to house Rakan's heir in the Shadow Domain. Then, out of nowhere, a system notification appeared, indicating that the wolf wanted Suho to give him a name. Suho, taken by surprise, realized he'd never named anything before. But seeing the wolf's trusting gaze, he understood it would be an honor, and a responsibility, to give him a name worthy of their bond. When the wolf asked for a name, without any hesitation, Suho settled on the name Gray for the wolf, inspired by his striking gray fur. Beru, however, was less than impressed by Suho's choice, disappointed by what he deemed a lackluster name. But to Suho's surprise, the wolf seemed overjoyed with the name and wagged his tail enthusiastically. The system then notified Suho that Gray had officially become one of his allies, and their trust level had increased. The system also designated a portion of the Shadow Dungeon as Gray's new territory. Suho, still concerned about his new companion, wondered aloud what Gray would eat in the dungeon. Beru assured him not to worry, mentioning that Gray, coming from a well-established bloodline, would manage just fine by hunting the monsters still roaming in the dungeon. This explanation put Suho at ease, especially knowing that a few monsters had survived from his last visit. Gray, thrilled with his new home, eagerly began his hunt, quickly proving his worth by attacking a goblin with a single strike, effortlessly killing it. Meanwhile, Suho and Beru sat on a tree branch, quietly watching as Gray hunted down multiple goblins. Suho couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly Gray adapted to his powers, despite being so new to them. Just then, a system notification appeared, informing Suho that he had earned the title of Wolf Slaughterer for defeating Brokey, and had gained additional ability points. Suho was a bit confused, as he had always thought of Brokey as a hyena, not a wolf. Beru, sensing Suho's confusion, urged him not to focus too much on the strange title, suggesting he should be proud of the recognition instead. Suho nodded but couldn't shake off his uncertainty, especially regarding the mysterious quest he had been given to find the heirs of all the monarchs. Beru explained that the system was often cryptic in its methods, designed to make Suho stronger, but also warned that it might have an ulterior motive. Suho, still not fully grasping the gravity of Beru's words, asked for further clarification. Beru sighed, recalling his own experiences. He explained that in his father's system, the architect had planned to make Sung Jinwoo into a shadow monarch. The intention had been to crush his soul in the process, turning him into a mere puppet for the old shadow monarch's use. This revelation left Suho in deep thought, aware that the system's true purpose could be far more complex and dangerous than he initially realized. Yet, Sung Jinwoo defied the system's intentions, ultimately conquering it rather than letting it dominate him. He achieved the rank of Shadow Monarch while maintaining his autonomy and developed his power without being dependent on the system's levels. but explained that this new system is designed for Suho, removed all ill intentions. Taking Beru's words to heart, Suho pondered if the system might be attempting to groom him for a similar role. When he voiced this suspicion, Beru responded cautiously, noting that only one true shadow monarch could exist. Nevertheless, he speculated that the system would continue guiding Suho toward an unknown purpose, one that would reveal itself in time. Reflecting on this, Suho accessed his status window and noticed that, despite significant growth and powerful skills acquired since his battles with the Mistburns, his class still appeared none. This dissonance gnawed at him. He knew he wouldn't have overcome Brokey without Gray's crucial help. Resolving to follow the system's quests as long as they aligned with his personal ambitions, Suho leapt down from the tree, curious to hear Beru's findings from consuming Brokey's body. Beru reported that, while he hadn't uncovered evidence of any apostles directly brainwashing Brokey, he'd found that a human guild called Grim Reaper was involved. This guild was working behind the scenes with the Hyena Guild, aiding in the capture and delivery of people to Brokey. Beru suggested that tracking down the Grim Reaper Guild might yield crucial insights into Iterim's true intentions. The revelation stunned Suho, as he realized another guild's sinister involvement only added to the complexity of the situation. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a well-dressed man in an opulent office, calmly answering a phone call. He was speaking to Tegu, who seemed to be mid-raid. Tegu confronted the man, demanding to know about his potential involvement in the recent chaos surrounding the Hyena Guild. The man, unbothered, flatly dismissed Tegu's insinuations, claiming that he had no proof to back up his suspicions. Tegu warned him that the Hunter Association wouldn't rest until they uncovered the truth, suggesting that the man should clean up his operations. Incensed by Tegu's defiance, the man slammed his fist onto the desk, splintering the polished surface in a burst of rage. It was then revealed that this man held the position of vice CEO in the Grim Reaper Guild. With a sly grin, he drew out a shimmering pearl, an awakening stimulant known as stardust, which hunters could use to amplify their powers. As he examined it, he mused on how this rare substance could become a lucrative asset in expanding his influence. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Dungeon, Gray was tearing through goblins with ease, his strength advancing at an astonishing rate. Each strike was more powerful and precise than the last, earning even Beru's admiration. "You're getting stronger with every blow, Gray," Beru remarked, encouraging him to keep pushing his limits to become the weapon Suho could one day depend upon. Watching from the shadows, Suho was equally stunned at the wolf's rapid progress. But what truly stood out was the bond forming between Beru and Gray, a respect built on shared trials and aspirations. Then, something unexpected caught Suho's attention. A system message appeared in his vision. It read that Suho had gained experience from Gray's kills. Startled, Suho muttered, How is that even possible?" Bewildered, he called Beru over, who was casually scratching Gray behind the ears. "Beru, do you understand this?" "I just received experience from Gray's hunting," Suho explained, still baffled. Beru inspected the notification and explained, "It's similar to how your father once gained experience through his shadow army. You're sharing in the rewards of battle, almost like splitting the gains in a game." The realization hit Suho. Even if he was only receiving a fraction of the experience, it was still an immense advantage. His excitement grew. "Gray, from now on, you're in charge of clearing out the enemies," Suho announced, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Gray, overhearing this, was hit by a mix of shock and exhaustion. But before he could react, a new system notification appeared: "Dungeon cleared. New quest unlocked. Daily quest." "Finally," Suho said, eager to see the next challenge. The daily quest seemed straightforward: defeat goblins and clear the dungeon. Yet a question lingered in Suho's mind: why was he now receiving daily quests? Then, the answer dawned on him, hinting at the system's deeper intentions. Daily quests meant daily rewards, which meant Suho had an opportunity to grow stronger each day. Beru chimed in, noting, "It looks like the system wants you to seize control of this entire dungeon as part of your domain." Suho nodded, but then he faced a new challenge. How am I supposed to gather 100 goblins in such a massive place? A thought struck him as he recalled an item from a previous dungeon, a horn flute that could summon nearby goblins. Wasting no time, Suho pulled the flute from his inventory and blew into it. Within seconds, goblins began charging from every direction. Perfect, he thought, feeling the adrenaline kick in. Beru, watching his master's strategy unfold, gave an approving nod. With a confident grin, Suho launched himself into the fray, his fists crashing down on the goblins with crushing force. As he tore through the swarm, Suho realized the thrill of fighting goblins was fading. They no longer presented a real challenge. But he had a quest to complete, and he'd make it interesting. Suho blew the horn again, summoning an even larger horde of goblins, and decided to take things up a notch. Raising the bodies of the defeated goblins, he called forth a shadow goblin army to join him. What started as a simple battle had now escalated into an all-out war within the dungeon. Beside him, Gray and the shadow soldiers charged with relentless intensity, mowing down the goblins with ruthless precision. For 3 grueling hours, they fought, transforming the dungeon into a battleground littered with goblin remains. By the end, Gray was utterly spent, collapsing to the ground, drained of energy. Suho, however, spotted another system message and couldn't help but smile. Quest complete. But something unusual caught his eye. The counter hadn't stopped at 100. It kept rising. Could this mean more rewards? Suho wondered, his grin widening. What if I push this even further? Gray, already exhausted, could barely process what Suho was planning, but they pressed on, hunting down goblins relentlessly until the system finally confirmed the quest's completion, bringing Suho a sense of satisfaction and anticipation for what lay ahead. Gray looked utterly drained, as if his spirit had left him, while Suho could barely contain his excitement. His gamble had paid off. He had unlocked hidden rewards from the system, a full status recovery, 3 stat points, and 2 rare items, the blessed random box and the cursed random box. The full heal alone felt like leveling up, restoring his strength, and the extra stat points were a great bonus. Now, he faced a choice: should he go for what he needed or what he desired? After weighing his options, Suho decided on practicality and opened the cursed box. His eyes widened in astonishment as Vulcan's gauntlets emerged, weapons that boosted his attack power by 40% and increased physical damage by an additional 30%. Incredible, he murmured, slipping the gauntlets on. I can't turn my shadow soldiers into weapons forever, but with these, who needs that? They're perfect. Eager to test his new gear, he was interrupted by a system message. To his surprise, Gray's status had shifted from admiration to fear. Suho's excitement turned to concern. What's wrong? He asked, looking toward Beru. With a heavy sigh, Beru replied, Gray's not an endless shadow soldier, he's a living creature with limits. Realizing he had overexerted Gray, Suho nodded with a hint of guilt. You're right. Let's take a break. Exiting the shadow dungeon, Suho's thoughts quickly shifted to the Grim Reaper Guild. They needed answers, but where to begin? Just then, his phone buzzed. It was Senior Lim, sounding unusually urgent as he asked for Suho's help. The scene shifted to the hazardous Soul Station field, where Suho met up with Lim. Lim explained his problem. My team was supposed to show up for hauling duty, but they've all gone AWOL, probably still recovering from last night's party. Understanding the predicament, Suho agreed to step in. He donned the protective gear necessary for handling monster corpses, preparing for the labor-intensive work. Soon, the hunting squad arrived, but their leader immediately looked displeased at the lack of handlers. As Suho readied himself for the task, he couldn't shake the feeling that something bigger was brewing beneath the surface. The leader of the hunting party scowled, clearly unimpressed. This dungeon was tough to secure from the Reaper Guild, he growled. If you're understaffed and that causes any issues, I'm reporting this straight to the Hunters Association. Suho studied the situation carefully, observing that the leader, a healer, of all things, was also the highest-ranked member here. As he took in the details, it all began to fall into place: Lim's urgent call, the Reaper Guild's involvement in this dungeon, and the system nudging him forward. This couldn't just be a coincidence, something much larger was at play. Meanwhile, deeper in the dungeon, shadowed figures moved silently in the darkness, their presence obscured by a mist that clung to monstrous shapes. They appeared to be conducting some strange experiment. Suho sensed that this was no ordinary dungeon venture. Whatever lay ahead, he knew the real challenge was about to begin. As the hunters prepared to advance, the dungeon's atmosphere shifted. Flames crackled as the mages in the party cast fireballs, illuminating the pitch-black halls. We've got visibility now, one mage said, his voice steady but tense. The party leader, a veteran hunter with a sharp eye for danger, quickly ordered the team into formation. From the shadows, the enemy emerged, lizard-like creatures, their eyes blazing with a fierce hunger as they approached in packs. The leader turned to Suho and Senior Lim. Stay close to the strike team, he commanded firmly. Collect the bodies the moment they drop, we can't afford any delays. Lim frowned, obviously uncomfortable with the idea. You want us to be right in the middle of the fight? He muttered, but the leader's attention had already shifted back to the approaching creatures. Suho, however, was deep in thought. Lizard monsters? He murmured to himself, unimpressed. These creatures were hardly the kind of threat he had been hoping for, especially after recently acquiring Vulcan's horn. He had anticipated facing a more formidable opponent, something truly worthy of his evolving skills. Yet, he recognized an opportunity here. By watching the hunters handle the lizard monsters, he could learn something valuable about team-based combat, a skill he rarely practiced due to his preference for solo battles. As the hunters faced off against the monsters, Suho braced himself. While this might not be the challenge he expected, there was still much to gain from the coming skirmish. As the strike team clashed with the monsters, Suho crouched low, pressing his hand against the damp earth. In a quiet voice, he whispered, "Arise." Instantly, from the shadows, his summoned army of goblins materialized, each ready and waiting. Suho couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Summoning 7 shadow soldiers now was proof of his growing power. Without a moment's hesitation, the goblins got to work, collecting the fallen monster bodies with surprising speed and precision, even leaving Suho impressed by their efficiency. Meanwhile, the hunters continued their fierce battle, swords and spells meeting the resilient hides of the lizard creatures. As the fight reached its conclusion, the team leader glanced over his shoulder and froze, dumbfounded. The collection work was already finished. Suho's shadow goblins had completed it all in record time. What are those?" the leader managed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Suho stood calmly amid the aftermath, a slight smile playing at his lips. "They're my summons," he replied, as if it were perfectly ordinary. Senior Lim, nervously watching the exchange, braced himself, hoping the leader wouldn't start a confrontation. But to their surprise, the leader suddenly grasped Suho's hand, his expression shifting to excitement. "Join our strike team as an exclusive collector," he said eagerly, his tone filled with enthusiasm. "I'll pay you top rates." Suho raised his brows, momentarily surprised by the offer. "I don't see collection work as a long-term path," he replied carefully, though he couldn't help but appreciate the offer. Unfazed, the leader pressed further. "Then name your price," he insisted. Before Suho could respond, a team member approached them hastily, his face pale and voice trembling. "Captain, we found something unsettling." Curious and alert, the leader and his team followed the man to a small clearing. There, a human corpse lay on the ground, its body shrouded in a strange, ethereal blue flame. Despite the flames, it was evident that this person had been dead for a while. The leader knelt beside the body, his expression darkening. It's definitely human," he confirmed, his voice low and filled with concern. Suho and Senior Lim shared a tense look. "Is this who we think it is?" Lim murmured, his voice barely audible. Suho's face darkened, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, it's a Mistborn. I've encountered one before." Not wasting any time, Senior Lim turned to the leader and spoke up. "Captain, this is a Mistborn, a creature of immense power. They recently attacked our university, creating widespread chaos. We have to be careful." Before the leader could respond, more corpses appeared nearby, each radiating the same eerie blue flames. One of the hunters hesitated, suggesting they halt the mission and alert the Hunters Association about the strange findings. The leader weighed the situation, noting that the bodies seemed like ordinary humans rather than hunters. With several C-rank hunters in his party, he decided they could handle it. "We're pressing forward," he declared firmly. A hunter, clearly excited for the fight, smirked. "That's what I was hoping for." Suho, however, felt a deep unease. "Mistborn are far more lethal than you realize," he cautioned, but the leader brushed him off. "I'm the one in charge here," he replied, cutting Suho off. "Follow my lead. Let's keep moving." They ventured deeper into a dark, ominous tunnel, the air around them growing colder and heavier. The mages lit the way with flickering flames, casting unsettling shadows on the rough stone walls. The atmosphere felt charged, as if the dungeon itself was warning them to turn back. Meanwhile, deeper within the dungeon, screams reverberated off the stone walls, punctuated by the crackling of blue flames licking at fallen bodies. Watching from the shadows, 3 cloaked figures observed the macabre scene. Their faces hidden behind sinister masks, one figure, wearing a skull mask, growled in frustration. "The flames aren't strong enough. We're running out of resources." Beside him, another figure, resembling a giant rat, gave a grim nod. "We need to replenish our stock soon. With the hyena guild wiped out, we've lost our main supplier," muttered the figure in the skull mask, his voice tinged with frustration. "Without enough fuel, our stardust production will slow." The rat-like creature beside him narrowed its yellowed eyes, baring sharp teeth in a twisted grin. "Humans are nearby," the skull-masked figure suddenly hissed, his tone darkening. Perfect timing. The rat creature licked his lips, unsheathing his blade and letting it drag across the ground with a grating sound. "Leave it to me," he said, slinking off into the shadows with predatory intent. Back in the tunnel, the hunters were battling another wave of lizard monsters. The leader, pleased with their steady progress, took a moment to assess the team, healing those who needed it. "We've had a good run today," he remarked, a rare smile crossing his face. The hunters, pleased by the successful haul, agreed. One of them commented, "Good call on pressing forward. The leader reached into his jacket, pulling out a shimmering orb. Holding it up, he revealed, "This is stardust. Do any of you know what it is?" Curious, the hunters gathered around him, their eyes lighting up. Stardust was a rare and potent stimulant that could temporarily heighten a hunter's abilities. "Why didn't you tell us about this earlier?" one of them asked eagerly. "I was saving it for an emergency," the leader replied, his gaze fixed on the stardust, momentarily captivated by its glow. Suddenly, an ominous shadow loomed behind him. The rat-like creature struck with brutal swiftness, delivering a crushing blow that left the leader writhing in agony. The stardust orb slipped from his grasp and shattered upon impact with the ground. "He's still alive," the creature sneered, surprising the hunters with his cold, mocking voice. As the hunters took in the sight of this high-level monster, panic washed over them. The creature, unfazed, pointed his jagged sword at them, counting their numbers with an unsettling, calculating gaze. "I don't need all of you," he said with a wicked grin. "I'll have some fun with the strong ones, and the rest will die." Out of nowhere, the creature pulled out his own gleaming marble, a piece of stardust. The hunters stared, shocked and horrified. Not only could this monster speak, but it possessed the rare stardust as well. "Let the game begin," the creature sneered, a twisted excitement flashing in his eyes. The hunters sprang into action, but the monster was ready. With a brutal swipe, he struck down the first hunter in a single, bone-chilling move. He turned to the mage who had been illuminating the tunnel and, with merciless precision, dispatched him, casting the tunnel into pitch darkness. The sudden loss of light threw the remaining hunters into chaos. Blind and terrified, they were defenseless. The monster moved through the darkness like a deadly specter, his blade a lethal blur slicing through the disoriented group. Their cries echoed briefly before fading into silence. When the carnage ended, the creature seized the fallen leader by the collar, dragging his body across the blood-stained ground. Firewood secured, he muttered coldly, abandoning the other wounded hunters to their grim fate. As he vanished into the shadows, a chilling silence filled the tunnel. In that moment, a system message blinked into Suho's view, a new quest notification. He quickly scanned it, a rescue mission. His mind reeled as he took in the devastation around him. "What in the world happened here?" he murmured under his breath, feeling a heavy weight settle in his chest. Noticing Suho's troubled expression, Beru materialized beside him, asking if something was wrong. Suho explained, his voice grim, that the system had alerted him to a quest involving a powerful enemy who had taken the strike team hostage. His eyes returned to the system display, where rewards awaited, depending on how many he could save. A steely determination gripped him. These people were in real, immediate danger. Without wasting another second, he plunged into action. Suho whirled around, his expression fierce, and urgently called out to Senior Lim, "The strike team's in serious danger. You need to get out of here now." Senior Lim looked at him, bewildered by Suho's sudden urgency. "What's going on? Where's this coming from?" he asked. Suho, resolute, replied, "Just trust me. My instincts are screaming at me." Without waiting for further questions, he swiftly summoned 2 goblins, instructing them to escort Lim to safety. Lim, still processing, asked, "And what about you?" Suho's response was firm and unexpected. "I'm going after them." Understanding the gravity of Suho's determination, Senior Lim quickly realized that staying would only slow Suho down. "Fine, but I'll bring reinforcements from the Hunter Association as soon as I'm out," he promised. Suho nodded his thanks. Shedding his protective suit, he summoned Gray from the shadows, a surprising move considering Gray's confinement to the shadow dungeon. But there was no time to question how he'd done it. As Gray materialized, Suho activated his bonding skill and slipped on the powerful Vulcan gauntlets. The transformation was striking, he looked like he was ready for an all-out battle. With urgency, he turned to Beru. "Let's go." The two raced through the dungeon, silence pressing in on them, tension building with every step. Finally, they reached a door bathed in an eerie green glow, and the air was thick with the coppery scent of blood. Inside, a grim sight awaited. The floor was littered with bodies, discarded without care. Nearby, a monstrous rat-like creature was boasting to his companions. "Got more firewood," he sneered. One of his comrades glanced at him, commenting on his quick return. The rat creature replied with cold indifference, "The humans were no match." Another creature murmured with satisfaction, noting that soon the dungeon would open further, allowing them to summon demons. As a reward for his efforts, the rat-like creature was assigned the task of preparing the bodies for the flames. Grumbling under his breath about the fairness of it all, he got to work. Among the trio, it became clear that the towering brute was the leader, while the rat-like one was the youngest. The middle figure, sharp-eyed and clearly the strategist, praised the rat creature's efficiency, noting that his efforts had allowed them to produce stardust without interruptions. The middle creature went on to explain, his tone smug, that this stardust was a dark art, derived from a lethal combination of poison and an awakening stimulant extracted from berserk poison. His eyes glinted with a familiar, ominous cross pattern, unmistakably linked to Iterim's dark influence, much like Brokey's handiwork. He added that while stardust could grant a temporary surge in magical power, it drained the life force of its user, leaving them as hollow as a husk. This forbidden method of refinement, using the Mistborn's flames, had been taught to them by an apostle, who had also provided instructions on corrupting souls to create monsters. Suddenly, one of the monsters froze, sensing something approaching rapidly. Suho was closing in, faster than expected. The trio looked at each other, puzzled. They believed the rat creature had already eliminated all the intruders. Their confusion was short-lived as the door suddenly exploded inward with a powerful kick, crashing into the room. The rat creature reacted swiftly, slicing the door in half with a flick of his sword, his narrowed eyes fixing on the intruder. Suho and Beru made a striking entrance. But before Suho could even speak, he froze momentarily, stunned by the sight before him. 3 demonic figures stood around the Mistborn, who were bound to stakes, flames licking at their bodies in a ritualistic, horrifying scene. His mind raced to make sense of it all, but a sudden system alert interrupted his thoughts, confirming that no survivors had been lost yet. He had no time to process this revelation as a blade suddenly sliced through the air toward him. Suho arched back just in time, narrowly dodging the strike aimed at his neck. The rat monster, who had launched the attack, looked surprised at Suho's reflexes. Suho steadied himself, his gaze intense, and demanded, "Are you the one responsible for the hunters I found dead outside?" His voice cut through the tension, ready for the battle that was about to unfold. Before the rat creature could even respond, Suho landed a powerful punch, sending the monster flying back. The rat managed to brace himself with his sword, absorbing some of the impact, but he still staggered. Recognizing Suho's formidable strength, the demon leader and the strategist knew that the rat couldn't face him alone. Without delay, they pulled out their own pieces of stardust and consumed them, enhancing their magical power. Locked in fierce close combat with the rat, Suho sensed another attack approaching. The boss charged at him with a massive fist, ready to unleash a devastating blow. Sensing the trap, the rat creature quickly sidestepped, clearing the way for the boss's punch. Instinctively, Suho executed a swift backflip to avoid the oncoming strike, only to land directly in another ambush. The middle demon, who had been gathering energy, unleashed a crackling surge of electricity the moment Suho touched down. Pain surged through Suho's body as he was electrocuted, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before he could fully recover, the rat creature lunged at him again, sword poised to strike. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Suho summoned his shadow goblins. They materialized with menacing expressions, surprising the trio of demons and momentarily throwing the middle demon off his focus. Seizing this chance, Suho grabbed the middle demon's arm and threw him across the room. Regaining his footing, the middle demon exchanged a wary glance with the boss, voicing an uneasy question. "Is this the same power we saw years ago, when our kind was obliterated by that man?" The boss nodded grimly, but added, "Yes, but he's not as powerful as the Shadow Monarch. Together, we can take him down." With renewed confidence and a sharpened strategy, the 3 demons coordinated their attacks and quickly decimated Suho's goblin forces. Watching his shadow army crumble, fury boiled inside Suho. He could tell that resurrecting his fallen goblins would be pointless, they simply weren't strong enough to contend with these enemies. Individually, each demon was weaker than Brokey, but combined, they became a fearsome adversary. The scene briefly shifts to earlier that day, where Beru had asked Suho why he hadn't yet revived Brokey as a shadow soldier. Having absorbed Brokey's remains, Beru could access fragments of his memories, but Suho had held back from taking the final step. In response, Suho had explained that he needed to be fully prepared to handle Brokey's immense strength and lingering emotions from his last moments. It just hadn't felt right to Suho. Brokey had been little more than a puppet under Iterim's control, and Suho wanted to be certain that bringing Brokey back as a shadow wouldn't dishonor his memory. So he held off, wanting Gray's approval before taking that step. Then, unexpectedly, Gray approached Suho with a soft smile, offering his blessing. Gray longed to be reunited with his friend, even if it meant in death. Returning to the present, Suho gripped his shadow dungeon key, channeling a surge of dark energy through it as he invoked his shadow extraction ability. Shadow energy pulsed violently, filling the space with a foreboding atmosphere. Suho called out with a resolute voice, "Brokey, if vengeance is what you seek, I'll give you the chance now. Arise." With that command, the shadow stirred, and Brokey emerged, a towering, terrifying presence, even at his base level. His roar shook the dungeon walls, echoing with primal rage. The trio of demons froze, their faces etched with horror as they recognized the shadow. The middle demon's eyes widened, disbelieving. Brokey had returned, and standing by his side was the very man who had once defeated him. Beru, refusing to be overshadowed, quipped, "Seems the numbers are fair now, with Brokey and me on Suho's side." Suho's expression was cold and unyielding as he gave the signal. "Then let's get started." With that, he and Brokey lunged forward, clashing fiercely with the demon trio. The battle began in earnest, each side pouring their strength into every strike, shaking the dungeon's foundations. Then, suddenly, the entire dungeon's blue glow shifted to a sinister red. Everyone could feel it, something major was coming. As the chaos raged on, a figure slipped silently through the shadows, watching from a distance. Her identity was concealed, leaving an air of mystery about her allegiance. Was she here as backup for Suho or reinforcement for the demons? Her answer, hidden beneath her calculating gaze, would soon become evident in the escalating conflict. The woman, watching the brutal struggle unfold before her, furrowed her brows in confusion. "How on earth did I end up here?" she muttered. A wry smile crept onto her face as a thought crossed her mind. Did some demon summon me for a sacrifice, or just target practice? Her musings shifted to sharp focus when she realized who the combatants were. The woman could hardly believe what she was seeing, a shadow soldier locked in a brutal fight with a demon. Things were definitely taking an odd turn. Meanwhile, Suho and the youngest demon clashed in a battle that felt like something out of legend, their blows ringing loud and sharp in the dark. Suho, with his Vulcan gauntlets gleaming, looked like a true brawler, deflecting the demon's sword strikes as if they were nothing but pesky insects. Then, spotting a split-second opening, Suho delivered a crushing kick straight into the demon's stomach. The demon's eyes bulged as he staggered back, gasping as though he'd taken a bite out of the hottest pepper imaginable, his pride as bruised as his body. Wasting no time, Suho pressed his advantage, aiming to put the demon down and free himself up to take on the others. Just as he prepared to strike the final blow, a bright, crackling surge of energy hurtled his way. Fantastic, an electric surprise, Suho thought dryly, twisting to dodge as the bolt forced him to step back, putting some unwanted distance between him and his target. It seemed the middle demon wasn't there just to cheer on his teammate, the electric blast was his attempt to rescue the younger one. So, they're running a full-on family business here, Suho mused sarcastically, unimpressed with the interference. The middle demon barked orders to his younger comrade, warning, "Stay sharp. One mistake, and you're done for." Annoyed, Suho knew that this team's coordinated attacks were going to be a major headache. His mana was draining steadily from maintaining his bond with Gray, and he couldn't afford to let the fight drag on. Meanwhile, even Brokey was struggling against the demon leader, his strength far below its prime. Suho realized he needed to find a way to split up the trio if he wanted any chance of taking them down individually. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, an unexpected event turned the tide, a stroke of luck that might just tip the scales. Out of nowhere, Essel suddenly sprang into the fray, landing between Suho and the demons. Both sides paused, utterly bewildered by her entrance. With a fierce expression, she declared, "Tell me where Mr. Sung Jin-woo is, or prepare to face the consequences." Suho blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, she's looking for my dad?" he thought, astonished. He had no clue who this stranger was, nor why she appeared as if she'd just stumbled out of some disaster. Meanwhile, Beru, Suho's faithful shadow ant, looked more disappointed than any giant insect had a right to. He approached her cautiously and managed, with an almost painful amount of restraint, to ask, "Essel, what are you doing here? Why did you come?" Essel's face brightened at the sound of his voice. Without considering the chaos around them, she rushed over and scooped him up in a delighted hug. "Beru, I can't believe it. You're here too," she squealed with surprising enthusiasm, giving him a once-over. "Wait, why are you so small? And, oh my goodness, you're so cute." Her grin was infectious, completely oblivious to the serious situation they were in. The questions poured out in rapid fire. "Where's Mr. Sung Jin-woo? And who's that other human standing over there?" She pointed at Suho, who now looked like he was struggling to process everything happening around him. Beru, teetering on the edge of patience, managed to hold his irritation in check, replying simply, "It's a long story." The two demons, meanwhile, exchanged skeptical glances, wondering who exactly this newcomer was. After a few moments of assessment, they reached a quick decision. "Yep, she'll make the perfect sacrifice for our next batch of Stardust." But the middle demon, the strategist, warned, "Hold on, if she knows our enemies and joins them, things could get complicated." Essel, however, remained entirely oblivious to the demon's calculations and thrilled to be reunited with her old friend Beru. To her, this was nothing short of a happy reunion. If Beru was here, surely Jinwoo must be alright too. But Beru, ever the realist, cut through her enthusiasm with a hint of urgency, muttering, "Hey, Essel, we can catch up later. Right now, we have a battle to finish. We're kind of in the middle of a fight here, so since you're already here, why not give us a hand?" Beru said, as if Essel had just shown up with a surprise delivery. He waved her toward the demons at the back, casually assigning her to deal with them like it was no big deal. Essel blinked, her expression shouting, "Wait, what?" Meanwhile, Suho was still standing there, his mind racing to catch up. Who is this person? And where have I seen her before? He thought, thoroughly confused. But the demons weren't about to let her arrival throw off their plan. The middle demon sneered, "Let's take her first. She's injured, and we could use her blood for more stardust." With that, he signaled to the others, clearly eager to move. Just then, Suho's memory sparked faintly. "Hold on, I think I've seen her before, but I can't quite place it," he murmured, scratching his head. Then, noticing her weakened state, he questioned, "Can she even take on these guys?" But Beru's confidence was unwavering. "No need to worry," he assured, almost smugly. "Low-ranking demons like these are no threat to her. That's Essel, the eldest daughter of the latter household, a noble demon. The Shadow Monarch spared her when he wiped out her world. Her strength is equivalent to an S-rank hunter." Suho's eyes lit up, practically buzzing with excitement at the thought of seeing an S-rank hunter in action. But just as he was anticipating an impressive display, reality took an abrupt turn. The youngest demon lunged at Essel, and with one swift, brutal strike, sent her sprawling. Her weapon flew from her grip, and she skidded across the ground like a forgotten rag doll. Suho and Beru stared in stunned silence, their excitement deflating instantly. This is not S-rank material," Suho muttered, his disappointment painfully clear. Face down in the dirt, Essel slowly, painfully dragged herself back toward them, looking like she'd just survived a disastrous party she was ready to leave. Beru, barely concealing his irritation, leaned down and asked sharply, "What happened to you? How did you get this weak? Even your mana levels are pathetic?" Essel winced, but before she could respond, Suho and Beru exchanged a look of resignation, their hopes for backup officially dashed. Tears welling up, Essel sniffled miserably. "It's not my fault. Half a year ago, there was a rebellion. My entire household fell, and while I was escaping, they took my blood, my powers, everything," she whimpered, looking up at Beru with the saddest puppy dog eyes. "Can you lend me some of your power?" Beru didn't even bother responding. He simply turned his back with a withering, disappointed glare that could rival any disapproving dad. Essel's lip quivered, and she pouted as if denied her favorite candy. "You're so mean," she whined, while Suho looked on, deadpan. "Perfect. Now there are two people around here with no powers. Just fantastic." Suddenly, the boss demon, who had overheard every word, laughed darkly. "Did you hear that, boys? She's from the later household. A survivor, huh?" He stepped forward with a gleam in his eye. "If we consume her blood, we'll grow even stronger." Suho groaned. "Right back to square one. If only I could separate them for a one-on-one fight, I'd take them down without a problem." But then, Beru, ever the tactician, raised his hand with a smirk, red energy swirling around him. "I think I have a brilliant solution," he said, voice dripping with smug confidence. "I've got some mana back, and I'm about to put it to good use." He activated his skill, Harsh Orders, directing a surge of red aura into Essel. Her stats shot up by 50%, but as a trade-off, she also got hit with a nasty side effect, a curse of insanity. "Go get M, you useless demon!" Beru barked, thoroughly enjoying himself. Foaming at the mouth, Essel charged forward, her eyes blazing with fury as she hurled herself at the demons like a force of nature. Suho, wide-eyed, couldn't help but think, "She looks utterly miserable, but hey, if it gives me a shot at some one-on-one fights, I'll take it." Seizing the chance, Suho ordered Brokey to engage the demon boss while Essel, in full berserk mode, launched herself at the middle demon with unmatched ferocity. The fight quickly turned chaotic as the rat demon leaped in, sword swinging wildly toward Essel. But just as he was about to land a hit, Suho dashed in, grabbing the rat demon in a swift headlock like he was about to pull off a wrestling move. In that moment, he knew the real fight was just beginning. With a surge of strength, Suho lifted the rat demon high and hurled him straight into the blazing mistborns. The demon smashed into the flames, shrieking in agony as the fire spread across his body. But Suho wasn't finished. He seized the demon's fallen sword and, with a powerful strike, cleaved the rat in two, ending its life with finality. Standing amidst the chaos, Suho caught his breath while Essel, still lost in her berserk fury, continued her reckless charge at anything within range. A system notification blinked before Suho's eyes, congratulating him on defeating a low-ranking demon and immediately granting him a level up. Another alert informed him that his Vulcan gauntlets had absorbed the demon's soul, boosting his physical damage by 31%. The newfound power coursed through him, an electric surge that amplified his strength. Nearby, Essel fought like a whirlwind, relentlessly assaulting the middle demon. Her attacks, though uncoordinated and wild, forced the demon on the defensive. He suddenly realized, with rising horror, that his rat companion had been slain. As he processed this, a system message popped up, indicating Essel's exhaustion. Harsh orders had worn off. The moment the skill faded, Essel collapsed face-first into the dirt. The middle demon hesitated, surprised at her sudden fall. But before he could act, Suho closed the distance like a wraith in the shadows. With a swift, iron grip, he locked the demon in a crushing headlock and twisted sharply, breaking the demon's neck with a sickening crack. Another notification flashed, a level up, and once again, his gauntlets absorbed the demon's soul. 2 down. Now, only the boss demon remained. Furious at the loss of his allies, the demon let out a thunderous roar and launched a devastating blow, sending Brokey hurtling into the dungeon wall. Dust and debris scattered in all directions as Brokey's body collided with the wall, shaking the ground under Suho's feet. The boss demon, realizing he was now alone and outnumbered, cursed his fallen allies. Useless, every last one of them, he snarled, surveying his situation. With Brokey on one side and Suho on the other, the demon was trapped. But his eyes quickly darted to Essel, lying unconscious and defenseless nearby. She was the key, her blood held the power he needed to turn the tide. Desperation drove the demon forward in a frenzied rush toward her, but Suho was quicker. He intercepted with a brutal kick, landing directly on the demon's arm. The impact twisted it with a sickening crunch and cracked the ground beneath them. The demon reeled back, howling in agony, his attack completely thwarted. Suho stepped forward, calm yet lethal, a faint smirk on his face. "Your turn, Brokey," he commanded, stepping aside. Brokey lunged without hesitation, his fangs bared as he tore into the demon in a savage attack. The boss demon's scream echoed through the dungeon before finally fading into silence. A flood of system messages appeared before Suho, notifying him of yet another level up. With his progression past level 20, a new feature had unlocked, store access. Curious, he deactivated the bond with Gray and began browsing the system's offerings, his eyes lighting up with interest at the options. Meanwhile, Essel began to regain consciousness, letting out a groan as she rubbed her temples. She shot a withering look at Beru. "That ridiculous skill nearly killed me," she snapped. Then, spotting Suho, she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Who is this?" "Another human with shadow soldiers, besides Sung Jin Woo." Beru, unperturbed, tilted his head and replied coolly, "Perhaps if you were a bit more loyal, you'd have remembered who could be a worthy successor." Essel's gaze snapped back to Suho, her expression shifting as the realization dawned on her, hitting her like a jolt. Essel's expression transformed entirely, her eyes filling with tears as she looked at Suho. Slowly, the realization washed over her. He's the young monarch," she murmured, her voice trembling. Her gaze was locked on Suho, disbelief and awe mingling in her features. Suho stiffened, caught off guard by the sudden recognition. Questions raced through his mind. How did she know? Did she really just call me, the young monarch? Before he could respond, laughter rang out from the corner where Brokey and Gray, apparently untroubled by the serious moment, were sharing a light-hearted exchange. Essel's voice quivered, thick with emotion as she blinked up at Suho, tears spilling over. "I didn't recognize you. You've changed so much." Her voice broke. "You look so much like your father, the Shadow Monarch." Her lips trembled as she continued, her words barely a whisper, and then, without warning, she collapsed, falling into unconsciousness. A tense silence fell over the room. Suho's eyes widened as the shock registered, and he quickly turned to Beru, his voice urgent. "Beru, check her condition. Is she all right?" Beru stepped forward, shaking his head with his usual dramatic flair. Kneeling beside Essel, he examined her carefully before shrugging. "She's fine," he said, his tone almost dismissive. "Not dead, just completely drained." His calm statement seemed to ease the tension. "No need to worry, she's just worn out." Relieved, Suho turned his attention back to the hunters they had rescued. Setting his jaw, he looked to Beru again, his tone resolute. "Heal them just enough to stabilize. I want everyone to make it out of here alive." As Beru set to work healing the injured hunters, the system chimed, confirming the completion of Suho's quest. A small smile crossed his face. Mission accomplished. He glanced at the group of 7 survivors, a deep sense of satisfaction washing over him as he saw them still standing. Saved them all, he thought. Then, the system notification popped up again, awarding him 3 ability points and an unexpected bonus, 700 gold. His eyes widened in surprise. Gold, he muttered, hardly believing it. They're giving me gold. Curious, Suho opened the system store and found an array of items at his disposal. Potions, weapons, tools, everything he might need was there, waiting to be bought. He chuckled, a nostalgic smile crossing his face. Feels just like getting pocket money after chores when I was younger, only now, it's like Dad sending me rewards through the system. The thought filled him with warmth. Essel, still unconscious on the ground, caught his eye. Suho bought a basic healing potion from the store, frowning as he read the label. Restores 500 HP, but only works on me. Glancing at Essel's pale face, he shrugged and decided to give it a shot anyway. Beru, should I? He started but didn't wait for an answer, carefully tilting the potion to her lips. As the liquid slipped down, her breathing evened out, and a faint flush returned to her cheeks. Beru watched with raised eyebrows, muttering, "Gold, for a demon? Young monarch, your generosity never fails." Suho sighed, already calculating his next steps. "We're not leaving her behind. Let's bring her with us to the Shadow Dungeon." He nodded to Brokey, "And bring the demon corpses too. We can't leave evidence of our fight lying around." Without delay, Brokey dragged the twisted remains of the demons while Gray lifted Essel with care, following Suho through the portal. Suho examined the rat demon sword in his hand, lost in thought, when Beru's voice cut through his musings. "Why aren't you heading back to the Shadow Dungeon as well?" Suho's fingers tightened around the weapon, his gaze shifting to the Mistborns writhing in agony, still smoldering from the earlier flames. Their suffering was plain, etched in every painful twist of their forms. "I can't just abandon them like this," he murmured. Moving swiftly, he put each of them out of their misery, one by one. His voice was soft, almost regretful. "I'm sorry. This is all the mercy I can offer." Suho lowered his head, the weight of regret lingering as he left the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, the scene at Seoul Station was anything but calm. Hunters from the association had assembled, and among them stood a high-ranking hunter with a steely expression. "What did you find inside?" he demanded. A junior hunter stepped forward, reporting, "We discovered several bodies, thorn lizards and mistborns mostly. But, the injuries on the dead hunter don't match any of their attacks. There was also a room that looked obliterated, with sword marks everywhere." The senior hunter's eyes narrowed. Something else was in there, wasn't there? Besides the monsters? As he considered this, he noticed Hunter Lim, shifting nervously as if trying to leave without being noticed. "Lim," he barked, making the hunter freeze. Lim turned around, feigning innocence. "You're the one who reported this incident, right? And there was someone else with you. Suho, correct? Where is he now?" Lim's face flickered with something unreadable before he forced a smile. "Suho? Well, after we got out, he took off. Guess he got spooked. He's just an E-rank, after all. Once I realized we couldn't handle it, I called for backup." The senior hunter fixed him with a long, hard stare, but instead of pressing further, he clapped Lim on the shoulder. "You did your part, Lim. Good job following protocol." Then, turning to his team, he ordered, "Spread out. I don't want anything missed." Relieved, Lim exhaled deeply, glancing up at the sky. He thought, Suho, he saved everyone. Trusting Suho's decision to stay silent, Lim was filled with gratitude. Back in the Shadow Dungeon, Suho regrouped with Beru and the others. Essel, now conscious, had just been caught up on recent events, Jinwoo's ongoing battle, the invasion of the Outer Gods, and Suho's awakening. She looked stunned. After everything, Sung Jin was still fighting? Beru nodded with a somber expression. "The Shadow Monarch doesn't rest. He entrusted me with breaking Suho's seal. But honestly, our young monarch," Beru glanced at Suho, pride evident in his gaze. "He didn't even need it. He's already stronger than we ever anticipated." Suho turned to Essel. Suho's curiosity was piqued. "Wait, have we met before?" he asked, eyeing Essel closely. Essel's face brightened with excitement. "Yes. Back during the tutorial your father created for you. Don't you remember?" Suho scratched his head, trying to piece together the memory. His mind felt foggy until a flash of recognition hit him. "Wait, you're the one who surrendered the instant you saw me, right?" Beru couldn't hold back a snicker. "Couldn't even handle a simple task," he scoffed, making Essel's cheeks flush with embarrassment. She fell quiet, her gaze averted, obviously flustered. But Beru's tone shifted as he looked at her, his voice lowering. "Essel, what happened in the demon realm? How did you become this weak?" Essel's expression darkened, a shadow of grief passing over her face. She took a shaky breath. "I assume the young monarch has heard of how Lord Sung Jinwoo conquered the demon tower, leaving the later household in charge." Her voice was a quiet murmur, full of reverence and pain. "We guarded it faithfully, waiting for the Shadow Monarch to summon us, but the call never came. For a while, we lived in relative peace." Her voice trembled as she continued. But half a year ago, that peace was shattered. It began with something called stardust, an enhancer that magnifies magical strength. This stimulant began circulating in the demon realm. Suho's eyes narrowed. He remembered the earlier fight, when the demons had used something similar before attacking. Stardust, so that's what it was, he muttered to himself. Essel's voice grew tense with resentment. It doesn't do much for high-ranking demons, but for the low-ranked? It grants power with no apparent cost. For them, it was both a blessing and a curse. With the Shadow Monarch gone so long, these low-level demons saw it as their opportunity. They formed alliances, banded together, and eventually rebelled against the later household. As she spoke, her hands trembled, and her voice became strained with the weight of painful memories. What started as unrest became a war. We fought to hold our ground, but they were relentless. The rebellion only grew, and before we knew it, the demon realm was consumed by chaos. Essel's voice quivered as she spoke, each word heavy with sorrow. We fought, my family, my entire household fought with everything we had to protect the demon castle, the stronghold entrusted to us by the Shadow Monarch himself. But each passing day, we grew weaker, more exhausted. Tears began to gather in her eyes, and her body trembled as painful memories resurfaced. In the end, we lost. They destroyed us. Every last member of my household was sacrificed. Her voice broke, and a tear traced a path down her cheek. I barely survived by chance, but even so, they drained so much of my blood that I lost my powers. How could I possibly face the Shadow Monarch now, after failing like this, after losing everything? The grief in her words cast a somber stillness over the room, each unspoken sorrow weighing heavily in the air. But then, unexpectedly, Suho's voice rang out, firm yet gentle. You did everything you could. Essel looked up at him, startled, disbelief etched into her tear-streaked face as if she couldn't believe her ears. Suho stepped closer, his expression sincere. You gave everything for your household, for my father. You fought till the very end, risking your life. If he were here now, he'd say the exact same thing. His words held a warmth that cut through her despair, and a soft, grateful smile graced his face. Thank you, Essel. For everything you and your people did. You stood strong, and that's something I'll always honor. For a moment, Essel was speechless, the intensity of his gratitude flooding through her. But gradually, her shock gave way to something more hopeful. She met his gaze, a spark of determination rekindling within her. Suho's expression hardened with resolve. And now, I'll do everything in my power to help you. We'll restore the later household, bring it back to its rightful place. Her eyes filled with tears again, but this time, they were born of hope. With a tremulous smile, she whispered, the household's name, its later, young monarch. Just as the moment settled between them, the system suddenly chimed, breaking the quiet. A message appeared before Suho's eyes, catching him off guard. This time, it was unlike anything he'd seen before. The notification informed him that the last surviving member of demon nobility had formally expressed her thanks. And then came a question that made Suho's heart skip a beat. A notification from the system flashed before Suho's eyes, stopping him in his tracks. The message read, Essel later, last of the pure-blooded demon nobles and descendant of White Flame, has expressed her gratitude. Would you like to recruit her as your companion? Suho's expression shifted from surprise to disbelief. Essel, the descendant of the White Flame monarch? It was difficult to grasp. Baru and Essel sat nearby, both relaxing after everything they had been through. But the moment Suho processed the message, his face twisted with shock, drawing Essel's attention. Suho, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost, she said, her voice tinged with concern. Suho's mind whirled as he pieced it all together. So, because she's the last of the demon nobility, this bond is possible? Then, a mischievous grin crept onto his face. Well, things just got a whole lot more interesting, he muttered under his breath, and with a confident smile, he accepted her as his companion. The instant he did, a flood of new system notifications lit up his vision. One announcement read, You have recruited the descendant of the White Flame monarch. New bond skill created, Demon Strike. He raised an eyebrow as he read the skill's description. It would let him channel Essel's energy to unleash a fierce, destructive attack. Meanwhile, Essel's shocked gasp brought him back to reality. Her own system screen appeared in front of her, and she stared at it, utterly baffled. What is this? She exclaimed, clearly alarmed. Suho tried to hold back his laughter. Relax, it's the system for my companions. You're officially part of the team now. He glanced at Baru, raising an eyebrow. So the system shows up for my companions too. No wonder Gray never mentioned it, he can't exactly tell us anything. Baru nodded, smirking. That explains a lot. But this also means she's truly the White Flame's descendant. Essel looked between them, still in shock. White Flame's descendant? What are you talking about? Me. Suho gave her a reassuring smile, though he didn't answer her just yet. Let's put our new bond skill to the test, shall we? He nodded at her encouragingly. Are you ready to give it everything you've got, Essel? We need to see what Demon Strike is capable of. Essel, though bewildered, met his gaze with a determined glint in her eyes. Essel, not entirely confident in her abilities, nodded reluctantly. All right, I'll try, but no promises. The system notified Suho that the bond skill was now active, and suddenly, Essel's entire aura shifted. Her purple hair faded to a haunting white, her appearance transforming into something ghostly and ethereal, as if she were a spirit from another realm. Suho watched in fascination as her mana condensed into a swirling orb of energy, which then channeled directly into his fist, catching him by surprise. That's new, Suho muttered, glancing at his hand now brimming with power. But as the transfer finished, Essel slumped to the ground, her appearance returning to normal. Suho raised an eyebrow, smirking. You know, the whole spirit look kind of suits you, he teased, only to realize Essel was thoroughly drained, looking pale and exhausted as if she'd just fought a war. With a shaky voice, Essel managed to apologize. I'm sorry, Suho. That took everything I had. I can't even stand. Suho reassured her with a nod. Take it easy. Just rest. But he was already buzzing with excitement, thinking, if it drains her this much, then this skill must be insanely powerful. I can't wait to see its full potential. He clenched his charged fist, brimming with anticipation, while Essel lay on the ground, feeling utterly depleted yet relieved. At least now she could actually transfer her energy to him. Maybe I'm not so useless after all, she thought. With all the energy gathered in his fist, Suho aimed at the nearest wall, expecting a colossal impact. He threw the punch, waiting for something spectacular. But when the dust settled, the outcome was disappointing. A small dent marred the wall, hardly anything impressive. Suho and Baru stared at the pitiful mark in silence, their expressions a mix of confusion and embarrassment. This is it, they both thought, disheartened. Baru rubbed his head, breaking the awkward silence. Honestly, this doesn't look much different from your regular punch. Suho sighed, exasperated. Yeah, this is nothing compared to my bond skill with Gray. At that moment, Gray appeared, giving Essel a smug look. But that was pretty weak, he taunted with a mocking grin. Essel, feeling the sting of failure, shrank back, her confidence deflated. Her immense energy barely left a mark on the wall. Undeterred, Suho frowned and checked the skill description once more. That's when it hit him. Hold on, the charge rate is at 0%? No wonder it didn't work. He scanned the description again, frustrated. It doesn't even say how to charge it. Realizing they were stuck for now, Baru seized the moment, gesturing toward the scattered demon corpses. Young monarch, I have a humble request, he began, his tone oddly eager. Since these demon corpses are just lying here, could I eat them? Suho's expression darkened immediately. No way. I'm going to turn them into shadow soldiers. Baru shrugged, unfazed. Then you'd better hurry. Shadow soldiers weaken the longer the corpses remain dead. Suho hesitated but realized Baru had a point. With a reluctant sigh, he raised his hand toward the nearest corpse and channeled his mana. Arise, he commanded. Nothing happened. He tried again, but still, the corpses remained lifeless. The system chimed with a notification, extraction failed. The corpse's mana is corrupted, preventing shadow conversion. Great, Suho muttered in frustration. He turned to Baru. The mana in these demons is tainted. I can't extract their shadows. Baru nodded knowingly. Even the Shadow Monarch couldn't create shadow soldiers from corrupted beings. He used contracts instead, like with the later household. Essel, sitting quietly nearby, flinched at the mention of her fallen household. Though the memory stung, she kept her head low, saying nothing to avoid drawing attention to herself. With the corpses now useless to him, Suho relented. Fine, Baru. Go ahead and eat them. Baru's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he began devouring the corpses, while Suho turned his attention back to Essel. He crouched beside her, offering a small vial. Here, drink this. It'll help you recover. Essel blinked, startled by his gesture. I don't deserve this. I've done nothing but fail you, she murmured, her voice tinged with guilt. Suho's expression softened, his tone reassuring. You're being too hard on yourself. We're companions now. You can rely on me a little? He paused, then added with a grin, besides, I've already set aside a space for you to stay. You can rest here in the shadow dungeon? Essel's eyes widened in surprise. A space, for me? Before Suho could answer, the system chimed again, a section of the shadow dungeon has been designated for the descendant of the White Flames. Essel later had officially become the ruler of her designated area within the shadow dungeon. However, the peaceful moment was shattered when Baru let out a sharp, alarming cry. Both Suho and Essel immediately turned toward him, their faces etched with concern. "What's wrong?" Suho asked, his voice steady but tense. Beru, still finishing the remnants of his macabre meal, paused. Swallowing hard, he fixed them with a grave expression. "I've uncovered something critical," he said, his tone growing darker. A heavy silence descended over the group. The weight of Beru's discovery was palpable as Suho, Essel, Gray, and Brokey gathered around him. It was clear that whatever Beru had learned could change everything. "I've finished consuming the demons," Beru began, his eyes narrowing with intensity. "Their memories revealed a lot, but before I explain everything, there's one thing you need to know first." He paused, his voice colder than ever. "Stardust isn't just circulating in hell. It's on Earth as well." Essel gasped, her eyes widening in shock. "Stardust, on Earth?" she repeated, her voice trembling with disbelief. But Beru wasn't done. He turned to Suho, his expression unreadable. "And the Mistborn? They aren't just some random monstrosities. They're creatures, from outer space." The revelation hung in the air like a storm cloud. Suho's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the enormity of Beru's words. What they faced wasn't just confined to hell. This was a battle far greater in scale, one that spanned realms and dimensions. "And it gets worse," Beru continued, his gaze now shifting to Brokey. "This isn't just some isolated incident. By sheer misfortune, Brokey is tied to this mess too. But it's not just him, the entire hyena guild is involved." Beru raised a hand, conjuring shadowy images in the air. The visual projections played out the grim truth, their horrifying details striking a nerve with everyone present. "The demons were supplied with humans," Beru explained. "And those humans came from the hyena guild. Once captured, they were subjected to a horrifying process, transformed into Mistborn. But that's not all. The Mistborns were then harvested. Their very essence was extracted and used as the core ingredient for Stardust." Essel recoiled in horror, the truth shaking her to her core. Meanwhile, Suho clenched his fists, his mind ablaze with fury. The sinister connections Beru outlined painted a far more grotesque and widespread conspiracy than he had anticipated. Beru's voice grew colder as he continued. "There are facilities dedicated to this atrocity. Stardust isn't made in hell or by some rogue alchemists. It's manufactured on Earth, in places called Stardust factories. And there's more than one?" The room seemed to darken under the weight of Beru's revelation. The sinister network of demons, Mistborns, Stardust, and human traffickers was more insidious than they had imagined. For Suho and his companions, the battle ahead was no longer just about survival, it was about stopping an interdimensional nightmare from consuming both Earth and Hell. Beru's voice remained calm but carried an ominous weight as he explained the sinister operation. The Hyena Guild abducted the humans, and then the Reaper Guild transported them to these factories. There, the factories extracted materials from the Mistborn to mass-produce Stardust. He paused, his sharp gaze locking onto Suho. "The Iterim are behind all of this. There's no question." The revelation struck Suho like a hammer. The Iterim, the invasion, it was all tied together in a web of darkness. His mind reeled, trying to make sense of it, but before he could speak, Beru's next words hit even harder. "There's a human pulling the strings behind this entire Stardust network," Beru revealed, his tone dropping to a menacing growl. "Someone created this system, a human architect?" Suho's eyes widened in shock. "A human," he echoed, disbelief coloring his voice. "How could a human mastermind something this vile?" Beru nodded grimly. "Not just any human. This one is the apostle of the Iterim. They're already on Earth, hiding among us." The room seemed to freeze at those words, the gravity of the situation pressing down on everyone. Suho's breath caught in his chest, but Beru wasn't done yet. "There's more," Beru added, his tone colder than before. "The apostle isn't working alone. Another human is aiding them, a high-ranking one. Lee Minsung, the vice guildmaster of the Reaper Guild. If we investigate him, we might uncover the apostle's location." As if on cue, the scene shifted to the bustling exterior of the Hunters Association building. A throng of reporters had gathered, their anticipation palpable as they waited for a significant development. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, cameras clicking and microphones thrust forward as a figure emerged from the building. Lee Minsung, the vice guildmaster of the Reaper Guild, stepped into the chaos. His movements were brisk, but his face betrayed unease. The reporters swarmed him, firing relentless questions. "What's the status of the investigation into the Reaper Guild's activities?" one called out. "Are you aware of the Hyena Guild's involvement in the kidnappings?" another pressed. "What's the connection between your guild and the Soul Station dungeon?" The barrage of inquiries clearly rattled Lee. He raised a hand, attempting to calm the storm, but his voice trembled as he responded. "The Reaper Guild has been doing everything it can to navigate this chaotic world since the cataclysm 2 years ago. We've worked tirelessly to maintain order. His words, though delivered in a measured tone, lacked conviction. As he pushed through the crowd, his discomfort grew more evident, leaving the reporters and the public with more questions than answers. Lee's voice trembled as he addressed the crowd, feigning remorse. We partnered with the Hyena Guild because they specialize in public service. Most of their hunters are D-rank, and they've always been efficient, he explained, his hands subtly shaking to emphasize his supposed distress. Regarding the Soul Station dungeon, he continued, we saw it as an ideal training ground for new hunters to hone their skills. But now, after all that's happened. His voice cracked, his head bowing slightly. It's clear I made terrible misjudgments. This disaster is my fault. The reporters, momentarily caught off guard, exchanged glances as Lee's words hung in the air. Then, as if on cue, tears welled up in his eyes. He began to sob, his shoulders shaking as he choked out, if only I had been better. No one should have had to die because of my incompetence. He wiped his face, the image of a broken man crushed under guilt. The crowd of reporters softened, their initial skepticism melting into sympathy. Camera flashes slowed, and murmurs of understanding rippled through the throng. Many began nodding, convinced by his apparent sincerity. Lee turned and slowly walked toward his car, his steps heavy with false regret. Yet, as soon as he was out of the spotlight, his entire demeanor shifted. A sly grin curled on his lips, his posture relaxed and arrogant. Fools, he thought smugly. They swallowed every word. His tearful act had worked perfectly, as it always did. Though the Hunters Association's leniency puzzled him, he dismissed it with a shrug. They'll never tie the Stardust operation to me. I'm untouchable. He approached his car, radiating confidence. In the shadows nearby, Suho observed him silently, his presence masked. Beru, he whispered to his loyal companion standing at his side, do you sense any trace of the Iterim's influence on him? Beru focused for a moment before shaking his head. No. He's not controlled by the Iterim like Broki was. Suho's expression darkened, his mind racing. Then we'll find out the truth another way, he muttered, preparing to act. Beru's hand shot out, gripping Suho's arm firmly. Don't act recklessly, he cautioned, his voice low but firm. I've seen your strength, Suho. I've watched you overcome enemies no one else could face. But this is different. If you rush in now, it could cost us everything. And if it comes to that, I'll stop you myself, even if it costs me my life. Suho's gaze locked onto Beru's, a flicker of frustration flashing in his eyes. But beneath that, he saw the unwavering loyalty in his companion's expression. After a tense moment, Suho relented, his clenched fists relaxing at his sides. All right, he said, his tone measured. We'll wait, for now. As Lee Minsung approached his car, he suddenly stopped, his body tensing unnaturally. His crimson eyes flickered, scanning the surroundings with a penetrating gaze. His head tilted slightly, as if sensing something unseen. After a moment of silence, he seemed to brush off the feeling and resumed his stride, his casual demeanor returning. Hidden in the shadows, Beru's expression darkened. The mana radiating from him, it's extraordinary, he murmured to Suho, his voice heavy with unease. I've never felt anything like it. He's far stronger than he appears. Suho's fists clenched, the frustration evident in his tightened jaw. What are you saying, Beru? He demanded quietly. Beru met his gaze. Lee Minsung isn't just a vice guild master. His power rivals that of an A-rank hunter, perhaps even higher. If we're going to confront him, we must tread carefully. The scene shifted to a lavish lounge, a setting dripping with opulence. The plush velvet chairs, ambient lighting, and meticulously crafted dishes spoke of extravagant indulgence. The air was thick with a sense of exclusivity, a place where only the elite could afford to relax. Lee lounged in one of the oversized chairs, exuding a casual arrogance. His fingers scrolled lazily across his phone as he smirked, his face lit up by the glow of the screen. Articles flooded his feed, all singing his praises. The Hunters Association clears Lee Minsung of all allegations, one headline blared. Soul Station dungeon to reopen, thanks to the Reaper Guild's efforts, proclaimed another. Lee chuckled under his breath, leaning back with a satisfied grin. A little bit of acting, he murmured to himself, and they eat it up like sheep. His eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction as he relished the adoration of the media and public. His self-indulgent moment was interrupted by the soft click of heels against the marble floor. A woman entered the lounge, her presence commanding attention. Her sharp gaze locked onto Lee immediately, her perfectly poised smile betraying a hint of sarcasm. Well, she said smoothly, her voice carrying a biting edge. What's the hero of the hunter industry doing lounging here instead of basking in the public's admiration? Lee's smirk faltered momentarily, but he quickly recovered, raising an eyebrow at her. She strode confidently across the room, brushing past the other women surrounding him as if they were insignificant. Without hesitation, she took a seat beside him, her polished demeanor never wavering. With a simple flick of her hand, she dismissed the girls lounging around him. They hesitated for a moment but obeyed, casting curious glances as they left the room. Her gaze remained fixed on Lee, sharp and unyielding. "You should have contacted me first when you got here," she said, her voice calm but laced with authority. The woman maintained her sweet smile, her tone light but her gaze sharp as she poured Lee a drink. "Still, you could have let me know," she added. Lee shrugged her off with a dismissive wave, his eyes never leaving his phone. "I don't need to report every little thing to you," he replied coolly, his tone laced with indifference. The woman chuckled, masking her contempt with a veneer of politeness. Arrogant fool, she thought, her mind painting a picture of the man before her. Born into privilege, he was blind to his flaws, too full of himself to recognize how far he had fallen. As she handed him the drink, her thoughts drifted to the aftermath of the cataclysm. His pride had taken a hit when he awakened as only an A-rank hunter. The once celebrated star of South Korea's hunter world had been overshadowed by his former driver, Lim Tae-yu, one of the rare S-rank hunters in the country. The power dynamic had shifted dramatically, and Lee's ego had yet to recover. What puzzled her most was why Lee had joined the Reaper Guild, a guild established by Lim Tae-yu himself. Still, she pushed the thought aside and leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Shall we talk business now?" Lee's expression didn't change as he scrolled through his phone. "What business?" he asked flatly, disinterest dripping from his tone. Her lips curled into a cunning smile as she leaned closer, her voice soft and conspiratorial. "Stardust," she said, her eyes glinting with calculation. "You know what I mean. I want to buy it in bulk." Lee's demeanor shifted, his fingers tightening around his glass before he slammed it onto the table, irritation flashing in his eyes. "Haven't you heard?" he growled, his voice low and tense. "I've lost a distributor and a factory recently. Meeting demand is out of the question right now." The woman's smile didn't waver. If anything, it widened. "Oh, come now," she said sweetly, ignoring his frustration. "A man of your resourcefulness must have other options. Surely, the vice guildmaster of the Reaper Guild can find a way to meet his client's needs." Lee studied her for a long moment, weighing his options. Finally, he leaned back in his chair, his expression cold. "I could put some pressure on my business partner," he said slowly, his tone calculated. "I knew you wouldn't disappoint," she purred, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. But Lee's thoughts were already elsewhere, his mind churning with frustration. "I'll have to deal with him again," he mused, irritation bubbling to the surface. "That damned partner of mine has grown too defiant lately." The scene transitioned to a high-rise office overlooking the glittering Seoul skyline. A figure stood silently by the window, his back turned, the city lights casting an eerie glow around him. His yellow eyes gleamed unnaturally, exuding a menace that could chill even the bravest soul. This was no ordinary man, he was the apostle of the Yttrium, Lee's enigmatic and dangerous partner in the Stardust operation. Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Dungeon, chaos reigned as waves of goblins surged forward. Gray moved like a phantom, his blade slicing through the air with lethal precision. He darted between the goblins, each strike finding its mark, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. His movements were fluid, efficient, a testament to his growth as a hunter. Nearby, Essel held her ground, her spear a blur as she struck down multiple goblins at once. Her skill had improved significantly, her attacks were sharp and controlled, though they lacked the raw brutality that defined Suho's combat style. And Suho was a force of nature. With his Vulcan gauntlets glowing faintly, he charged into the fray, each punch obliterating clusters of goblins with ease. His relentless assault turned the tide of battle, leaving destruction in his path. As the last goblin fell, Suho's expression remained grim. He wiped sweat from his brow and surveyed the carnage. "This still isn't enough," he muttered, frustration flickering in his eyes. Suho's expression darkened as his thoughts churned. Gripping the summoning horn tightly, he turned to Beru, his voice cold and commanding. "Call the next horde," he ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. Beru, standing silently beside him, studied Suho intently. He's getting impatient, Beru thought, recalling the conversation they had earlier. But given everything that's happened, it's understandable. Earlier, Beru had gathered Suho and his companions, his shadowy figure looming over them as he outlined their mission. His voice was low and steady, carrying the weight of his authority. "Our objective is to uncover information about the Apostle of the Yttrium from Lee Minsung. He controls the Stardust distribution chain, and his knowledge could lead us directly to the source. But know this, contact with him will likely lead to a confrontation, and it won't be an easy one." Suho had asked the question on everyone's mind. "And if he refuses to talk?" Beru's response was chilling. "If he refuses, I'll have no choice but to consume him." The Shadow Monarch has granted me permission to devour those who are irredeemably evil. But remember, this only works if we can defeat him first. Beru's gaze swept across the group, assessing their capabilities. Suho, he said, his tone direct, without your bonding skill, your current strength is equivalent to a C-rank hunter. Gray, you're at D-rank without enhancements. Essel, Beru's voice trailed off, and his expression hardened. You're barely at C-rank. Essel's face fell, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. If only I had my powers back, she thought bitterly. I could be more helpful to Suho. Beru, sensing her despair, continued. With your bonding skill, Suho, you can reach B rank. But remember, rank isn't everything. Even within the same rank, power can vary drastically. It can take 10 D rank hunters to bring down a single C rank. His voice grew darker. And Lee Min-sung, he's A rank. As we are now, we don't have the strength to face him head on. Essel, her emotions flaring, snapped. What about you? You're not weak, Beru. You could fight him? Beru shot her a sharp look, irritation flashing in his golden eyes. I am a marshal, he retorted firmly. Don't underestimate me. Suho, however, looked down, frustration written across his face. How can I grow stronger, he wondered. Back in the present, the air in the dungeon grew heavy as the system window flickered into view, displaying the number of goblins they had defeated. The count was high, but it wasn't enough to satisfy Suho. His grip tightened on the horn as he prepared for the next battle. After completing their daily quest, Essel and Gray paused to catch their breath while Suho's eyes stayed fixed on the system screen. His brow furrowed as he noted something peculiar. The kill count isn't increasing like it used to. So that hidden reward was just a one-time deal, he thought, his tone inwardly laced with disappointment. With a flick of his finger, Suho opened the rewards list. Among the items displayed was a random loot box. He tapped to open it, watching with anticipation as the box revealed its contents. An ashen ring. The description blinked on the screen. D-rank item, ashen ring. Increases sense by +5. A faint smile tugged at Suho's lips as he slid the ring onto his finger. Immediately, he felt a subtle but noticeable shift in his awareness. 5 points to my sense stat, he mused. Not bad. But the fleeting sense of satisfaction quickly gave way to frustration. His smile vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. This isn't enough, he realized bitterly. This small boost doesn't change anything. Suho clenched his fists as his thoughts spiraled. I've been slaughtering goblins endlessly, yet my level remains stagnant. Even my Vulcan Gauntlet's damage output has only improved by a measly 3%. He glanced at his items again, desperately searching for answers that weren't there. The path to progress felt agonizingly slow, the grind too tedious to bear. I need to grow stronger, and fast, he resolved. But how? The only way was to enter real dungeons, face tougher magical beasts, and gain proper experience. Later, back at his apartment, Suho sat on his bed, his frustration palpable. He furiously scrolled through job postings on his tablet. Mining jobs. Hauling jobs, he thought bitterly. That's all anyone wants from an E-rank hunter like me. Not a single strike squad would take me, and I can't even enter a dungeon without the Hunter Association's clearance. Beru, who had been silently watching Suho's growing agitation, finally spoke. What if you get yourself re-evaluated? Suho sighed deeply, the idea exhausting him before he could even consider it. Re-evaluation? If I did that, my name would be plastered all over the news. Articles, headlines, it'd be impossible to avoid attention. His voice grew more serious, tinged with frustration and caution. I've been keeping a low profile ever since I found out the Apostle of the Ithram is on Earth. If my identity becomes public, I'll be a target, an easy weakness to exploit against my father. And right now, I'm not even strong enough to face Lee Min-sung, let alone the Apostle. Suho's expression shifted slightly, his thoughts aligning as he reflected on his situation. Sensing the moment, Beru offered his insight, his voice calm and reassuring. If the Apostle is what concerns you, Beru began, you can rest easy, for now. Suho raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering through his frustration. Why? Beru folded his arms, his tone steady and deliberate. Because if the Apostle arrived on Earth before we did, they would have already made their move. Right now, they're biding their time, waiting for something. That gives us a chance to prepare. They would have lost a considerable amount of power, just like I did, Beru explained, his tone measured and firm. You see, dimensional travel isn't simple. Crossing through space is like navigating a narrow tunnel. The more mana you possess, the harder it is to squeeze through. That's why the Ithram can't send an army and why even the Shadow Monarch himself can't easily return to Earth. Suho absorbed the explanation, his brows furrowed in thought. So, that's why they relied on Brokey and the demons, he said, piecing it together. They didn't want to expose themselves because they'd be weakened here. Beru nodded, a flicker of approval crossing his shadowy features. He's starting to understand, Beru mused, silently impressed. Suho's eyes steeled with determination as the realization settled in. The Ithram invasion is inevitable. But if what you're saying is true, I've got time. I need to get stronger, before they make their move. Beru observed Suho closely, a sense of purpose evident in his glowing gaze. The Shadow Monarch entrusted me with guiding him, he thought. And he gave me a Shadow Dungeon key, along with the option to request aid from him. Perhaps now is the time to share this with Suho. Beru's mind flashed back to the moment the Shadow Monarch handed him the key, his words still resonating. This will be a lifeline, a powerful ally for Suho. Use it wisely. Just as Beru opened his mouth to speak, Suho stood abruptly, his eyes alight with realization. How did I miss this? He murmured, his voice tinged with shock. Beru hesitated, choosing to remain silent, curious about what had sparked Suho's epiphany. Suho quickly fished his phone out of his pocket, his fingers flying across the screen as he searched for something. A slow grin spread across his face, his earlier frustration replaced by excitement. I've got it. A way to enter a dungeon without breaking any of the Hunter Association's rules. The scene shifted, revealing the sleek interior of a towering office building. Suho sat across from a well-dressed man in a tailored suit, seated behind a polished mahogany desk. The man leaned back in his chair, studying Suho with a bemused smile. It's been a while since we last saw each other, the man said, his tone light yet sharp. You haven't visited since your awakening, and now, out of nowhere, you show up with a business proposal? You've certainly grown. Suho chuckled, leaning forward slightly. I've got an offer you won't want to refuse, uncle. Standing behind Suho, Beru glanced at the man, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. So, this is the uncle, he thought. The young monarch is as resourceful as ever. He already knew exactly who to approach. The man was none other than Eugene Ho, now the president of Gene Software, a highly influential figure in Korea. Gene Ho smiled, his amusement barely hidden as he steepled his fingers. So, Gene Ho said, his tone half teasing, you've come to ask for your dear uncle's help sneaking into a dungeon, haven't you? Suho leaned back in his chair, exuding quiet confidence. Exactly. A massive, radiant poster hung on the wall, showcasing Beautiful World, the virtual reality game that had taken the world by storm. With millions logging in daily, it had dominated the gaming scene for 4 consecutive years, becoming an unprecedented global sensation. No one could have predicted its meteoric rise, and behind this digital empire stood none other than Gene Ho and his company, Agensoft. The magnitude of the game's success was beyond imagination, and the way the world had become so immersed in it was staggering. Earlier that day, Suho had stepped into Agensoft's headquarters for the first time, trying his best not to appear out of place. The sleek building felt like a maze of glass and steel, and Suho couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking into an unfamiliar territory. As soon as he entered, a man approached him with the kind of energy you'd expect from a game show host. Are you Mr. Sun Suho? The man asked, his voice dripping with rehearsed enthusiasm. Suho blinked, momentarily thrown off guard. He felt as if he had accidentally walked into the wrong building, but he nodded anyway, unsure of what to make of it. The man's face lit up as though he had just won the jackpot. Ah, fantastic. The CEO's been expecting you, he exclaimed, his voice almost too eager. Suho followed the man, trying his hardest to maintain a neutral expression, though he couldn't help but wonder why he was being treated as though he were the guest of honor. What was going on? As they walked through the corridors, Suho's eyes were drawn to a group of awakened individuals lounging casually in the hallways. These were tough, battle-hardened individuals, people who had the look of warriors, yet here they were, idly hanging around a tech company. Shouldn't they be out fighting monsters or something? Suho thought, feeling oddly out of place among them. It felt strange seeing people with such immense power working at a tech firm instead of battling through dungeons, wielding their abilities for something more heroic. Just as Suho was pondering this, the man in front of him turned around with a knowing smile, as if reading his thoughts. The man ahead turned with a friendly grin, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Let me guess, you're wondering why we've got so many awakened employees hanging around, right? Suho's eyes widened in surprise. What is this guy, a mind reader, he thought, startled by how accurately the man had guessed his thoughts. The man chuckled, his tone light-hearted. Not everyone's cut out for dungeon crawling, you know. Some of them prefer a steady paycheck and a safe environment. No risk of getting your head bitten off by some monster. Sounds like a pretty good deal, don't you think? Suho nodded slowly, still trying to reconcile the image of powerful hunters settling for office work. Yeah, I guess it beats the whole getting eaten alive scenario, he muttered, though the curiosity in his voice was evident. Unable to suppress his intrigue, he asked, so, what exactly does a game company need hunters for? Seems a little out of place. The man's demeanor shifted slightly, his voice dropping as if he were about to reveal a classified secret. We've got a special project in the works. Something big. Top secret, actually. That's all I can say. Confidential, huh? Suho thought, his skepticism growing. What are they doing? Developing a game about hunters or something? Their conversation ended as they reached an imposing door, which opened with a soft click. Inside, the room was sleek and modern, with a commanding presence at its center, Jin-ho, lounging behind a polished desk. His trademark grin spread across his face as he stood to greet Suho with open arms. Well, look who finally decided to show up. Jin-ho exclaimed, his voice full of mock surprise as he clasped Suho's shoulder in a playful grip. Long time no see, huh? What's it been? A couple of months. Before Suho could respond, Jin-ho gestured toward a chair, inviting him to sit. He leaned back in his own seat, launching into conversation like no time had passed between them. Last I heard, you caused quite the commotion at the Korean Arts University when you awakened. Your aunt's been beside herself with worry. Suho scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, searching for an excuse. Yeah. I've been a little busy, he muttered sheepishly. Sorry about that. Jin-ho raised an eyebrow, his grin widening. Busy, huh? Well, let's hear it. What's so important that you'd leave your poor aunt hanging? Suho muttered under his breath, guilt creeping in as he glanced at Jin-ho. Jin-ho, noticing the hesitation, chuckled as he leaned back in his chair. Busy, huh? Looks like you're all grown up now, even too busy for family. Suho laughed nervously, scratching his neck. I guess you could say I am in growth spurt. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, he quickly shifted gears and pulled out his tablet. Actually, uncle, I came here to discuss something important. Jin-ho raised an eyebrow, a mix of curiosity and amusement flashing across his face. Oh? Straight to business, are we? We haven't even caught up yet, and you're already talking shop. You really have grown up? Suho wasted no time and handed the tablet over. It's a proposal where you can't lose. I've gone through all the details carefully. Jin-ho leaned back and began scanning the data displayed on the screen. As he read, his expression shifted to one of intrigue. I was wondering why you wanted to meet me out of the blue, but I didn't expect this. A business pitch? From you, of all people? You're making me feel ancient, he joked before narrowing his eyes at the contents. So, let me get this straight, you want me to help you gain access to a gate? Suho nodded confidently. Exactly. With your support, I can secure the rights to enter the dungeon. I'll assemble a strike team, and in exchange, a Gene-Soft gets all the magic crystals I harvest. I can handle D and even some low-tier C-rank dungeons without any problems. Jin-ho's smile faded, his demeanor turning more serious. Wait a minute. A C-rank dungeon? Suho, you're an E-rank hunter. How do you plan on clearing something like that? Before Suho could respond, Jin-ho pressed further, his tone sharp. Listen, I'm a D-rank hunter myself, and even I wouldn't dare to take on a C-rank dungeon alone. Are you out of your mind? His voice softened slightly, though concern lingered in his eyes. Is this about your parents? Because if it is, I've already hired professionals to search for them. You don't need to put yourself in danger for this. Suho's expression tightened. He had expected this exact reaction but hoped his uncle might be more open-minded. In the corner of his mind, Baru's telepathic voice broke through. Are you going to tell him the truth? Suho nodded internally. I don't have a choice. He needs to know. Taking a deep breath, Suho straightened his posture and looked his uncle directly in the eye. Uncle, I'm not like other awakened individuals. I can level up? Jin-ho blinked, his eyebrows shooting up in disbelief. Level up? Like in one of my games? Suho, you've been playing Beautiful World way too much. But before Jin-ho could dismiss him entirely, Suho's tone grew resolute. I'm serious. There are invaders from another universe hiding on Earth. They're not just a distant threat, they're already here. And if I don't get stronger soon, there won't be anyone left to stop them. Jin-ho stared at Suho, the weight of his words settling over the room like a storm cloud. Jin-ho blinked in disbelief, staring at Suho's determined expression before bursting into laughter. Wow, you nearly had me there. Wait, am I being filmed? Is this some kind of hidden camera prank or a new reality show you're pitching to me? Suho, more confused than amused, frowned slightly. No, uncle. I'm serious. Still chuckling, Jin-ho leaned back in his chair, a grin plastered on his face. You know, what you just said sounds exactly like the plot of the new game my company is developing. It's about a lone hunter who discovers he can level up independently. He starts off as an E-rank but eventually surpasses even S-rank hunters and ends up saving the world. He laughed again, clearly entertained by the uncanny similarity. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, Jin-ho added, I thought I'd keep the storyline under wraps for a little longer, but it seems like you've somehow figured it out on your own. Meanwhile, Suho's mind churned, connecting dots that only deepened his suspicions. This story feels eerily similar to my father's journey, he thought, his curiosity morphing into wariness. Oblivious to Suho's inner turmoil, Jinho smirked and shut his eyes dramatically. If this was a ploy to prank your uncle, I've got some bad news for you, kid, you failed. You're too green to outwit me. At that precise moment, Baru made his entrance, his voice echoing with authority. Failed? Not even close. Jinho's eyes snapped open, his playful demeanor vanishing as a chill ran down his spine. His gaze darted around in search of the voice's source, only to land on a towering, ant-like figure that seemed to appear out of thin air. What is that thing? Jinho yelped, nearly toppling out of his chair as his face drained of color. Baru remained unfazed, turning calmly to Suho. Young monarch, perhaps I should take it from here. Then, facing Jinho, Baru spoke in a commanding yet composed tone. Your lost memories, they stem from your time with the Shadow Monarch. You weren't just anyone. You were one of his closest allies, a steadfast companion who fought countless battles by his side. Your game's storyline is no coincidence, it's a faint echo of those forgotten experiences. Jinho's face was a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Sensing this, Baru extended a hand and conjured a glowing key seemingly out of nowhere, holding it aloft like a sacred relic. It will be easier to show you, Baru said, his voice firm as he inserted the key into Jinho's chest. This is a gift from the Shadow Monarch. In an instant, Jinho found himself in a void, an endless expanse of darkness devoid of sound or light. Disoriented, he spun around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. Then, out of the shadowy abyss, a figure began to emerge. As it drew closer, Jinho's breath hitched. It was a younger version of himself, full of vitality and drive. Memories surged back like a dam breaking. He saw himself meeting Jinwoo for the first time, standing shoulder to shoulder through grueling raids, and growing stronger as both a hunter and a person. One memory stood out, the two of them sharing a quiet drink after a grueling day. In the memory, Jinho had confessed with a bittersweet smile, "You've been more of a brother to me than my real brothers ever were." Jinwoo had smiled warmly in return, raising his glass. "Then, from this day forward, we're brothers." In an instant, Jinho found himself back in his office, tears streaming uncontrollably as the flood of restored memories overwhelmed him. The vivid images of the past, once buried deep, surfaced with a force he hadn't anticipated. His hands trembled as he covered his face, struggling to process the profound emotions coursing through him. Suho, completely at a loss, turned to Baru, his voice tinged with concern and bewilderment. "What did you do to him?" he asked, his expression a mixture of confusion and worry. Baru, ever composed, responded calmly, "There's no need to be alarmed. All I did was return the memories he had lost from the previous world, nothing more." Jinho sat there, his face buried in his hands, unable to stem the tears. As the afternoon sun dipped lower, casting a golden glow into the office, he slowly regained his composure. He wiped his eyes with trembling fingers and, after a moment of silence, looked at Suho. "So, you can level up, just like your father could," Jinho said softly, his voice carrying the weight of realization. "No limits, right?" Suho nodded but quickly added, "It's a bit different for me, though." Jinho leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant as memories of Jinwoo filled his thoughts. He's still out there, protecting Earth from the invaders, he thought, his chest tightening. Always putting others before himself, never changing. Breaking the silence, Jinho sighed heavily. "So, it's really that urgent, huh? And you came to me with a business proposal, just like your father would have done?" A small, bittersweet smile crossed his face as he shook his head. Suho scratched the back of his neck, his laugh nervous. "Well, you know how it is," he said with an embarrassed chuckle. Jinho, now fully grasping the seriousness of the situation, reached out and placed a firm hand on Suho's shoulder. "I understand now. I shouldn't treat you like a kid anymore. You've inherited your father's strength, and you're capable of standing on your own." With a resigned sigh, Jinho added, "All right. You have my support. I'll help you." Suho's face lit up, his excitement bursting forth as he leaped from his chair. "Really?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with joy. The realization that his plan to enter the dungeon was finally taking shape filled him with exhilaration. As Suho celebrated, Jinho leaned back in his chair, a shadow of sadness darkening his expression. Jinwoo is still out there, facing unimaginable trials alone, he thought, his heart aching. But maybe this is my chance to finally do something to help him, just as he always helped me. Clenching his fists, Jinho silently vowed to give his all for both Suho and Jinwoo. The scene shifts to the entrance of a dungeon, where Suho stood clad in a shadowy mask to obscure his identity. Around him, a group of individuals idled, people Jinho had hired to meet the minimum headcount required for dungeon entry. Suho glanced at them briefly, a wave of gratitude toward his uncle filling his chest. As he approached the gate, a frail man seated on a nearby bench called out, his tone skeptical. "Hey, kid. You're really gonna pay me 400,000 won just to sit here and not step inside?" Suho smiled warmly, nodding. "That's right. Just sit tight and relax." The man raised a doubtful eyebrow. "And you're going in there alone? Listen, I don't know how confident you are, but these gates hold terrors you can't even imagine. Be careful." Suho offered a polite nod, his voice steady. "Thanks for the advice. If things get dicey, I'll be sure to ask for help." With that, he turned and strode toward the shimmering gate, his determination unwavering. Stepping into the dungeon, Suho's thoughts turned to his father. Dad carried so much on his shoulders, facing everything alone, he reflected. But I'm not alone. That's why I have my team. Summoning Essel and Gray, who materialized beside him fully prepared for battle, Suho tightened the straps on his Vulcan gauntlets, ready for the challenge ahead. Before them stretched a massive horde of monsters, their grotesque forms waiting menacingly. Without hesitation, Suho raised his voice, issuing a single, commanding order: "Let's level up. My father won't carry the weight of the world alone anymore." The story transitions to a car gliding along a quiet road under the soft hues of twilight. Eventually, the vehicle halts in front of an imposing structure, its ominous aura casting long shadows. Lee Min-sung steps out, his face obscured by a sleek, minimalist mask, an obvious attempt to keep his identity under wraps. Without glancing back, he speaks to his driver in a measured tone, "Stay close. I won't be long." The atmosphere was heavy, thick with a tension that matched the darkening sky. As Lee strode toward the foreboding building, his mind churned with thoughts. 3 months, he murmured to himself, his voice low and bitter. It's been 3 months since my last encounter with the Apostle of Iterim, and I've despised every moment since. Pushing open the doors, he entered a dimly lit lobby where a lone guard busied himself tending to a potted plant. Lee kept his head down, his steps careful, aiming to slip past unnoticed. Yet the guard's keen gaze locked onto him. "Hey, aren't you that guy from the news?" the guard asked, his voice slicing through the silence. "Vice CEO of the Grim Reaper Guild, right?" Lee Min-sung. Irritation flickered across Lee's hidden face. "Noticed. So much for anonymity." Quickly adapting, he removed his mask, offering the guard a charismatic smile that felt more rehearsed than genuine. "Play the role. Maintain the image." "Impressive observation," Lee replied smoothly, his tone calm and disarming. "You've got sharp eyes. Have a great evening." The guard straightened, beaming with pride at the recognition. "Good luck, hero of the hunters," he called out enthusiastically, his admiration evident. As Lee walked deeper into the building, his mind drifted to his past, pulling him into memories of his youth. Born into privilege as the son of the vice CEO of Eugene Construction, he had been destined for greatness. His life had been a parade of accolades, wealth, influence, and the unwavering adoration of millions. He had been hailed as the Prince of Asia, a man for whom success came effortlessly. But then, the great cataclysm shattered that golden existence. His thoughts turned to a pivotal moment with his driver, Lim Taeyu. Once an unassuming man who simply opened car doors and navigated traffic, Lim had awakened as an S-rank hunter. "You awakened too?" Lee had asked, struggling to keep the disbelief from his voice. With a broad grin, Lim had replied, "Yeah, S-rank. They're even suggesting I start my own guild." His casual tone was like a hammer to Lee's pride. Lee had been left stunned, his wide eyes betraying the impact of the revelation. His once unshakable world crumbled in that instant. A driver, a mere driver, had become an S-rank hunter? From that day forward, Lee's perspective on life shifted dramatically. His fame and fortune, which once felt like the pinnacle of achievement, seemed hollow and fragile. The established hierarchy had been overturned. Those he once viewed as powerless were now seated at the top. The world, as he knew it, had been turned on its head. In the present, Lee leaned against the wall of the elevator as it ascended, his mind still entangled in those haunting memories. "I'll bring the world back to the way it was," he vowed silently, his jaw tightening with determination. "Even if it means bargaining with demons, I'll restore order to this chaotic structure." The elevator doors slid open with a soft chime, revealing a dark, silent room that exuded an almost suffocating eeriness. Standing before Lee were several men, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles that made his stomach churn. Their eyes gleamed with malice, a sinister light that only deepened his disgust. His lip curled in contempt as he growled, "Wipe those revolting grins off your faces before I rip your mouths open." His voice was sharp, cutting through the oppressive silence as he strode past them without breaking stride. His icy gaze swept across the room. "Where's your boss?" he demanded, his tone biting and unyielding. "It's been a while since I last saw him. Aren't you even going to welcome me?" The men remained silent, their unsettling grins fixed in place. The oppressive stillness of the room seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment until a chilling voice sliced through the darkness. Lee Min-sung. Lee's eyes widened, the shock momentarily freezing him in place. He turned slowly, his gaze landing on a childlike figure standing in the shadows. The figure's hair and eyes glowed with an eerie yellow hue, radiating an otherworldly energy that sent a shiver down Lee's spine. "You're the Outerworlder," Lee said, his voice barely audible, almost a whisper. The figure stepped forward, and the room seemed to darken further. It was the Apostle of Iterum, the embodiment of an incomprehensible, otherworldly power. The Apostle's gaze remained unwavering, as though piercing through Lee's very soul. "Yes," the Apostle replied, his voice calm and detached, carrying a weight that made it seem as if it came from a place beyond mortal understanding. Lee, masking his unease with a nonchalant air, approached the Apostle. He lightly tapped the childlike figure on the head, a casual smirk playing on his lips. "Last time I saw you, you were just a kid," he said, his tone deliberately light-hearted. "And now look at you, fully grown. Not only that, but your mana, it's grown significantly stronger." A sly grin spread across Lee's face. "Seems like everything's going according to plan." The Apostle's expression didn't waver. His cold, distant voice cut through the tension. "I told you before," he said evenly, "I am not growing. I am recovering." His words carried an otherworldly weight as he continued. "When beings like me, those with immense mana reserves, cross dimensions, our bodies must fragment to withstand the journey." The Apostle's glowing eyes never left Lee as he explained. "The first fragment to arrive is always the weakest. But now, I have fused with a second fragment." The Apostle's voice was calm, almost indifferent, as he returned his focus to the book he held in his hands, flipping through its pages as if the conversation was of little importance. Lee sank into a worn-out sofa nearby, trying to exude an air of casual indifference. Yet, the Apostle's faint, detached voice echoed through the dim room, making the space feel heavier, as if the very air had been imbued with the weight of another realm. "My memories may remain intact," the Apostle began, his tone devoid of warmth, "but my personality has changed. I am not the individual you once knew. Don't expect the familiarity of the past, let's dispense with that illusion now." Lee raised an eyebrow, a crooked grin creeping onto his face. "Complex stuff, huh?" he said, his voice light-hearted, though his piercing gaze betrayed a deeper intent. His sharp eyes bore into the Apostle as he continued, "But honestly, I don't care about who you are now or who you were before. What matters is the deal we struck. You haven't forgotten, have you?" The Apostle, still engrossed in the pages of his book, replied in an almost disinterested manner, "Wealth, fame, and..." Before he could finish, Lee's grin widened, taking on a twisted edge. "And Lim Taigu's removal," Lee interjected, his voice laced with venom. The mention of the S-rank hunter brought a dark glint to his eyes, the malice in his words unmistakable. Leaning back against the worn couch, Lee stretched his arms lazily, his body language exuding a casual ease as if they were merely discussing mundane business. "As long as you haven't forgotten that part," he said coolly, his tone calm yet carrying an unsettling undertone, "then we're on the same page." The Apostle finally tore his gaze from the book, his cold, unfeeling eyes settling on Lee. "Why are you here, Lee?" he asked, his voice sharp and cutting. "I was clear, come to me only if it's something urgent." "This had better be worth my time," the Apostle said coldly, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at Lee. Lee's posture straightened, his demeanor shifting to a more formal tone. "We've hit a serious snag in the Stardust production line," he began, his voice measured. "The Hyena Guild, our supplier for firewood, and the Soul Factory, both have been wiped out." He paused, letting the gravity of his words settle in the dimly lit room. "I'm here to discuss reinforcements. We need additional resources to keep production running." The Apostle's glowing yellow eyes flickered briefly with interest. "An attack on both?" he asked, his voice sharp. "Do you know who's responsible?" Lee let out a slow breath, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest of the worn sofa. "Some masked individual took down the Hyena Guild," he admitted reluctantly, before faltering as the Apostle's piercing gaze grew more intense. "You were the one who designed this system," the Apostle said icily, his tone dripping with contempt. "You guaranteed its stability, assuring me there would be no flaws in the network. And now? You're here asking me to clean up your incompetence?" The Apostle's words were like daggers. Lee's jaw tightened, and his fingers twitched involuntarily. "Listen, kid," he said, his tone low and controlled, though frustration simmered beneath the surface. "If we wasted time addressing every minor flaw before starting, we'd still be sitting on square one. Progress demands risks, and you know it." The Apostle's expression didn't soften. If anything, it hardened further, disdain flickering across his features. "Incompetent?" he repeated, his voice cutting. "It seems my earlier self erred in choosing you as a pawn. That miscalculation is becoming glaringly obvious. The insult hit like a sledgehammer. Lee's pride, already frayed, snapped under the weight of the apostle's words. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes as his hand slid almost instinctively to the hidden blade concealed beneath his pant. In one fluid motion, he was behind the apostle, the cold edge of the knife pressing firmly against his throat. "Listen here, outer worlder," Lee hissed, his voice low and venomous. Adrenaline coursed through his veins as he leaned in closer, the knife pressing against the apostle's skin. "Don't make the mistake of thinking I'm just another one of your mindless pawns. I'm no brainwashed lackey." His grip tightened, the blade grazing the apostle's cheek as his voice dropped even lower. "I'm an A-rank hunter. I could end you here and now before you even have a chance to recover your full power. Don't push me." The apostle, however, remained unfazed. His glowing yellow eyes stayed locked on Lee's, cold and unyielding, his voice as detached as ever. "And yet, here you are, proving exactly what you are, a pawn, easily manipulated by your own emotions?" "Human hunters," the apostle said with a tone of disdain, his gaze sharp and piercing. "You cling to such primitive metrics, measuring strength by mana levels, as if that's the ultimate gauge of power. How utterly unsophisticated." Without warning, a sudden surge of energy radiated from the apostle. The very air seemed to shift, growing thick and oppressive. Lee's instinct screamed at him to move, but before he could react, the apostle's influence spread like wildfire throughout the building. "What the hell is going on?" Lee thought, his eyes darting around as the immense surge of power pressed down on him. In the lobby below, the guard Lee had passed earlier stood frozen, his demeanor entirely changed. His once human eyes now glowed with the same sickly yellow hue as the apostle's. Lee's chest tightened as realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He's taken control of everyone here, Lee thought, his pulse racing. This isn't just a display of power, it's domination. The walls seemed to vibrate with an ominous hum, a manifestation of the collective force of every mind under the apostle's command. It was as if the entire building had become a part of the apostle's will. The sinister realization clawed at Lee's confidence. What he had initially dismissed as a childlike figure now loomed as an unfathomable threat. The apostle brainwashed the entire building. The apostle's voice sliced through the tension, calm yet chilling. "The reason my earlier self tolerated your incompetence was simple: survival. But now, with my strength returning, the nature of our arrangement is subject to change." He paused, his glowing yellow eyes narrowing. "That depends entirely on whether you can prove yourself to be anything other than a liability." As if on cue, the brainwashed humans within the building began to move. Their steps were unerringly synchronized, their faces devoid of emotion save for the terrifying gleam of bloodlust in their yellow-tinged eyes. Lee's heart thudded loudly in his chest as he watched the horde closing in. Weapons materialized in their hands, the sharp edges glinting under the dim light. The atmosphere was suffocating, the tension thick enough to choke. The mob was like a coiled spring, ready to unleash their fury with a single command from the apostle. Lee's muscles tensed, his instincts screaming at him to act. But the odds were staggering, and he knew he couldn't fight his way out of this. His mind raced for a solution as the mob drew closer. With a calculated movement, Lee tossed his knife onto the floor, raising his hands in a gesture of mock surrender. His voice, though laced with strain, took on a forced cheerfulness. Whoa, take it easy," he exclaimed, his tone light but strained as he struggled to mask his rising panic. "It was a joke, all right? Just a bit of fun. No need to get all serious on me." Lee's grin stretched unnaturally across his face, his attempt at humor barely masking the tension in the air. "I just wanted to see if you were really up for killing an S-rank hunter," he said, his voice light but forced. "No need to get all worked up about it." The apostle's cold, unwavering gaze bore into him, analyzing every nuance of his words. Then, with deliberate calm, the apostle shut his book with a decisive snap. "You're fortunate," he stated, his voice unsettlingly even. "I'll spare you, for now. There's still some utility left in you." With a flick of his hand, the oppressive energy in the room dissipated, and the mind-controlled crowd began to stir. Slowly, they returned to their normal selves, oblivious to the bloodlust that had consumed them moments ago. Almost on cue, one of the apostle's subordinates entered, a heavy suitcase in hand. She approached silently, placing the case in front of Lee. With a soft click, she opened it, revealing rows of shimmering vials glowing faintly with a captivating brilliance. "These," the apostle said, his lips curling into a faint, unsettling smile, "are stimulants refined from stardust, condensed 100 times over. Dilute them, and you'll have enough to fuel your entire operation." Lee's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering in his gaze as he examined the vials. Where did he get something like this, he wondered. As if reading his thoughts, the apostle added with an air of superiority, "This isn't the low-grade stardust you've been peddling to weak hunters. These are far more potent, strong enough to elevate even an A-rank hunter like yourself. His smile deepened, though it carried a mocking undertone. Why don't you test it out? See for yourself. Lee hesitated, picking up a vial and scrutinizing its contents. He forced a chuckle, setting it back in the case quickly. I think I'll pass, he muttered, his tone evasive. I'm not about to use something I don't fully understand. Turning toward the exit, he called over his shoulder, don't forget our deal. I'll be expecting you to hold up your end? But as he walked away, his mind churned. I might have just let an unimaginable monster loose on Earth, he thought grimly, but that's not my problem anymore. His footsteps echoed in the corridor as the weight of the situation bore down on him. Meanwhile, back in the room, the apostle dropped the book he had been reading. His gaze drifted to the window, his hand rising. It's coming, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Another fragment is near. The scene shifted to a cavernous dungeon where Suho and his party battled for their lives. Before them stood a massive serpent, its scaled body shimmering ominously under the dim light. With every movement, it lashed out with immense force, sending tremors through the ground. Essel and Gray struggled to hold their ground, their movements sluggish under the relentless assault of the beast. We've got to hold it back. Essel shouted, his voice strained with exhaustion. The serpent struck again, its tail smashing into the wall, narrowly missing Gray. Without hesitation, Suho leaped high into the air, his body a blur of motion as he latched onto the serpent's massive frame. His hands gripped its scales with unyielding determination as the beast roared, thrashing wildly in a desperate bid to throw him off. Suho, get down from there. Essel's voice was filled with panic as the serpent slammed its body into the dungeon walls, each impact reverberating through the cavern. But Suho was resolute. Gritting his teeth, he wrapped his arms tightly around the serpent's thick neck. With every ounce of strength, he began to squeeze. The serpent writhed violently, its roars turning into agonized screams. Blood seeped from its mouth and nostrils as its movements grew weaker. With a final, thunderous crash, the serpent collapsed, its massive body slamming onto the dungeon floor. The ground shook with the impact, dust rising in thick clouds. Suho landed gracefully, his chest heaving as he wiped the blood from his hands. His expression remained stoic, his resolve unshaken. Back at the room, a sinister smile stretched across the apostle's lips as his aura darkened, his presence growing more oppressive. Once I've merged with it, there'll be no need for this facade anymore. His tone turned ominous, dripping with malice. That's when the real invasion begins. The focus shifts to a young woman whose face is a canvas of unease, her lips pressing into a thin line. She glances nervously at the others, her voice tinged with skepticism. This isn't risky, is it? She asks, her gaze darting toward the shimmering gate in the distance. We're being paid 5 million won each just to sit here and wait for that hunter to come out. All we have to do is keep quiet about whatever we see or hear. Doesn't that sound too easy? Her fingers fidget with the brim of her cap as she shakes her head, clearly struggling to make sense of the situation. Why would Suho throw around this kind of money for something so simple? Sitting nearby on a weathered bench, a man with a crippled leg observes her with weary eyes. His voice is steady, almost detached, as he replies, "This is the 4th time they've hired us. They've always paid, no exceptions. For a hunter, clearing gates is routine, practically second nature. To them, it's like doing a bit of community service." Though his tone remains calm, a flicker of intrigue dances in his expression, betraying his curiosity. The girl nods hesitantly, though her unease lingers. "I guess that makes sense," she murmurs, her voice quieter now. "But still, something about this doesn't sit right with me." She rubs the back of her neck, her doubt evident despite her attempt to brush it off. "I mean, as long as they keep paying us, I suppose it's none of our business. Overthinking it won't change anything." The man's gaze shifts toward the gate, narrowing as his thoughts begin to race. None of this adds up, he muses silently. Why would Suho come to a gate like this without an excavation crew or a collection team? It gnawed at him. The setup was all wrong. What's he planning to gain here? He mutters under his breath, his eyes locked on the glowing gate. He recalled Suho's earlier exploits, starting with D-rank gates, then moving to C-rank ones with apparent ease. Why's he rushing headfirst into these dungeons? What's he really after in there? Within the gate, the air buzzes with a different kind of tension. The cavern, once eerily silent, now reverberates with the sharp clang of tools striking crystal-coated walls. Suho's shadow goblins, clad in their spectral armor, worked tirelessly under the flickering dungeon light. Their movements were precise, almost mechanical, as they chipped away at the luminous crystals embedded in the rock. Standing at the center of the organized chaos was Beru, his imposing figure radiating authority. His booming voice cut through the din, barking commands that the goblins obeyed without hesitation. Every strike of their tools, every scrape of the crystal shards, was synchronized like a perfectly oiled machine. The dungeon floor shimmered with fragments of the mine treasures, and the goblins moved efficiently to gather and transport them, their glowing eyes betraying no emotion. Faster! Put your backs into it! Do you think this is a leisurely stroll? Beru's commanding voice reverberated through the cavern, his sharp eyes scanning the scene as the shadow goblins scrambled to meet his demands. The relentless pace had them working tirelessly, mining crystals and gathering resources with mechanical efficiency. Nearby, Essel and Gray worked on salvaging valuable materials from the fallen monsters. Kneeling beside a grotesque spider carcass, Gray tore at its tough leg joints with unwavering focus. Essel paused her own task, glancing at him with a faint smirk. "You know, looting isn't as easy as people think," she remarked, her voice light but tinged with humor. Gray didn't respond, his concentration fully absorbed in extracting a venom sac from the spider's abdomen. Essel sighed, her gaze shifting toward the massive door leading to the boss room. Her expression darkened, a hint of worry creeping into her eyes. "Suho's in there alone with the boss," she murmured under her breath. "Should we really be this calm about it?" Inside the dimly lit chamber beyond, the air thrummed with tension. Suho darted between the monstrous spider boss's strikes, his movements fluid and precise. The creature's enormous legs slammed down with earth-shaking force, cracking the stone floor with every miss, but Suho's agility kept him just out of harm's reach. With a powerful leap, Suho propelled himself into the air, his dagger flashing as he activated his storm-slash skill. A flurry of swift, slicing attacks rained down upon the spider, each strike tearing through its thick exoskeleton. Dark ichor sprayed across the chamber walls, and a familiar system notification flashed before his eyes. Paralyze effect activated. Effect weakened due to high resistance. Suho frowned mid-motion, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. So, it resisted the paralysis, he mused, twisting his body to land gracefully out of the spider's immediate reach. "I was banking on this weapon's venom to work better against spiders, but it seems Kasaka's venom fang isn't quite suited for this." He quickly glanced at the weapon's stats in his mind. The dagger, a trusty C-rank blade, boasted both paralyze and bleed effects. Yet, the spider boss's natural resistance was proving to be a formidable obstacle. Adjusting his strategy, Suho gripped the dagger tightly and hurled it with pinpoint precision. The blade struck the spider's grotesque face, embedding itself deep into its bulbous eye with a sickening crunch. The creature let out an ear-piercing screech, reeling from the sudden attack. Seizing the moment, Suho launched himself forward in a blur of motion. His fists clenched, energy rippling through his body as he delivered a devastating punch to the spider's head. The force of the blow created a visible shockwave, reverberating through the chamber as the spider's massive body staggered backward, ichor dripping from its wounds. Suho landed nimbly, his breathing steady despite the intense exertion. "If venom won't work, brute force will," he muttered, his eyes locked onto the wounded beast, ready for the next move in their deadly dance. The spider recoiled violently, its shrill screeches echoing through the cavern as its massive form trembled from the devastating blow. "You're nothing but a pathetic bug," Suho sneered, his lips curling into a dangerous grin. Without wasting a moment, he extended his hand, and his dagger flew back to him, summoned effortlessly through his command of shadow authority. Armed once more, Suho launched a flurry of precise slashes, each strike landing with brutal accuracy. His movements were fluid and calculated, his body a blur of relentless energy. As he pressed his assault, a thought crossed his mind, a spark of realization. "I've reached a point where taking down C-rank bosses feels almost trivial." His confidence swelled with each successful hit. Maybe it's time to aim higher, B-rank dungeons should provide more of a challenge. The spider, sensing its imminent demise, thrashed about wildly, its legs flailing in a desperate attempt to dislodge the relentless predator. But Suho was far from finished. A glimmer of inspiration lit up his eyes as an idea took shape. What if I combine ruler's authority with my strikes? Until now, he had only used the skill to manipulate objects from a distance. But what if it could amplify the force of his attacks? Pivoting midair, Suho gathered the invisible energy of ruler's authority into his fist. As he descended, he channeled the full force of the skill into a devastating punch aimed directly at the spider's grotesque head. The moment his fist connected, the impact was earth-shattering. A deafening boom reverberated throughout the chamber, and the spider's skull caved under the sheer force. Suho landed lightly, surveying the damage with a satisfied smirk. "Perfect," he muttered, flexing his fingers. The added power from ruler's authority had exceeded his expectations. The potential of this enhancement thrilled him. "If I can master this technique, my attacks will be unstoppable." With newfound determination, Suho unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each punch and slash empowered by the invisible force of ruler's authority. The spider, battered and broken, stood no chance. Its massive body crumpled under the onslaught, its desperate cries growing weaker until they ceased entirely. As the monstrous creature collapsed in a lifeless heap, a series of system notifications lit up Suho's vision. His lips curled into a triumphant smile as he read the updates. Level up. Ruler's authority has advanced to level 2. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of strength coursing through him. No mana consumption, he noted, his voice low and thoughtful. This is going to be a game changer. Breathing heavily, Suho leaned against the spider's colossal corpse, his stamina bar blinking red as fatigue spiked to 83%. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the toll of the battle weigh heavily on his body. Using ruler's authority during a fight drains me fast, he thought, his chest heaving. But with each battle, I can feel myself improving. At the dungeon's entrance, Essel and Gray had been nervously waiting, their eyes fixed on the looming gate. When Suho finally stepped through, victorious, they exhaled in unison, the tension melting from their shoulders. Essel waved eagerly, calling out, "Suho! You did it," but her voice barely registered. Suho's mind was already consumed with strategies to push his newfound powers even further. As he approached, Essel greeted him with an admiring smile. "Did you really take down the boss all by yourself?" she asked, her tone filled with awe. Suho offered her a small nod and a faint smile, but before he could respond, Beru's commanding voice boomed from nearby. "Young monarch, you've truly surpassed expectations. To defeat the boss without needing my aid, remarkable." The pride in Beru's voice was unmistakable. Suho chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Beru, save your strength for now. You need to recover fully. Those magic essence crystals should help with that," he said, gesturing toward the pile of monster remains scattered nearby. Beru gave a respectful nod. "As you command, young monarch. We've also gathered every usable resource from the monsters," he reported, his tone professional yet tinged with satisfaction. Suho's gaze swept over his team, a proud smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "You've all done well," he said, his voice warm with gratitude. He summoned his system interface, the glowing screen appearing before him, and began the process of selling the materials they had collected. As he navigated the shop menu, Suho couldn't help but marvel at the system's efficiency. Being able to sell everything on the spot is a lifesaver, he thought, watching the materials convert into currency. And with the funds, I can stock up on gear and items I'll actually need. With the transaction complete, Suho closed the interface and turned back to his team. His determination burned brighter than ever. There were bigger battles ahead, and he knew he'd need every ounce of strength and strategy to face them. But for now, he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. "Let's prepare for what's next," he said, his voice steady and resolute. "This is just the beginning." While Suho was preoccupied with managing the transactions, Beru stepped closer, a note of accomplishment in his voice. "Young monarch, your growth is astounding. You're nearly at the level of an A or B rank hunter now," he remarked, his admiration evident. Suho glanced at him, then checked his status screen. "Yeah, I can feel it too," he admitted. "I've leveled up 8 more times. That puts me at level 28 now." However, his excitement dimmed slightly as he noticed 2 things: his class remained unassigned, and all his recently earned stat points had already been allocated. Beru shifted his gaze toward Essel and Gray, nodding thoughtfully. "It seems your companions have also grown stronger alongside you," he observed. Essel, overhearing the comment, beamed with enthusiasm. "It's true. I feel like every battle strengthens me. My power seems to be coming back more and more," she said, her eyes alight with excitement. Gray barked in agreement, his tail wagging energetically. But Suho's expression grew perplexed as he examined their status windows. Something wasn't adding up. "Wait a minute. Essel, Gray, since when do you both have levels?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Essel blinked, startled by his words. "What are you talking about? Levels? I've never had levels before," she replied, shaking her head in confusion. Suho frowned and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Essel, you're at level 19. Gray, you're level 17, he informed them, still trying to wrap his head around the anomaly. How could this even happen? Essel looked at him, wide-eyed. "I'm not even a player like you, Suho. This doesn't make sense," she said, clearly baffled. Suho's mind raced as he considered the possibilities. "Can either of you see any kind of system window like I do?" he asked, hoping for clarity. Essel shook her head firmly. "No, there's nothing like that for us," she confirmed, her puzzlement growing. Suho sighed, folding his arms as he mulled over the situation. "Well, at least your stats are increasing along with your levels," he said after a pause. "It would have been ideal if you could manually assign your stat points, but this is still a good start." Despite the mystery, Suho felt a sense of reassurance. They're getting stronger, and that means we're more prepared for the challenges ahead. Still, the unexplained leveling of his companions and the emerging intricacies of the system left him with many unanswered questions. There's so much more I need to figure out, he thought, his determination to uncover the truth strengthening with every passing moment. Suho turned back to his group, a mischievous grin lighting up his face. Why don't we test this out, he suggested, his tone brimming with excitement. Essel raised an eyebrow, tilting her head in confusion. Test what out? And how exactly do we do that? She asked cautiously. Suho's grin widened as he crossed his arms confidently. Isn't it obvious? We'll go on more raids, of course, he declared, as if the answer was the most natural thing in the world. Essel's shoulders slumped, and Gray let out a low, pitiful whimper. Both of them looked as if the life had been drained from their faces. Another raid? But we've already done 2 back-to-back. Essel groaned, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Suho laughed at their reactions but quickly raised his hands in mock surrender. Okay, I get it. No more raids for now. How about we tackle the daily quest instead? Though Essel and Gray didn't look particularly thrilled about the suggestion, they didn't protest further. Before the conversation could continue, Beru stepped forward, his tone stern. Young monarch, a word of caution. Even leveling up has its limits. It's dangerous to become too consumed by it. His steady gaze emphasized the seriousness of his words. Just as Suho was about to respond, a peculiar sight caught his attention, a faint, glowing red shimmer in the distance, cutting through the dimness of the dungeon. His eyes narrowed as the light grew stronger, revealing a red gate that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. It pulsed ominously, radiating an unsettling energy. What the? Suho muttered, momentarily frozen in surprise. Essel's alarmed voice broke through his thoughts. A gate? Inside the shadow dungeon? How is that even possible? Suho frowned, his gaze locked onto the gate. The oppressive heat radiating from it was unmistakable. The heat, it's coming from inside, he murmured, his curiosity quickly shifting into a sense of urgency. He turned to Beru. Have you ever seen anything like this? Gates forming within dungeons. Beru shook his head gravely. I cannot say for sure, young monarch. This is beyond anything I've encountered. It's highly unusual, even for us. Before Suho could fully process the situation, a bright system notification appeared in front of him. Urgent quest, dimensional crack. Objective, eliminate the cause of the dimensional crack. Suho's initial confusion gave way to a spark of exhilaration. A wide grin stretched across his face. Perfect timing, he said, his voice laced with anticipation. Without wasting a moment, he rummaged through his inventory and pulled out heat-resistant robes, handing them to Essel and Gray. Put these on, Suho instructed, his tone firm. We're heading inside. Essel hesitated, staring at the ominous gate, but Suho's unwavering confidence seemed contagious. With a deep breath, she nodded, pulling the robe over her shoulders. Gray barked softly, already prepared to follow his leader's command. As the group approached the red gate, Suho couldn't suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Whatever's inside, I'm ready for it, he thought, determination gleaming in his eyes. Suho could barely contain his anticipation as they readied themselves to step through the ominous red gate. This is exactly what I needed, he thought, his grin spreading wider. Another chance to level up, and the system delivered right on time. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a completely different landscape, a sprawling desert under the unrelenting blaze of the Egyptian sun. Towering sand dunes surrounded an imposing ancient pyramid, its jagged silhouette casting long shadows over the barren expanse. Standing at the forefront of the scene was Lu Xing, a seasoned B-rank hunter from the Azura Guild. Frustration etched deep lines into his face as he gripped his sword, his knuckles whitening under the strain. This is outrageous, he spat, his voice laced with anger as he glared at the man facing him. How dare you demand we leave? We were here first. Unmoved by Lu Xing's fury, the opposing figure stood calm and confident, his piercing green eyes gleaming with cold menace. Who arrived first doesn't matter, he replied evenly, his voice devoid of empathy. This is your last chance. Leave now, or we'll resolve this with blood. Lu's jaw tightened, his body tensing as he prepared for the worst. His mind raced. Why did it have to be the Scavenger Guild? He cursed inwardly. The man before him was none other than Randolph, an A-rank hunter notorious for his brutal methods and unrelenting arrogance. Strength is all that matters here, Randolph declared, his tone dripping with disdain. And against overwhelming power, your claims mean nothing? Lu's eyes darted to his guildmates, who had already drawn their weapons. They stood ready, though the tension in the air was palpable. Prepare yourselves. Lu commanded, his voice firm despite the dire circumstances. Randolph sighed, his disappointment evident as he waved a hand at his own guild members, signaling them to ready for combat. But before the first blow could be struck, a casual voice interrupted the standoff. Hey! Both Lu and Randolph turned, startled by the unexpected intrusion. A figure stood off to the side, cloaked in shadow and mystery. The person wore a mask, their relaxed demeanor a stark contrast to the tension thick in the air. Scratching the back of his head, the masked figure tilted it slightly, as if pondering something trivial. "Can someone tell me where I've ended up?" Suho asked, his tone light and casual, completely oblivious to, or perhaps unconcerned by, the impending clash. As if he had accidentally stumbled into the wrong scene, Suho's relaxed demeanor caught everyone off guard. But how did he end up there? 30 minutes earlier, Suho and his group stepped through the shimmering red gate, only to be met by an onslaught of swirling sand. Instinctively shielding his face, Suho muttered, "No wonder there was sand blowing out of the gate." The harsh desert environment was immediately apparent. Gray, as usual, maintained his carefree attitude, wagging his tail happily despite the challenging surroundings. Around them stretched an endless expanse of dunes, with a pyramid-like structure faintly visible on the horizon. Suho squinted toward it, assessing the situation. "Looks like we've landed in a desert-type dungeon," he observed. As they debated their next move, Beru stiffened, his eyes narrowing as he gazed toward the distant pyramid. "I sense a powerful mana source coming from there," he said, his tone tense. Suho followed Beru's gaze and noticed something odd. Scattered across the sand were trucks, machinery, and various other pieces of equipment. "What's going on here?" Suho murmured, his brows furrowing. Machines shouldn't even function inside a dungeon. As they moved closer, the sight became even stranger: cars, fences, and barbed wire, all completely incongruous with the dungeon setting. A creeping suspicion began to form in Suho's mind. Turning to Essel, he asked, "Did we somehow cross into another world line?" Equally perplexed, Essel examined the logo printed on one of the trucks, her expression uncertain. "Maybe," she replied cautiously. "Or this place might not be a typical dungeon at all." Beru, however, was skeptical. Shaking his head, he said, "That can't be it. There's something else at play here." Determined to unravel the mystery, Suho addressed the group. "As long as the original gate remains in the shadow dungeon, we should be fine. I'll go check it out quickly." Essel couldn't help but admire Suho's calm leadership. "You're amazing, Suho," she said with a smile, while Gray, true to form, simply wagged his tail in agreement. Suho disappeared briefly into the shadow dungeon to confirm his suspicions. When he returned, his expression was grave, his usual confidence replaced by a tense unease. The shift in his demeanor immediately alarmed the group. Essel stepped forward, her voice cautious. "Is everything okay, young monarch?" Suho's voice was heavy as he delivered the unsettling news. "The gate, it's gone." Meanwhile, the perspective shifted to the outside world, where several individuals stood waiting for Suho's return. Their bored expressions quickly turned to shock as they watched the red gate vanish into thin air, leaving nothing behind. "The gate is vanishing," one of the onlookers exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. "Does that mean the boss has been defeated?" another inquired, his gaze fixed on the fading portal. But a crippled man seated further back shook his head grimly. "No," he said, his voice heavy with worry. "Suho hasn't come out yet. We need to alert emergency services immediately." Inside the pyramid, Suho stepped cautiously into the ancient structure, his eyes adjusting to the dim light. To his surprise, he wasn't alone, there were people already there. The sight of them brought a fleeting sense of relief. So, they must have been the ones driving those trucks outside, he reasoned. As he drew closer, he heard them speaking in English. Suho's brow furrowed as the realization struck him. Could we have crossed into another country? Deciding to test the waters, Suho put on his most approachable expression and addressed two of the individuals nearby. In clear English, he asked, "Excuse me, but could you tell me where I am and what this place is?" He silently thanked himself for taking his college English studies seriously. The practice was now proving invaluable. One of the men, a lean figure with sharp features, turned his attention to Suho, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. This was Lu Xing. Another hunter, Xing thought, irritation flickering across his face. As if dealing with the scavenger guild wasn't bad enough, now hunters from the east are showing up too. Beside him stood a towering man with a muscular build, wielding a hammer almost as large as he was. This was Randolph, his presence exuding authority. He let out a long, weary sigh. "How annoying," Randolph muttered, shaking his head. "I didn't expect this many people to converge on the dungeon." His thoughts briefly wandered back to the prophecy he had heard before arriving. A life born from death, rising from the fractured seal. It will appear at the tomb, wielding the power to command the dead. The words had stuck with him. The prophecy spoke of a fateful connection between the pyramid, the tomb, and death itself. Randolph's master had sent him with explicit orders to secure the dungeon before any other group could interfere. Snapping back to the present, Randolph's gaze hardened as it fell on Suho. He took a step forward, his imposing presence magnified by the weight of his hammer. "If you're here for this dungeon," he said coldly, This is your only warning. Turn around and leave now, and I might let you walk out alive." Suho's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. His earlier suspicions were confirmed, this was undoubtedly a dungeon. But now, he faced a new challenge. The man before him wasn't just hostile, he was a formidable threat. Suho's mind raced as he assessed the situation. If this truly is a dungeon, then I have no choice but to clear it. I can't walk away, not with this urgent quest hanging over my head. Locking eyes with Randolph, he spoke firmly, his voice unwavering. "And what if I decide not to leave?" Randolph's lips curled into a mocking smirk, his grip tightening around his massive hammer. "Then it's simple," he replied coldly, suddenly surging forward with surprising speed. "I'll kill you." The tension in the air was palpable as Randolph charged. Essel and Gray's faces were stricken with horror, watching the colossal weapon arc through the air, leaving devastation in its wake. The hammer crashed down with a deafening roar, shattering the ground beneath it and sending debris flying in every direction. Even Xing, who had seen Randolph's might firsthand, couldn't help but flinch at the sheer ferocity of the attack. As the dust settled, Randolph's eyes darted around, searching for his target. To his astonishment, Suho stood a short distance away, entirely unscathed. Calm and composed, Suho had evaded the attack with uncanny precision. "You attacked first," Suho muttered, his tone icy as he clenched his fist. Without hesitation, he darted forward, delivering a powerful punch to Randolph's abdomen. The moment Suho's fist connected, his mind raced. "I've grown far stronger, but I still don't know my limits. If I go all out, I might kill him outright." The blow landed with a resounding thud, causing Randolph to stagger backward, his face twisting in pain. The force of the strike was enough to crack the armor encasing Randolph's torso, leaving him momentarily stunned. Randolph's thoughts spun as he realized that Suho's restrained punch had been powerful enough to deal serious damage. If he had hit me any harder? But instead of fear, fury ignited in Randolph's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, channeling all his strength into a counterattack. Moving with unexpected speed, he launched a brutal punch that caught Suho off guard. The force of the strike sent Suho hurtling backward, his body skidding across the sand. "How dare you hold back on me?" Randolph roared, his voice brimming with indignation. His rage boiled over, and his gaze shifted to his men. Raising his hammer, he barked an order that echoed across the desert. "Kill them all. Spare no one, the Azura Guild and those Eastern hunters. Leave none alive." The battle was far from over, and the air grew heavy with the promise of chaos as Randolph's forces prepared to strike. Suho, still recovering from the blow, wiped the sand from his face and steadied his breathing. Essel and Gray's faces contorted with anger, their fury igniting as they watched Suho stagger back. Essel's voice cut through the chaos like a war cry. "How dare you lay a hand on the young monarch," she roared, charging into the fray with Gray at her side. Gray, whose usual carefree demeanor had vanished, now wore a deadly seriousness that sent chills through those around him. Every step he took radiated purpose, his movements sharp and deliberate. Xing, standing nearby, clenched his jaw as he drew his dual blades. "So, it's come to this," he muttered, his grip tightening. "Looks like we're fighting after all?" Meanwhile, Beru moved to Suho's side, his antennae twitching with agitation. "My liege, are you unharmed?" he asked, his voice heavy with concern. Suho brushed off the sand clinging to his clothes, suppressing a wince as he stood upright. "I'm fine," he replied, though the determined glint in his eyes told a different story. His gaze swept over the battlefield, assessing the growing chaos as hunters clashed on every side. "We have no choice now," Suho said firmly. "If we want to clear this urgent quest, we'll have to win this fight." Beru nodded, his stance firm. "It seems that way, my liege." Suho's expression darkened as his eyes locked onto Randolph, who stood amidst his men. "The Scavenger Guild," Suho muttered. "They've made themselves our enemies." Without another word, Suho leaped into action. His movements were swift and precise, his form a blur as he bounded off the ancient pyramid's walls, using the structure to propel himself forward. Spotting one of the Scavenger Guild hunters, he zeroed in on his target, his body coiling like a spring before unleashing a powerful kick aimed directly at the man's face. The impact was solid, but to Suho's surprise, the hunter barely flinched, taking the blow with a sneer. "Is that all you've got?" the man taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. "A weakling like you should know better than to challenge the Scavenger Guild. You should have just obeyed your betters." The hunter's arrogance was palpable, but Suho remained calm. His fists clenched at his sides as he deliberated. "Should I use the ruler's authority and my enhanced techniques?" He hesitated, the thought of accidentally killing the man weighing on his mind. That momentary pause was all the hunter needed. He pressed his attack, lunging forward with surprising speed. Before Suho could react, Xing appeared, his blades flashing as he intercepted the strike. "Don't just stand there, Suho." Xing barked, holding back the enemy's weapon with sheer force. This isn't the time for hesitation. Suho snapped out of his thoughts, his resolve hardening. With a swift arc of his blade, Xing lunged at the scavenger guild hunter. In one seamless motion, his weapon found its mark, severing the man's neck with precision. The hunter's lifeless eyes widened in disbelief as his body crumpled to the ground, collapsing into the sands below. Suho stood frozen, his mind grappling with the brutal finality of the scene. "Thanks," he said at last, giving Xing a brief nod of acknowledgement. Xing turned to Suho, his face set in a grim expression. "You dodged Randolph's attack earlier, I saw that much, but you hesitated," he said, his tone sharp yet steady. His piercing gaze bore into Suho's. "Tell me, are you afraid of killing someone?" The question hung in the air like a blade poised to strike. Xing continued, his voice edged with experience. "Listen well. Magic beasts aren't the only danger we face as hunters. You need to understand that. Men like this," he gestured to the lifeless hunter on the ground, "are often far worse. If you want to survive, you'll need to steel yourself for what lies ahead." Suho's gaze shifted to the fallen hunter, his mind swirling with Xing's words. "Am I afraid of killing?" he asked himself, unsure of the answer. "I thought I was prepared to fight, even ready to lay my life on the line. But is that enough?" Memories flashed through his mind, of past battles where he'd fought fiercely yet managed to avoid taking lives, even against those who had wronged him, like the Hyena Guild. His strength had always allowed him to hold back, to spare his enemies. But how long could he maintain that approach? His eyes flicked to Essel and Gray, locked in fierce combat nearby. What happens if the day comes when holding back isn't an option? Suho clenched his fists tightly, his thoughts growing heavier. What if killing is the only way to survive? To protect them? His resolve began to harden, a cold determination setting in. "I can't afford to hesitate anymore. This isn't just about leveling up or gaining strength. If I'm going to face someone like Li Minsung, I need to cast aside all weakness." Xing's voice broke through his thoughts. "I'm Xing, from the Azure Guild," he said, offering a brief introduction. "Looks like we're in the same boat, both standing against the Scavenger Guild. What do you say? Shall we form an alliance?" Before Suho could respond, a figure approached from behind Xing, emanating murderous intent. The attacker moved swiftly, his weapon poised to strike. But Suho was faster. In an instant, he darted forward, his body reacting instinctively. Xing barely had time to register the blur of motion before the sickening sound of Suho's fist colliding with bone echoed through the air. The assailant was sent sprawling, the force of Suho's punch leaving no room for retaliation. Xing turned to Suho, his expression a mix of surprise and newfound respect. Suho lowered his fist, his eyes cold and resolute. "An alliance sounds good," he said firmly, his voice steady. "But if we're going to survive this, there's no room for hesitation." The hunter who had been sneaking up on Xing was hurled through the air with a single, devastating punch from Suho. The sheer force of the strike sent the attacker tumbling several meters away, crashing into the ground like a rag doll. Suho's movements radiated a newfound confidence, his hesitation completely gone. Xing, momentarily taken aback, could only watch as Suho strode past him, the intensity in his eyes unmistakable. Suho's determination was now etched into every step he took. No more holding back, he vowed silently, his resolve as unyielding as steel. The fallen hunter's battered body landed near Randolph's feet with a sickening crunch. Blood smeared the sand as Randolph looked down at the crumpled figure, his expression shifting from mild surprise to a sinister grin. His gaze rose to meet Suho's, the amusement in his eyes growing darker. "Well, now," Randolph drawled, his tone laced with mockery. "You just sent a B-rank tank flying with one punch. Seems like this fight might actually get interesting." Suho ignored the taunt and turned his attention to Xing. "I'm Suho," he said simply, his voice steady. "From Korea. Let's go with that alliance." The battlefield erupted into chaos once more as the Azure Guild and the Scavenger Guild clashed, the air thick with the sounds of metal clashing and war cries echoing. The arrival of Suho seemed to ignite a spark within the Azure Guild fighters. They pushed back harder, their attacks becoming sharper, their resolve unwavering. Yet, across the field, the Scavenger Guild fighters sneered with contempt. One of them jeered, "What's this?" The Azure Guilds picked up a few stray dogs to fight for them. Another chuckled darkly. "Numbers and strength are on our side. Let's crush them already." Their arrogance was palpable, but Suho remained unfazed. Taking a calm step forward, his expression unreadable, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a key that glimmered ominously. Holding it up, he glanced at Xing, his voice low but filled with conviction. "They're in for a rude awakening." Before anyone could question his words, Suho raised the key high and spoke a single word with authority. "Arise." The air trembled, and the ground beneath their feet began to quake. A swirling portal of shadows burst forth, dark and foreboding, exuding an unearthly energy. The battlefield momentarily stilled as the shadow dungeon opened, its ominous presence washing over the warring factions like a tide of dread. The Scavenger Guild fighters stared in shock, their earlier bravado faltering. Xing's jaw dropped, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. "What the hell did you just unleash?" he muttered under his breath, gripping his weapon tighter. Suho didn't answer, his focus fixed on the unfolding battle. The darkness of the shadow dungeon seemed to echo his own resolve, unyielding, unstoppable, and ready to consume all who stood in his way. From the swirling portal emerged Suho's army, a terrifying horde of enormous spiders with gleaming, predatory eyes, followed by a legion of shadow creatures, each more grotesque and menacing than the last. The Scavenger Guild's mocking jeers died in their throats, replaced by stunned silence and widening eyes. Xing could only stare, his mouth agape as the tide of shadows spilled forth. "This can't be real," he murmured, his disbelief palpable. "Suho's not just a fighter? He's a summoner? And not just any summoner, he commands an army like this." Suho's voice cut through the stunned murmurs, commanding and resolute. "Attack." The shadow army surged forward like an unstoppable wave, their roars mingling with the clash of steel and the cries of the Scavenger Guild. Chaos erupted on the battlefield as the creatures tore into the ranks of their enemies with savage ferocity. Randolph, the towering leader of the Scavenger Guild, stood firm amidst the mayhem, his lips curling into an ominous grin. His sharp eyes followed the advancing shadows before locking onto Suho. "So, you've been hiding your true power all this time, kid," he sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "Guess I've been playing nice for no reason." With that, Randolph hefted his colossal hammer and swung it in a devastating arc, cleaving through one of the massive shadow spiders in a single blow. The creature's remains disintegrated into wisps of darkness, but Randolph didn't stop. He surged forward, his hammer smashing through the ranks of Suho's shadow army like a force of nature, leaving shattered remains in his wake. Beru, observing the carnage, approached Suho with an urgent tone. "Young monarch," he said gravely. "This man is no ordinary foe. He's tearing through your army like it's nothing. He's undeniably the strongest human here." Suho's jaw clenched as his mind raced. Turning to Gray, his voice took on a commanding edge. "It's time. We'll use the bonding skill." Before they could proceed, Essel stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination. "No," she interrupted firmly. "Let me bond with you this time." Both Suho and Gray turned to her in surprise. Gray's expression darkened, clearly displeased, but Essel pressed on. "During training, I found a way to enhance the bonding rate. I can make a real difference." Gray bristled, his fists clenching as he looked to Suho. Suho hesitated, doubt flickering across his face as he glanced between Essel and Gray. The weight of the decision bore down on him. Time was slipping away, and Randolph was still cutting through his forces like a scythe through grass. Finally, Suho exhaled, his gaze steadying as he made his choice. The battle's outcome now hinged on their next move. "We haven't tested it in combat, Essel," Suho said firmly, his tone laced with hesitation. "This is a dangerous gamble." Essel's expression faltered for a moment, but her resolve remained unshaken. Her voice softened as she murmured, "I just want to stand beside you, young monarch." Before Suho could respond, the ground trembled violently, and an ominous rumble filled the air. From the shadowy recesses of the dungeon, mummified figures emerged, their hollow, glowing eyes casting an eerie light. They shuffled forward in unnerving unison, their decayed forms radiating malice. Xing, nearby, struck one of the advancing mummies with a powerful swing of his blade. "Are these things drawn to the noise of our battle?" he shouted over the chaos. Essel turned to Suho, her voice sharp with urgency. "Young monarch. The other exit is blocked, too. We're surrounded on all sides." Across the battlefield, Randolph observed the approaching mummies with a calculating look. His lips twisted into a smirk as he muttered under his breath. So, this is what the prophecy meant. The one born of death, who shattered the seal, raising the dead within the grave. His gaze shifted back to Suho, and a glint of grim understanding flickered in his eyes. "It's him," he whispered, the weight of his realization palpable. Straightening, Randolph barked an order to his guild. "Forget the other hunters. Scavenger Guild, head straight for the boss room." Xing, still locked in battle, caught sight of the Scavenger Guild forcing their way through the swarm. His eyes narrowed, and he shouted toward Suho. "They're heading for the boss room. They're trying to steal the dungeon from under us." Suho's jaw tightened as he processed the situation, his gaze darting between the mummies and the retreating Scavenger Guild. "We can't let that happen," he said, his voice steady and determined. Turning to Gray, he said with finality, "It's time. We'll use the bonding skill." He shifted his attention to Essel, his expression softening as he gave her a firm, reassuring nod. "Let's end this together." With a shared look of resolve, Suho, Gray, and Essel surged forward. The weight of the dungeon, and their survival, rested on their next move. As Suho prepared to activate the bonding skill, the dungeon seemed to resist their advance. A massive, decaying mummy lunged at him, its gnarled claws reaching out with deadly intent. Without hesitation, Suho channeled his newfound resolve into action, his every step filled with purpose. Suho sidestepped with precision and agility, his movements a blur as he unleashed a devastating flurry of attacks. His strikes were so swift and powerful that the mummies disintegrated almost instantly, collapsing into heaps of dust before they could react. Standing amidst the remnants of his foes, Suho's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. He scanned the battlefield, prepared to face whatever came next. Xing watched the display, his expression a mixture of awe and bewilderment. His jaw tightened as he muttered under his breath, "Not only can he summon an army, but he can merge with his creatures, too? And he's still not showing us his full power." Suspicion mingled with admiration as his gaze followed Suho's every move. "Who are you really, Suho? What secrets are you hiding?" At the edge of the fray, Essel stood silently, her heart heavy. She had once again been left behind, unable to fight at Suho's side. Her shoulders slumped as she exhaled a wistful sigh. "One day, young monarch," she murmured softly. "One day, I'll prove myself worthy to stand beside you." Suho's gaze flickered briefly in her direction, his expression softening for a fleeting moment. But as the urgency of the situation pressed upon him, his demeanor hardened once more. "No more wasting time," he declared, his voice firm and commanding. "Let's finish this and catch up to them." Meanwhile, in the labyrinthine corridors deeper within the dungeon, the scavenger guild advanced with ruthless efficiency. They tore through the mummies that blocked their path, each hunter driven by Randolph's relentless determination. At the head of the group, Randolph's thoughts kept circling back to Suho. Something about the young hunter didn't sit right with him, a mystery that gnawed at the edges of his mind. "That kid," Randolph mused, his fists clenching as he strode forward. "He's not just another hunter. There's something different about him. And when we've claimed this dungeon, I'll see for myself what he's really made of." Finally, the guild arrived at a massive, ancient door. Its surface was engraved with warped symbols that seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive with a sinister energy. The hunters paused, exchanging uneasy glances. Randolph raised his hand, signaling for them to proceed. The door groaned as it slowly swung open, the sound of grinding chains reverberating ominously through the chamber. As the dust settled, a chilling sight emerged. At the far end of the room stood a colossal figure, its monstrous form bound tightly to the walls by thick, enchanted chains. The creature's presence was overwhelming, its sheer size and aura radiating danger even in its dormant state. Randolph froze, his breath catching as his eyes narrowed in disbelief. "Chained," he muttered, his voice barely audible. "Why would a dungeon boss be restrained like this? What are we dealing with?" The other hunters murmured amongst themselves, their confidence waning in the face of the mysterious entity. Some speculated that the creature was merely asleep, while others questioned whether this was truly the dungeon's final challenge. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier, the dark symbols on the walls seeming to pulse in rhythm with the creature's slow, deliberate breaths. Randolph stepped forward, his jaw set in determination. "Whatever it is, we'll face it. Prepare yourselves," he commanded, though a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. Randolph's mind raced, recalling the prophecy his guild had uncovered, the being born of death, who shatters the seal, will rise. A chill ran down his spine as the monstrous figure before him began to stir. Its massive form twitched, and guttural, ancient words spilled from its mouth, each syllable carrying an ominous weight. The eerie chanting reverberated off the dungeon walls, growing louder with each passing moment. The chains binding the creature trembled violently, rattling as though struggling to contain the immense force within. Then, with a deafening crack, the restraints snapped, shattering like brittle glass. The dungeon boss rose to its full, terrifying height, its eyes glowing with a menacing light. It let out a bone-rattling roar that seemed to shake the very foundation of the dungeon, paralyzing some hunters with fear. Randolph turned sharply to his team, his voice cutting through the chaos. "This is it. No holding back, fight with everything you've got." The creature wasted no time. Swinging its broken chains like weapons, it tore through the hunters with devastating precision. Each swing sent shockwaves rippling through the air, slamming guild members into the stone walls and floor. Blood and dust filled the room as even the strongest tanks, who prided themselves on their impenetrable defenses, crumpled like paper under its relentless assault. Randolph's teeth clenched as he watched the carnage unfold. His guild's finest fighters, those he had believed to be unbeatable, lay broken and defeated. The dungeon boss fixed its glowing eyes on him, its monstrous gaze unyielding and predatory. Slowly, it began to approach, its enormous feet pounding against the stone floor. The flickering dungeon lights cast long, grotesque shadows that seemed to mock the remaining hunters. The creature stopped just in front of Randolph, towering over him. It spread its massive arms wide, as though daring him to attack, a mocking gesture that sent a surge of anger through Randolph's chest. "You're mocking me?" Randolph growled, his pride stinging. His grip tightened on his hammer. "I'll make you regret it." With a roar of his own, he activated his ultimate skill, Giant's Armor. A green, pulsating aura enveloped him, his body surging with newfound power. Muscles bulged, and his size increased, radiating strength and confidence. Randolph charged forward, his hammer raised high, each step echoing with determination. Channeling every ounce of his energy, he swung the hammer with all his might, aiming for the creature's chest. The impact shook the dungeon, the shockwave reverberating through the chamber. But the monster didn't move. It stood like a mountain, unmoved and unyielding. The force that had toppled many before it had no effect here. Randolph's heart sank as realization struck. "Impossible," he muttered under his breath. Sweat dripped down his brow, and his breathing grew heavy. He had poured everything into that attack, only to be met with utter futility. The dungeon boss let out a low, guttural laugh, its voice dripping with cruel amusement. Its glowing eyes narrowed, and a massive fist began to crackle with dark, otherworldly energy. Randolph froze, terror washing over him as the creature raised its fist. "Master, forgive me," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I should have waited. But it was too late." The monster's fist descended, and Randolph's world plunged into darkness. The creature's massive fist descended with devastating power, slamming Randolph's body into the far wall with an earth-shattering impact. The sound of the collision reverberated through the chamber as his broken form crumpled to the floor, half of his body mangled beyond recognition. Standing tall and triumphant, the dungeon boss gazed down at Randolph's shattered figure with a cold sneer. "The first human to reach me," it rumbled, its voice laced with disdain. "And he barely lasted a heartbeat. How pitiful." With a malicious grin, the creature turned its attention to the chamber entrance. Its glowing eyes gleamed with anticipation as it muttered, "But there are more intruders in these depths, aren't there? Let's see if they provide better entertainment." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, Suho was locked in a relentless battle. His fists and feet struck with incredible speed and precision, each blow shattering mummy monsters into heaps of dust. The battlefield was chaos, but Suho moved through it like a storm, a blur of calculated fury. Yet no matter how many he defeated, more kept rising from the darkness. "They just won't stop," Suho muttered, frustration bubbling under his calm exterior. His gaze swept the battlefield, searching for a way to shift the tide. A sudden idea sparked in his mind, and he decided to test his shadow extraction on one of the defeated mummies. Extending his hand, Suho activated his ability. But instead of the usual surge of energy, a cold, mechanical response echoed in his mind. Shadow extraction failed. Old souls cannot be extracted. Suho frowned, confusion clouding his features. "Old souls, so I can't extract them either?" he murmured. "First demons, now this. These restrictions are becoming a problem." Behind him, Beru stood silently, his sharp gaze fixed on the battlefield. Though he said nothing, his presence was a steadying force, a silent reminder of the strength Suho could still rely on. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, a faint vibration at first, but it quickly grew into a violent quake. Suho froze, his instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. The earth beneath their feet began to crack and split, jagged lines snaking outward as the dungeon itself seemed to rebel. Without warning, the ground gave way entirely, collapsing into a yawning chasm. Suho and the scattered members of the Azura Guild fell, their shouts of alarm blending with the thunderous sound of crumbling stone. Amidst the chaos, the ground erupted with a deafening roar. A massive centipede-like creature emerged, its segmented body glistening with a metallic sheen. Towering above them, its countless legs writhed in an unsettling rhythm, each movement radiating predatory intent. The centipede's glowing eyes locked onto Suho and the hunters, its gaze dripping with malice. It let out a piercing screech that reverberated through the cavern, sending a shiver down their spines. The remaining hunters exchanged uneasy glances, the reality of their predicament sinking in. As if the endless waves of mummies weren't enough, now they faced this towering nightmare. Without warning, the massive centipede lunged forward with terrifying speed, its grotesque, segmented body moving far faster than seemed possible for its size. Hunters scattered in desperation, some narrowly diving out of its path, while others were caught in its charge, sent flying like ragdolls by the sheer force of its momentum. Screams and the sound of shattering bones echoed across the battlefield, amplifying the chaos. Amidst the pandemonium, Essel's sharp eyes locked onto the creature's movements. Seizing an opening, she sprang forward with precision, her spear aimed at the centipede's armored flank. The weapon struck true, but instead of penetrating, the blade glanced off the monster's hardened exoskeleton, leaving no more than a faint scratch. Frustration flashed across her face as she withdrew, shouting, "Its armor is too strong. My attacks can't get through." Her voice rang out over the cacophony, carrying both determination and a tinge of worry. Nearby, Xing battled furiously against the relentless tide of mummies, but his attention darted toward Suho. His expression was grim as he called out, "This is spiraling out of control. We're already overrun, and the scavenger guild has seized the upper hand in the dungeon. It's only getting worse." Ducking under a swipe from the centipede's mandibles, Suho nodded, his face set in a grave expression. "You're right. We might need to pull back." But inside, his thoughts churned. The urgent quest to resolve the dimensional crack still loomed over him. Could he trust the scavenger guild to deal with the root cause, let alone complete the mission? A knot of doubt tightened in his chest. Is retreating really the answer? Before he could decide, a suffocating aura swept across the battlefield, halting him mid-thought. The air grew heavy, and the scattered dust seemed to thicken, heralding something far more ominous. From the direction of the scavenger guild's path, a towering figure emerged through the haze, its presence commanding instant, dreadful attention. The creature radiated an oppressive energy so dark and malevolent that every hunter froze in place, their instincts screaming at them to flee. Xing's face turned pale as he stared in horror at the advancing figure. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "The boss, it's coming from where the scavenger guild went." Suho's gaze locked onto the approaching monster, his mind racing even as his body instinctively tensed. The creature's glowing eyes scanned the battlefield with cold calculation, its disdainful gaze reducing the hunters to insignificant obstacles. A quiet but unyielding resolve began to rise within Suho. Every fiber of his being told him to retreat, that this foe was beyond anything he had faced before. Yet the looming presence of the boss monster stirred something deeper, an unrelenting will to stand his ground. The battlefield, already nightmarish, had transformed into something far worse. Suho's inner voice whispered of the monster's overwhelming danger, but he pushed the fear aside, clenching his fists. Retreat was no longer an option. The oppressive dread that weighed on Suho grew heavier, an unrelenting pressure that seemed to intensify with every heartbeat. Is this because of my heightened sense stat? He wondered, his gaze fixed on the entity before him. Above the monster, glowing in a sinister red that pulsed with an aura of calamity, was a name that sent chills through his core, Amit, the prisoner of the tomb. This wasn't just a boss, it was a harbinger of destruction, a creature born of pure malice. The darkness surrounding Amit wasn't merely an aura, it seemed alive, a shadow given form. It shifted and writhed, a palpable manifestation of the monster's immense power. With an air of unchallenged authority, Amit's glowing eyes swept across the battlefield, focusing briefly on the mummies that had been relentless moments before. His voice, deep and resonant, carried a command that sent ripples of unease through the air. "Disappear." The single word echoed like a decree, and the mummies immediately faltered. Their previously unyielding aggression melted into terror as they scurried away, their retreat a testament to their overwhelming fear of Amit. Essel, standing amid the chaos, felt her breath hitch. Her fingers tightened around her spear as she whispered, Did that thing just speak? And the mummies obeyed it?" Before anyone could respond, Amit's massive form descended, landing near Essel with an impact that cracked the earth beneath his feet. His shadow engulfed her, and despite her battle-hardened composure, a cold sweat formed on her brow. Suho, noticing the sudden proximity, shouted for her to fall back, his voice edged with urgency. But Amit's glowing eyes bore into Essel, and for a moment, she couldn't move. Then, to her astonishment, the monster spoke, not in a tongue meant for humans but in the guttural, ancient language of monsters. "You understand my words?" His tone carried more curiosity than hostility, which only deepened her unease. Gripping her spear tightly, Essel forced herself to answer, her voice steady despite the tension in her body. "Yes. I am of the demon race." A low, chilling laugh rumbled from Amit, a sound that resonated with a mix of amusement and menace. "How long it has been," he mused, "since I've encountered a creature capable of understanding me. Day after day, I've been surrounded by mindless dead things and insignificant insects crawling through the desert." For a fleeting moment, Essel's fear gave way to cautious hope. Maybe he isn't as hostile as he seems, she thought. But her optimism was short-lived. From behind her, a massive centipede lunged, its fangs bared and ready to strike. Essel barely had time to react before Amit's arm lashed out with blinding speed. The force of his swing unleashed a violent shockwave that obliterated the centipede instantly, scattering its remains like shattered glass across the battlefield. Essel stood frozen, her mind struggling to process what she had just witnessed. The sheer power of that single motion left her shaken. What, is this creature, she wondered, her fear returning tenfold. Amit turned his gaze back to her briefly, his disdain evident. "Before we continue this conversation," he said coldly, It seems I must deal with these vermin who fail to heed my warnings. With that, he surged forward, moving like a bolt of darkness unleashed. In an instant, he reached another giant centipede and struck with devastating precision. The monster was cleaved cleanly in two, its massive body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The battlefield fell silent. The Azura Guild members could only watch in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and terror. Amit stood amidst the carnage he had wrought, a dark force that none dared challenge. Suho stood frozen, his thoughts a chaotic whirl. A monster, fighting other monsters? What kind of nightmare is this? His gaze remained fixed on Amit, the enigmatic figure who had just effortlessly dismantled a centipede. Who is this creature, really? Before he could ponder further, another centipede launched itself from above, its massive jaws snapping shut around Amit with a sickening crunch. Gasps rippled through the battlefield as the beast closed its fangs over him, enveloping the monster in its gruesome maw. For a moment, an eerie silence blanketed the scene, tension mounting as every hunter held their breath. Then, a horrifying transformation began. The centipede's body writhed unnaturally, its insides twisting in grotesque shapes. A wet, tearing sound echoed as Amit violently tore his way out, his body emerging from the shredded remains, drenched in the creature's blood. The crimson liquid dripped down his form, but Amit's expression remained unchanged. With a casual motion, he wiped his face, muttering with disdain, "I despise insects." The battlefield stilled, an oppressive silence descending as the guild members stared at Amit in a mix of awe and dread. He stood amidst the carnage, a walking embodiment of death, his presence suffocating. Xing's face was pale, his voice trembling as he spoke, almost to himself. A monster, capable of slaughtering other monsters so effortlessly? What kind of being is this Amit? And why is he here? His gaze darted to the shattered remnants of the centipedes, his hands trembling. This dungeon was supposed to be a standard investigation. But this is something far beyond our understanding. Amit turned his gaze toward Xing, his eyes narrowing as he observed the human's incomprehension. A faint spark of malice lit his features, and he growled in a deep, guttural tone, "Another who cannot understand me. How tiresome." Without warning, Amit surged forward, his movements faster than the eye could follow. His voice carried a cold decree, "Then you must die." Xing barely had time to react, crossing his blades in a desperate attempt to block the incoming attack. The sheer force of Amit's charge made the air vibrate. Essel's voice rang out in desperation, a sharp plea cutting through the tension. "Amit, stop. Don't attack him." But Amit's strike was relentless, his fist descending with lethal precision. Just as the blow was about to connect, a blur of motion interrupted him. Suho threw himself into the fray, his fist landing squarely against Amit's side in a defiant punch. "Attacking us because we can't communicate?" Suho shouted, his voice filled with frustration and intensity. "What kind of twisted values do you hold?" Amit paused, the force of Suho's attack barely registering on his imposing frame. His expression shifted, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Suho with newfound interest. "A human who speaks of values," he mused, his voice dripping with disdain. Without warning, Amit retaliated, his punch delivered with brutal force. The room shook as the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, the sheer power of his strike a testament to the nightmare that he was. A violent burst of debris erupted from the site of impact, scattering shards of stone and dust across the dungeon. Guild members scrambled to shield themselves from the chaotic onslaught, their footing precarious in the shaking terrain. Suho, however, bore the brunt of the blow, his body hurtling through the air before slamming into the dungeon wall with a resounding crack. The force of the collision sent ripples through the chamber, silencing the clamor of battle for a fleeting moment. Essel's heart clenched as she saw Suho's crumpled form against the wall. Her expression twisted in a mixture of fury and desperation as she cried out, "Young monarch." Her voice rang clear and defiant, cutting through the thick air as her sharp gaze snapped to Amit. With venom in her tone, she spat, "You fiend. How dare you strike down the young monarch?" Amit responded with a low, mocking laugh, a sound that sent chills down the spines of all who heard it. His laughter resonated like a sinister melody, his expression one of bemused disdain. "That human?" he said, tilting his head as though pondering a trivial matter. "He's your ally, then?" The edges of his tone softened slightly, though the menace in his words remained palpable. "Consider this mercy," Amit said, a sinister smirk creeping across his face. "I'll spare you for now. If you truly hail from the demon race, you may hold knowledge that intrigues me." Amit's gaze bore down on Essel with an intensity that seemed to pin her in place. His next question, calm yet razor-sharp, carried a weight that froze the very air. "Tell me," he demanded, "is the war between the other monarchs and the Shadow Monarch over? And if so, who emerged victorious?" Essel's face remained firm, though beads of sweat began to trickle down her temple. Her mind raced, grappling with the implications of Amit's words. How does this creature know about the war between the monarchs? Who, or what, is he? Around them, the battlefield was strewn with the fallen. Suho and Gray lay crumpled near the dungeon wall, their forms battered and broken. The strain of their battle had pushed their bonding skill to its limit, leaving Gray unconscious and Suho barely clinging to life. Beru knelt beside them, his usually composed face tinged with uncharacteristic concern. He placed a steadying hand on Suho's shoulder, his voice a low murmur as he urged him to wake. The dungeon seemed to hold its breath as tension stretched across the space. Hunters and monsters alike had ceased their movements, caught in the heavy stillness that Amit's presence commanded. Amit's gaze returned to Essel, his expression hardening, his voice as cold and unyielding as steel. "So, you refuse to answer," he said, his tone dripping with disdain. "It seems that whether it's a mindless beast incapable of thought or a demon who chooses silence, you're all the same to me." With that, he lifted his foot high into the air, his actions a terrifying promise of devastation. The oppressive weight of his curiosity and wrath loomed over the battlefield, threatening to shatter the fragile standstill at any moment. "You all must die." Amit's voice thundered through the dungeon, drenched in merciless intent as he prepared to unleash his wrath. His looming figure radiated a dark energy that promised annihilation. Amidst the chaos, Suho lay sprawled on the ground, his body battered and broken. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, painting a grim picture of his state. Every breath felt like fire, his ribs aching under the strain, yet his resolve remained unbroken. With immense effort, he whispered hoarsely, "Claim reward. Status recovery?" A soft green light flared into existence behind Amit. The gentle glow enveloped Suho, mending his wounds and washing away the pain that had racked his body moments ago. Renewed strength coursed through him as he slowly pushed himself to his feet, one hand gripping his shoulder for balance. He exhaled, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Good thing I saved my daily quest rewards," he muttered under his breath, a flicker of relief in his voice. His eyes locked onto Amit, and his expression hardened, his renewed vitality giving him courage. "If you're asking about the Great War of the Monarchs," Suho began, his voice steady and resolute, "then let me tell you, every last one of them fell at the hands of the Shadow Monarch." Essel's voice broke through the tension, a sharp cry of alarm. "Young Monarch!" she shouted, her tone laced with worry. Amit's glowing eyes narrowed, a spark of surprise flashing across his face. He took a step forward, his towering form exuding menace and curiosity in equal measure. "Is that so?" he asked, his tone a blend of disbelief and fascination. "Are you saying that while I languished in this accursed prison, the War of the Monarchs came to an end?" Suho nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering despite the monstrous aura emanating from Amit. "That's the truth," he replied, though his mind was racing. "This creature knows about the Monarchs' war. Could he have ties to one of them?" The realization struck like a bolt of lightning. Suho's jaw tightened. "He's powerful, at least S rank, maybe even stronger. If I provoke him, it could mean my death." Amit's eyes glimmered dangerously as he stepped closer, the distance between him and Suho closing rapidly. His voice dropped to a menacing growl. "So, the Shadow Monarch triumphed in the end," he said, his words laced with malice. "That means he killed them all, even Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body." A sinister red aura began to seep from Amit, spreading like an oppressive fog and filling the dungeon with a suffocating presence. His immense shadow seemed to stretch endlessly, engulfing Suho as he loomed over him. Amit's voice grew colder, each word cutting like a blade. "Are you certain?" he demanded, his eyes burning with an intensity that threatened to pierce through Suho's very soul. "Are you truly telling me the truth? Did the Shadow Monarch truly kill Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body?" Suho's gaze locked onto the hulking figure before him, unease creeping into his thoughts. "The monarch of the Iron Body," he mused, his fists tightening as if bracing for what was to come. Could this creature have some connection to him? Another being of iron flesh? The notion sent chills down his spine, but a far graver concern loomed in his mind. If Amit finds out who my father really was. Suho clenched his jaw. The devastation he might unleash would be catastrophic. Amit, however, seemed to have no patience for Suho's internal struggle. Before Suho could piece his thoughts together, the monstrous entity moved. Without warning, Amit's massive foot came crashing down, descending with the force of a meteor. "Young Monarch, look out!" Essel's voice rang out, shrill with panic. The impact was earth-shattering, sending tremors across the dungeon. The ground beneath Amit splintered like glass, and cracks raced up the dungeon walls. Dust and debris filled the air as Suho narrowly evaded the attack, flipping backward just in time. His heart pounded furiously in his chest as he landed, steadying himself with a sharp exhale. "What the hell, man?" Suho shouted, his voice laced with frustration. "I thought we were talking." Amit's glowing eyes narrowed in irritation, his voice a deep rumble like stones grinding together. "You're taking too long," he snapped, his tone cutting. "Only liars hesitate." His towering form loomed closer, and the threat in his voice was unmistakable. "Speak the truth now, or I'll crush you where you stand." Suho swallowed hard, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He's not bluffing, he thought grimly. One wrong move, one word too slow, and I'll be dead. Amit's voice boomed again, colder than before. "Answer me. Did Tarnak, the monarch of the iron body, fall to the shadow monarch or not?" This time, Suho didn't falter. "Yes," he said firmly, his voice steady despite the tension. "The shadow monarch killed every one of the monarchs." Suho's fists tightened as he braced himself for Amit's reaction. Would he explode in rage at the confirmation of Tarnak's demise? The thought made Suho's pulse quicken, but what followed caught him entirely off guard. Amit's face twisted into something unexpected, a grin. His lips curled upward, and then, with a sudden, booming laugh, he threw his head back. The sound of his mirth reverberated off the dungeon walls, deep and thunderous. Suho stared in disbelief as Amit's laughter echoed, his massive form shaking with amusement. "So that's it," Amit said between bouts of laughter, his voice tinged with something almost resembling relief. "That's why he never returned for me." Amit spread his arms wide, his towering figure casting a massive shadow across the room. His laughter subsided into a dark chuckle, his grin still plastered across his face. So the great Tarnak, the mighty monarch of the iron body, actually met his end. He really did bite the dust, huh? The sight of Amit reveling in the news left Suho speechless, the tension in the room replaced with a chilling sense of unease. "I suppose I owe the shadow monarch a toast," Amit mused, his booming voice laced with unexpected amusement. "Perhaps even a banquet in his honor." Suho's mind reeled at the bizarre reaction, his thoughts racing to comprehend what he had just heard. Finally, mustering the courage to voice his confusion, he asked, "Wait, weren't you a kin of the Iron Monarch?" The laughter that had echoed moments before disappeared as if sliced away by an invisible blade. Amit's expression darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing with venomous intensity. "Kin," he hissed, his tone dripping with contempt. "Don't you dare accuse me of such filth." His massive hands clenched, crackling energy sparking violently around them, growing denser with every breath. "His kin," he repeated, his voice rising to a thunderous growl. "How dare you insult me with that blasphemy?" The power coalescing around him surged in intensity, the very air trembling under its weight. "You've gone too far," he snarled, the malevolent glow of his energy reflecting in his eyes. "And now, you will die for it?" Before Suho could react, Amit lunged forward, his massive fist aimed directly at him. The strike carried an overwhelming force that left no room for escape. Suho crossed his arms in a desperate defensive stance, fully aware that it might not be enough. But just as the attack was about to connect, something extraordinary occurred. From the shadows and cracks of the dungeon, chains, thick, radiant, and pulsating with an otherworldly light, shot forth in every direction. They moved with impossible speed, coiling around Amit like vipers striking their prey. The force of the chain stopped Amit's attack mere inches from Suho's face. His fist hung frozen midair as the bindings tightened with an unyielding grip, pulling him backward and halting his assault entirely. Suho stumbled back, his breath caught in his throat as he watched in disbelief. Where did these come from?" he murmured, his voice barely audible over the creaking and rattling of the chains. Their power was palpable, a force that felt both ancient and indomitable. Amit, too, froze for a moment, his expression shifting from rage to grim realization. His struggles against the chains only seemed to strengthen their grip, each link constricting tighter as if responding to his resistance. "These damned chains," Amit growled under his breath, his mind racing. "Again, they come to haunt me. Have I overstepped my bounds once more?" The chains tightened further as if answering his unspoken question. The unrelenting force began to drag Amit backward, each pull a reminder of his limitations. "No," he snarled, his muscles straining as he attempted to break free. "Not again." But his defiance was in vain. The chains, imbued with a power that surpassed his own, yanked him further away from Suho, pulling him back toward the void that had once imprisoned him. The room echoed with the sound of grinding metal as the chains clanged and groaned, their purpose clear and their will unyielding. Amit stumbled, his enormous frame struggling against the merciless bindings. Each step backward felt like an eternity, his roars of frustration filling the air. Yet the chains did not falter, dragging him inexorably back toward the domain he had dared to leave behind. With a deafening roar, Amit cursed the chains that bound him, the memory of Tarnak, and the enigmatic caster who had sentenced him to this unending torment. His struggles were futile as the relentless chains pulled him back. Shadows surged around his form, enveloping him entirely until his massive figure disappeared, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust in his wake. Suho stood rooted to the spot, his breath shallow, his expression frozen in utter disbelief. His wide eyes and slackened jaw betrayed his struggle to comprehend what had just unfolded before him. What were those chains, he wondered, his mind racing. Where did they come from, and why did they suddenly drag that monster away? Essel hurried to his side, her face pale with worry. "Young monarch, are you all right?" she asked, her voice quivering with concern. Suho gave a brief nod, masking the confusion brewing within. "Yes, I'm fine," he replied tersely, though his thoughts screamed otherwise. "I have no idea what just happened, but for now, I'm just relieved Amit is gone." Taking a steadying breath, Suho surveyed the ravaged dungeon. His gaze lingered on the crumbled walls and battered bodies. "We need to tread carefully now that we know of that creature's existence," he said grimly. "Let's focus on getting Grey and the injured Azura Guild members the help they need." But just as he finished speaking, his expression shifted. His eyes widened, and his lips parted slightly in disbelief. The system's interface suddenly glitched, the urgent quest text flickering erratically, distorting in a way Suho had never seen before. "What's happening?" Suho thought, alarmed. Noticing his unsettled demeanor, Essel moved closer, her worry deepening. "Young monarch, what's wrong?" Without taking his eyes off the screen, Suho pointed toward the flickering interface, frustration tightening his features. "The emergency quest," it changed on its own. He read the new prompt aloud, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Free the heir of the iron body, Amit, from the pyramid." The words reverberated in his mind like a tolling bell. Amit is the heir of the iron body? Is this real? The scene shifted abruptly to a dim chamber suffused with an eerie glow. Scattered across the cold stone floor were the mangled remains of scavenger guild members and the carcasses of slain beasts, their blood pooling and staining the ground. The air was heavy with the acrid stench of death, making every breath a challenge. As Suho and Essel entered, their eyes were drawn to the carnage. Suho's expression hardened, understanding the grim reality before him. These were scavenger guild members. Amit must have slaughtered them without mercy. His gaze then fell upon the center of the chamber, where a massive figure loomed, bound tightly by a web of luminous chains. The chains pulsed faintly, their glow casting long, twisted shadows across the room. Amit's piercing gaze met Suho's, filled with a mixture of disdain and intrigue. The chains binding him creaked as he shifted slightly, his voice dripping with dark amusement. "I can't believe you've come looking for me," Amit growled, his tone laced with a sinister edge. "You've got guts, human. I wonder if they'll be your undoing." Suho stepped forward, his face calm and unreadable. "I came to finish what we started. Our conversation was cut short before," he said, his tone steady but laced with curiosity. Amit scoffed, his laughter low and menacing, echoing off the chamber walls like distant thunder. "Conversation," he said mockingly. "The only lesson Tarnak ever taught me was how to kill. If you've got grievances, go scream at his grave." Listening to the beast's sneering tone, Suho couldn't help but notice a strange innocence hidden in Amit's bluntness. There was a raw honesty there, almost childlike, despite the monster's terrifying presence. The irony of attempting to reason with him wasn't lost on Suho, yet he pressed on. "It sounds like you didn't have much love for the monarch of the iron body," Suho remarked carefully. "Why is that?" Amit's eyes flickered with surprise, his demeanor shifting slightly. "You came all this way just to ask me that?" he asked, his voice tinged with both suspicion and intrigue. After a brief pause, he sighed, the chains rattling as he adjusted his posture. "Well, I suppose talking is the only pastime I've got. I'll indulge you." His voice darkened, carrying an undercurrent of bitterness. "I am Amit," he began. "I was created by Tarnak, the monarch of the iron body, and a spellcaster whose name I'll never forget. They forged me into what I am, only to abandon me here, discarded like a broken tool, entombed in this cursed prison." The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, and Suho felt the raw pain and fury behind them. Amit's voice grew colder, his rage palpable. "Those two turned a man into a monster. They locked me away, leaving me bound by these damned chains amidst a tomb of rotting corpses." Suho frowned, his mind racing as he tried to grasp the depth of Amit's suffering. "Why haven't you broken the chains?" he asked, hoping for a straightforward solution. Amit's glare sharpened, and he leaned forward, the chains pulling taut. "These aren't ordinary chains," he growled. "They're woven with powerful magic. No matter how many times I destroy them, they reform if I stray too far from this spot. I've spent centuries trying to break free, but they always return." His voice cracked with frustration, a tremor of helpless rage echoing in his words. "I've been trapped here for longer than you can imagine, unable even to explore this accursed tomb. Tarnak and that wretched spellcaster condemned me to a life worse than death. I will never forgive them." Suho studied the chains carefully, noting their peculiar glow and the unnatural way they coiled around Amit. Something about them didn't add up. If they truly were unbreakable, why were they designed to reform only when Amit moved beyond a certain distance? There had to be a reason behind this enchantment. Turning to Amit, Suho asked, "Were these monsters already in the tomb when you were imprisoned?" Amit's expression darkened further as he nodded. "Yes. They've always been here," he confirmed, his voice dripping with bitterness. Suho glanced around the chamber, piecing together the puzzle. Essel, standing beside him, looked increasingly confused. "So, you're not the dungeon's master?" Suho pressed. Amit's confirmation sent a wave of realization through Suho. The spellcaster must have ensured the chains would hold Amit here for a purpose, he thought. There's more to this than just imprisonment. After a moment of contemplation, Suho took a bold step forward. "If I manage to break these chains," he said, his voice steady, "would you be willing to hear me out?" Amit's eyes widened slightly, his surprise quickly replaced by suspicion and a flicker of hope. "You're serious?" he rumbled, his tone heavy with disbelief. "Are you actually considering freeing me?" The room seemed to grow quieter as Amit's voice dropped to a menacing pitch. "If you can undo the spellcaster's work and release me, I swear on my rage, I'll grant whatever request you make." His piercing gaze locked onto Suho, searching for any hint of deceit. "But tell me," Amit continued, his tone dark and foreboding. "Do you truly have a way to break the magic that binds me?" Amit's aura erupted like a storm, flooding the chamber with a suffocating, oppressive force that made the very walls tremble. The chains binding him groaned under the strain, rattling violently as if they, too, feared his wrath. His eyes gleamed with a feral, dangerous light, and his voice boomed through the space, a guttural roar that shook the ground beneath their feet. "If you're toying with me," he snarled, his words dripping with malice, "if this is some sick joke, you'll regret it more than anything in your miserable life. I'll tear you apart limb by limb, and nothing in this world will save you." The green and crimson energy swirling around Amit pulsed violently, wrapping his massive form in a chaotic vortex of raw, unrestrained fury. The very air crackled with electricity, the temperature in the room rising with his growing anger. The oppressive weight of his promise pressed down on Suho like a physical force, heavy and sharp, like the edge of a blade poised at his throat. Essel stood paralyzed, her face pale, eyes wide with fear as Amit's terrifying aura saturated the room. She managed to stammer, "Why, young monarch, what?" But Suho raised a hand, silencing her. His gaze never wavered from Amit's furious eyes. Every muscle in his body was coiled with tension, but his voice remained steady and unwavering. "Hear me out before you make any threats," he said, his tone calm but firm, as if he were negotiating with death itself. Amit's growl rumbled low in his throat, but something in Suho's unflinching demeanor made him pause. The overwhelming rage that filled the room lessened, if only slightly, as curiosity took root in the beast's mind. A sly glint flickered in Suho's eyes as he leaned forward, a hint of defiance in his grin. "I'm planning to bring this entire dungeon down," he declared, his words deliberate and laced with confidence. Amit's eyes narrowed sharply, the intensity in his gaze shifting from rage to intrigue. Suho continued, his voice steady, "The spellcaster tied you here with those enchanted chains to keep you from reaching the dungeon master, right? But think about this, what happens when the dungeon master is defeated? When the dungeon itself collapses?" He paused, letting his words sink in. "Those chains won't have a reason to exist anymore. Their purpose will be gone, just like the dungeon itself." Amit's eyes darkened, processing Suho's logic with a thoughtful silence. The tantalizing possibility of freedom flickered in his mind, a chance to finally shatter the chains that had bound him for so long. The fury that had once consumed him began to shift into something else entirely, hope. A sudden, low rumble erupted from Amit's chest, building into a deep, guttural laugh that reverberated through the chamber. Well, the Shadow Monarch's heir," he chuckled, a glint of wild hope flashing in his eyes. "What a plan you've cooked up. Maybe, just maybe, this insane little scheme of yours could actually work." The scene transitioned to the dungeon's lower levels, where Beru buzzed around like an oversized, disgruntled wasp. His wings fluttered furiously, and his face twisted into an exaggerated mask of sorrow. With a dramatic wail, he lamented, "Oh, young monarch, how could you abandon me here with this overgrown lizard?" His tiny form vibrated with frustration, his antennae drooping in exaggerated misery. Amit, growing increasingly annoyed by Beru's theatrics, let out a sharp snarl. "Enough with your whining, you miserable insect," he snapped. "You're like a gnat buzzing in my ear." Beru's eyes flared with indignation, his pride stung. His antennae stiffened, and his voice dropped to a venomous hiss. "Gnat? You dare call me a gnat? Do you wish to provoke the wrath of my original form?" Amit, utterly unimpressed, waved him off with a dismissive grunt. "Save your threats, pest. Who would have thought that kid was the Shadow Monarch's heir?" Ignoring Beru's bristling anger, Amit moved to the very edge of his chain's reach. His massive hand pressed against the cold dungeon floor as he peered into the shadows where Suho had disappeared moments ago. "This is the limit," he muttered, the chains tightening with a metallic groan. "If the kid fails, I'm still stuck here. But for some reason, I believe him. I believe he'll find a way to get me out." A rare flicker of vulnerability crossed Amet's face as he lowered his head, lost in bitter reflection. "Tarnak," he thought with a snarl. "You claimed raw power was the only true strength. You made me into this monster for that very reason." But Amet's thoughts drifted back to Suho, the fierce determination burning in the young man's eyes. "There's strength beyond brute force," Amet admitted to himself. "If anyone can break these chains, it's that kid." Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Suho's fist crashed into the jaw of a towering beast, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the ground. The monster's head snapped back before it crumbled into dust under the sheer power of Suho's strike. Without missing a beat, he pivoted, delivering a final, devastating blow to the remaining creatures swarming him. The air was thick with dust and fading energy as the last of the monsters fell. Suho stood amidst the wreckage, his chest rising and falling with measured breaths. The battlefield around him was silent, the only sound the faint crackle of dissipating magic as he prepared for the next phase of his mission. Suho cast a glance at Essel, who had been battling fiercely at his side. Both were weary, their bodies marked by the toll of relentless fighting, yet their resolve remained unbroken. Their eyes met, exchanging a silent nod of determination, signaling their readiness for the final confrontation. Together, they moved forward, advancing towards the dungeon's core, where an ominous figure loomed on a throne constructed from the bones of countless fallen foes. A malevolent aura seeped from the seated figure, its presence suffocating the air around them. Suho's gaze sharpened, focusing on the crimson letters hovering above the throne, spelling out the name of the dungeon's warden, Shika. "Just one more," Suho murmured, his voice steady and low, reverberating through the eerie silence of the tomb. His muscles tensed, every nerve in his body coiled like a spring, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Amet wrestled with the enchanted chains that had bound him for what seemed like an eternity. Each metallic clink echoed through the chamber, a haunting symphony of his ceaseless struggle. Suho, observing the futility of Amet's efforts, conjured a shadow portal just within Amet's grasp. Hope flared in Amet's eyes as he lunged forward, but the cursed chains recoiled, dragging him back to his prison with ruthless force. Suho watched the scene unfold, his expression calm yet analytical. "As expected," he muttered, "these chains are more troublesome than I thought. Even the shadow portal can't circumvent their enchantment." Amet gritted his teeth, his massive hands gripping the chains with a force born from years of frustration. "The moment I even think about leaving, these damn things tighten their grip," he growled, his voice thick with bitterness. "It's like being trapped in a nightmare with no escape." Suho crossed his arms, studying the chains with a discerning eye. "A formidable spell indeed," he acknowledged. "But I needed to test the boundaries to understand the problem fully." Turning to Essel and the rest of his companions, Suho laid out his strategy. "We have two tasks ahead. First, Essel and I will confront and eliminate the dungeon's boss. That should destabilize the dungeon's core and initiate its collapse. Once the dungeon begins to fall apart, our second objective is to target and destroy the pillars that anchor these chains. Severing those will disrupt their magic and finally set Amet free." With the plan in place, Suho and his team prepared for the critical battle that would decide not only their fate but also Amet's long-awaited freedom. After laying out the plan, Suho added with a calm finality, "Once we've brought the dungeon down, we'll regroup with Beru and retreat into the shadow dungeon before this entire place collapses." Amet's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering behind them. "And if you mess up either of those steps," he growled, the heavy chains rattling ominously with his movement. "What then? Your plan seems a little too neat for a place like this." Suho's expression hardened, his voice steady but carrying an edge. "I've got contingencies if things go sideways." His tone left no room for doubt. But before Suho could elaborate, Amet let out a dry, sardonic chuckle, the sound echoing off the stone walls. "Doesn't matter," he muttered, shaking his head slightly. "Whatever's waiting out there can't be worse than rotting in this cursed crypt for another 1,000 years." The focus shifted to the dungeon's core, where an eerie wind spiraled through ancient corridors, stirring the sand into restless whirlwinds. At the eye of this unnatural storm stood Shika, the tomb's guardian. His towering silhouette was framed by an ominous crimson glow, his presence suffocating the air itself. In his hands, an orb of dark energy pulsed with sinister intent, tendrils of red lightning flickering along its surface. With a flick of his wrist, Shika hurled the orb forward, and mid-flight, it disintegrated into a horde of sand-born monstrosities. The creatures surged like a living avalanche, their forms twisting and writhing as they barreled toward Suho with feral hunger. Suho didn't flinch. His grip tightened around his blade, and with a burst of speed, he lunged into the oncoming wave. His eyes blazed with unwavering determination. The sword in his hands became a blur, slicing through the creatures with surgical precision. Each strike resonated with power, the sand beasts crumbling into dust under the force of his blows. The swirling sandstorm thickened, concealing him within its chaotic embrace, but then, through the haze, Suho's figure burst forth, cleaving the final monster clean in half with a single, powerful stroke. Just as Suho allowed himself a breath, the ground beneath his feet betrayed him. The sand, no longer passive, coiled upward like serpents, wrapping around his legs with vice-like grip. His eyes darted to Sheikah, who stood motionless atop his throne of bones, one hand outstretched. The warden's fingers twitched slightly, and the sand responded in kind, tightening its hold as if Sheikah himself were puppeteering the very dungeon. Suho's gaze flicked to the red letters floating ominously above Sheikah's head, a chilling reminder that this foe wasn't just another obstacle. An A rank, he murmured under his breath, his jaw tightening. Figures it wouldn't be easy. From the corner of his eye, he saw Essel seizing an opportunity. With a determined cry, she hurled her spear toward Sheikah, her aim true and force behind the throw. But Sheikah didn't even blink. With an almost bored wave of his hand, the spear veered off course, clattering harmlessly to the ground as though it had never posed a threat. Essel's eyes widened in disbelief, but Suho's focus remained locked on the warden. This isn't just about brute strength, he thought grimly. This one's got control over the dungeon itself. The sand's hold on Suho constricted tighter, threatening to drag him beneath the swirling storm like an anchor pulling him into the depths. His muscles strained against the relentless grip, teeth clenched as he fought to break free. With a defiant roar, he summoned every ounce of his strength, channeling his energy into a single explosive burst. The sand shattered away from his legs, dispersing like smoke in the wind. Gasping for breath, Suho shouted over the howling storm, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. Essel! Now's the time. We need the bond skill, there's no other way out of this. Essel hesitated for just a heartbeat, her eyes widening at the command. But understanding flooded her features almost immediately, and the surprise was quickly replaced by fierce determination. Understood, young monarch, she responded, her voice steady and resolute despite the swirling mayhem around them. A brilliant transformation overtook her as she summoned the depths of her power. Her hair turned a dazzling white, glowing like moonlight against the dungeon's oppressive gloom, while a dark crimson aura flared around her body, pulsing with raw energy. Essel gathered this power into a crackling red sphere, her focus unwavering. This is the moment I've trained for, she thought, her heart pounding with anticipation. I can't afford to falter now. As the orb in her hands grew brighter and more unstable, Essel's mind flickered back to her past missteps, the failures that haunted her. I've been weak before. But not this time. Her jaw set with grim resolve. This time, I'll be the one to change the outcome. With a final surge of will, she sent the blazing energy toward Suho. The moment it connected, it surged into him like a lightning strike, electrifying every nerve in his body. Essel's aura dimmed instantly, her mana reserves fully depleted. Her knees buckled, and she crumpled to the ground, her hair returning to its natural color. Young monarch, she whispered faintly, her voice barely audible, I hope this is enough. Suho felt the power flood through him, an overwhelming tide that reinvigorated his body and sharpened his senses. His entire being hummed with this newfound strength, and his gaze locked onto Sheikah, the tomb's warden who still loomed atop his throne with an air of malevolent calm. A fierce grin spread across Suho's face as he squared his shoulders. Playtime's over, he growled, his voice dripping with defiance. Now it's my turn. Fueled by Essel's bond skill, Suho exploded into motion. His body became a blur, moving faster than the eye could follow as he hurtled toward Sheikah like an unstoppable force. The very walls of the dungeon trembled beneath his feet, the ground itself quaking in anticipation of their impending collision. Sheikah remained unmoved, his expression cold and unreadable. But as Suho closed the distance, the warden raised his hand, the crimson energy around him flaring violently. His fist pulled back, crackling with dark power, prepared to unleash a devastating counterstrike. Suho charged forward, his unwavering resolve blazing hotter than the oppressive aura radiating from Sheikah. The warden's overwhelming presence, thick with raw, unbridled power, seemed to weigh down the very air, but Suho pushed through it, undeterred. Just as he neared striking distance, a glowing system notification flickered into view. Bond skill, Demon Blast, 67% charged. Suho's mind raced. This is it. My one chance. There's no room for hesitation. He clenched his fists tighter, feeling the energy coursing through him like liquid fire. Letting out a primal roar that echoed through the crumbling tomb, Suho unleashed every shred of his strength and willpower into a single, earth-shattering punch. The moment his fist connected, the impact was nothing short of apocalyptic. A massive shockwave exploded outward, tearing through the dungeon walls and sending shards of stone and bone hurtling in every direction. Sheikah's imposing figure disintegrated under the sheer ferocity of the attack, his body fracturing into countless fragments before vanishing entirely, consumed by the overwhelming force. Far deeper within the dungeon's labyrinthine corridors, Beru's antennae quivered violently as the very ground beneath him trembled. Cracks raced up the ancient walls, dust cascaded from the ceiling, and the oppressive atmosphere shifted. The dungeon itself groaned as it began to collapse. Turning sharply to Amet, Beru's voice rang with urgency. The dungeon's falling apart. The young monarch, he's done it. The dungeon master is defeated. Amet's sharp gaze followed the trembling stakes that bound his chains as they began to loosen, each one falling to the ground with a resonant clang. His breath hitched, something fragile and long dormant stirring deep within his chest, a faint, flickering spark of hope. Barely above a whisper, he murmured to himself, "Could it be? After all these years, am I finally free?" Beru, ever the impatient one, flapped his wings with frustration and barked, "Hey! Oversized lizard. Quit staring and move. We need to find the young monarch before this place caves in." But Amet didn't move. He stood rooted to the spot, his mind clouded with disbelief. Is this real? He wondered, the weight of centuries of imprisonment pressing down on him even as his chains loosened. Can I truly walk out of this cursed tomb? The memories surged unbidden. He saw Tarnak's twisted grin, the gleam in the spellcaster's eyes as they conducted their cruel experiments. He felt the phantom pain of his body being shattered, rebuilt, and destroyed again, over and over in an endless cycle of torment. They had molded his suffering into strength, but at the cost of his sanity. In a desperate act of rebellion, he had gouged out his own eyes, hoping to escape the agony by plunging himself into darkness. And yet, through all that pain, one memory clung to him like a lifeline, the vivid image of the world beyond this tomb. The serene beauty of untouched nature from his distant youth. The feel of sunlight on his scales, the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, and the scent of fresh earth after rain. For centuries, he had clung to the hope of feeling that warmth again, of escaping this desolate prison. Now, as the dungeon crumbled around him, Amet felt that hope bloom once more. With a deep, shuddering breath, Amet summoned every ounce of courage and lifted his heavy foot, stepping across the invisible threshold that had imprisoned him for countless years. But the moment his clawed foot touched the ground beyond his confinement, the fragile hope that had kindled within him was snuffed out. From the shadows, a gleaming stake shot toward him like a bolt of lightning, its speed blinding. It tore through his side with brutal precision, embedding deep into his flesh. Amet staggered back, a guttural roar of agony erupting from his throat. Blood spurted from his mouth, staining his fangs crimson as his powerful frame shook from the unexpected assault. Beru's wings beat frantically as he cried out in alarm, his voice shrill with panic. "Amet! What's happening? What is this?" But Amet barely heard him. More stakes, sharp as razors and relentless as a storm, hurtled toward him in a deadly barrage. His furious roar echoed through the crumbling tomb, shaking the very walls. "Tarnak! Spellcaster! You'd rather see me dead than let me taste freedom? I will never forgive you for this treachery." Just as another stake spiraled toward Amet's chest, Suho appeared, his body battered and bruised, but his spirit unbroken. Without hesitation, Suho launched himself into the fray. Acting on pure instinct, he spun midair and drove his foot into the incoming stake. The force of the impact reverberated through his leg, a sharp jolt of pain radiating up to his hip. He gritted his teeth as his leg nearly buckled beneath him, but there was no time to falter. The stakes kept coming, merciless and unending. Suho's eyes darted to the glowing chains binding Amet, realization dawning in an instant. These aren't just physical restraints, they're cursed to keep him trapped, no matter what. His mind raced. If I can't break the chains, I'll have to sever their source. With a swift motion, Suho summoned a portal to the shadow dungeon, a swirling vortex of darkness opening beside him. He positioned himself between Amet and the barrage of enchanted stakes, his body a living shield. As each stake flew toward them, Suho kicked, punched, and deflected them, redirecting the deadly projectiles into the shadowy void. Each impact sent fresh waves of searing pain through his already fractured body, his bones groaning under the strain, but he pushed through it all. Amet, watching Suho's relentless efforts, felt a surge of disbelief flood his chest. His voice trembled, not from pain, but from sheer confusion. "Why?" he rasped, his eyes wide. "Why are you doing this? What could you possibly gain by shedding your blood for me?" Suho didn't answer. His face was slick with sweat, his muscles screaming in protest with every movement. But his resolve remained unshaken. He didn't need words, his actions spoke louder than any explanation could. Suddenly, one final stake tore through the air, its tip gleaming ominously as it zeroed in on Suho's heart. Suho, exhausted beyond measure, barely had the strength to react. But before the stake could pierce him, Amit surged forward with a roar that shook the walls. His massive fist crashed into the stake, sending it hurtling into the shadow portal with a deafening clang. Blood dripped freely from Amit's wounds, but his eyes burned with a newfound fire as he turned to Suho. His voice, though ragged, was steady. "I see it now," he said, his words heavy with understanding and gratitude. "Why Tarnak?" Amit growled, his voice thick with bitterness. "No, why did all the monarchs fall to the Shadow Monarch?" His eyes burned with a fierce clarity as he turned toward Suho. It wasn't just power. It was conviction. Suho's breath hitched. He hadn't anticipated such words, let alone from a being as formidable as Amit. The towering beast's respect, spoken aloud in the midst of chaos, struck deeper than any weapon could. In that moment, Suho realized Amit no longer saw him as a mere opponent but as an equal, a comrade bound by shared struggle. Amit's voice boomed through the crumbling dungeon, echoing off the cracked stone walls. It was a roar filled with defiance, but also with something more profound, purpose. "If all that stands between us and freedom are these cursed stakes, then let's end this nightmare together," sung Suho. Suho shook his head, his voice firm despite his exhaustion. "No, young monarch." Side by side, the two faced the incoming barrage of stakes, each gleaming like a shard of death sent to finish them off. Without a shred of hesitation, Amit swung his colossal fists, sending the enchanted stakes flying into the swirling maw of the shadow dungeon portal. Suho, though his body screamed in protest and his bones felt like they could shatter at any moment, mirrored Amit's determination. He delivered precise, desperate strikes, redirecting each deadly projectile with unwavering focus. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow dungeon, a faint stir broke the silence. Essel's eyelids fluttered open, her body weak, her limbs heavy, but her spirit still burning with determination. As her vision cleared, she was met with the familiar, unamused gaze of Beru, his antennae twitching slightly. "Took you long enough," Beru muttered, his tone as dry as ever. Essel jerked upright, her heart racing. "Beru, what happened? Where's Suho? Amit, are they okay?" Beru raised one of his claws to his lips, silencing her with a sharp motion. "Quiet. They're resting now. Don't disturb them." Confused but obedient, Essel followed Beru's gaze. Her breath caught in her throat, and her eyes welled with emotion. There, lying peacefully nearby, was Suho. His chest rose and fell with steady, rhythmic breaths, the tension in his face eased by hard-won victory. Beside him, Amit lay free of his chains, his massive form relaxed, a rare serenity softening his features. Essel couldn't hold back the tears that welled up in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she whispered, He actually did it. The young monarch, he saved Amit." Just as her words hung in the air, a series of soft chimes echoed through the dungeon. System notifications flickered into view above Suho's sleeping form. System notification. "Congratulations. You have successfully recruited Amit, heir of the Iron Body, as a companion. Urgent quest, Dimensional Crack, completed. You have leveled up. Quest rewards acquired. Would you like to view them now?" Elsewhere, in a dimly lit office adorned with minimalist decor, a man in a sharp black suit delicately sipped his tea. The faint glow from his tablet illuminated his face as he studied a digital profile, his piercing eyes locked on the image of Sung Jin-woo. A complex mix of admiration and unease flickered across his expression. "Something shifted after Hunter Sung Jin-woo vanished," he murmured, his voice low and contemplative. "The Hunter gates started appearing again, but the memories he left behind allowed me to establish the Hunter Association quickly and avoid another catastrophe like the Great Cataclysm." Setting the tablet aside, he leaned back in his leather chair, letting out a slow, deliberate breath. His thoughts drifted to recent developments, his brow furrowing. But Stardust? That wasn't part of the previous timeline? His fingers drummed against the armrest, the name lingering in the air. And its distribution by Li Min, Sung of the Grim Reaper Guild. It doesn't add up. Especially with their guild master's absence. Is he acting on his own? Before he could dive deeper into this puzzle, his phone vibrated aggressively on the desk, shattering his focus. His eyes narrowed as he glanced at the caller ID. "Incoming call, Mr. Jinho." His curiosity piqued, he answered, his voice smooth but tinged with interest. "It's rare to hear from you, Mr. Jinho. To what do I owe this unexpected call?" The voice on the other end was fraught with desperation and panic, shaking with urgency. "Jinchul. I need the Hunter Association's help. It's about my nephew." Jinchul's posture straightened immediately, alarm flashing in his sharp eyes. "Your nephew?" he repeated cautiously. "You mean, Suho?" "Yes," Jinho's voice broke, thick with worry. He's awakened as a hunter. But I believe he's trapped inside a gate. Please, you have to help him." A cold wave washed over Jinchul as the words sank in. His face lost all color, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Sung Suho, trapped inside a gate? His mind raced, connecting the dots faster than he could process them aloud. The Shadow Monarch's heir is in danger. This wasn't just any hunter lost in a dungeon, this could shift the entire balance of power. The scene shifted dramatically to the desolate outskirts of the Pyramid Field dungeon, where a convoy of military-grade trucks stood like silent sentinels against the backdrop of devastation. The ruins of ancient structures loomed in the distance, casting jagged shadows across the cracked earth, while the eerie silence hinted at the chaos that had unfolded within. Inside one of the battered trucks, the surviving members of the Azura Guild lay sprawled across the metal floor, their breathing labored as if they'd sprinted through a sandstorm with no end in sight. Among them, Xing stirred, his mind foggy, weighed down by exhaustion and fragmented memories of the chaos they had just endured. A voice, sharp and insistent, pierced through the haze like a blade cutting through thick fog. "Xing, hey, wake up. You've been napping long enough." It was Suho. His voice wasn't loud, but it was impossible to ignore, like a persistent alarm you can't snooze. Xing groaned, bringing a hand to his pounding head, feeling like he'd been hit by something large and unforgiving, maybe even pyramid-shaped. His memories flashed in brief, disjointed fragments: the storm, the dungeon, the overwhelming terror. The more he remembered, the worse the headache throbbed. Meanwhile, Suho stood over him, arms crossed with the casual patience of someone waiting at a bus stop in the middle of nowhere. His expression was calm, almost too calm given the circumstances. "Dungeons cleared," Suho announced with a shrug, as if he'd just finished sweeping the floor. "Oh, and by the way, can I borrow your phone? Need to make a quick call. Kinda important." For a moment, Xing's brain lagged like a computer struggling under too many open tabs. He blinked up at Suho, the words not quite registering. But when they finally clicked, it hit him like a freight train. "What?" Xing shot upright, ignoring the protest from his aching muscles. "The dungeon's cleared?" His gaze darted to the truck's grimy window. Outside, where the once imposing pyramid had loomed like a sinister monument, there was now only an empty wasteland. The monstrous structure had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a barren expanse of cracked earth. It looked as though someone had performed the world's most dangerous disappearing act. The scene shifted to the bustling Cairo International Airport, its halls alive with the hum of travelers, blaring announcements, and the rolling of suitcases over polished floors. Amid the chaos, Suho and the remaining Azura Guild members gathered near the departure gates, their faces marked by exhaustion but also relief. It was a bittersweet farewell. The group shared quiet words and firm handshakes, the weight of their shared ordeal hanging heavy in the air. Xing extended his hand to Suho, his gratitude clear in his eyes. "I won't forget what you did back there," Xing said, his voice steady despite the emotions beneath. "Let's stay in touch, yeah? Even after you're back in Korea." Suho scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Thanks, man. And I appreciate you guys helping me get a flight back home, and, well, reconnecting me with my uncle," Suho replied, his grin softening as he thought about the call he'd made. The memory of his uncle's voice, panicked and on the verge of a heart attack after learning Suho had been in Egypt battling something that made an S-rank monster look like a stray kitten, echoed in his mind. Suho's smile faded slightly, the weight of his uncle's worried words lingering in his thoughts as he prepared to board his flight back to Korea, unsure of what challenges awaited him next. The incident had been quietly reported to a contact within the Hunter Association, and now a summons to their headquarters loomed like a storm cloud over Suho's head. As if sensing the tension, Xing's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering across his face like a detective piecing together a conspiracy in a late-night drama. "You know," Xing started, his tone laced with curiosity, "it's kinda weird, don't you think? An S-rank demon just walked away and let the dungeon collapse like it was no big deal." Suho forced out a laugh, trying to sound casual, though his clenched fists betrayed his nerves. "Yeah, weird's the right word," he replied with a weak grin. "Guess I just got lucky." But inside, Suho winced. If Xing ever found out the truth about Amit, I'd never hear the end of it. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow dungeon, a realm pulsing with dark energy and oppressive silence, Amit stood tall. Though still wrapped in heavy chains that clanked ominously with every slight movement, his presence radiated undiminished power. Suho and his companions observed from a distance, the weight of the situation sinking in. Essel sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. "So, in the end, the chains couldn't be broken?" Suho glanced at Amit, his expression unreadable. "So, you're stuck here because of those chains, huh?" Suho asked, his tone calm but pointed. "And since I didn't fully unseal you, does that mean you're backing out of your promise?" Amit let out a deep, booming laugh that echoed through the dark expanse like thunder. "Relax, kid," Amit rumbled, his voice filled with amusement. "The deal was to get me out of that cursed tomb, and you did exactly that. Flexing his massive arms, the chains rattled like oversized ornaments. These? Amit scoffed, shrugging his shoulders. They're just for show now. I can move better here than I ever did trapped in that dusty coffin. Suho blinked, caught off guard by Amit's sudden shift in attitude. The once terrifying overlord now sounded more like someone enjoying a spa retreat rather than a chained beast of destruction. Before Suho could form a reply, Amit's enormous hand shot out, gripping the back of Suho's jacket like he was scooping up a misbehaving child. Hey! What the? Suho began to protest, but his words were cut off as Amit launched them both into the air with a powerful leap. The ground below cracked under the sheer force of his takeoff. Essel's panicked voice echoed behind them. Amit! Where are you taking the young monarch? After soaring through the dense darkness, Amit landed atop a towering structure within the Shadow Realm, releasing Suho, who stumbled slightly before regaining his footing. Standing tall, Amit spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, as if savoring the atmosphere of his new domain. It's faint, Amit murmured, his deep voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. But I can sense it, the essence of nature. It's been far too long since I felt this. Turning toward Suho, Amit's eyes gleamed, not with menace, but with something closer to respect. As I promised, young monarch, I will follow you. Suho met his gaze, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He gave a firm nod. Then let's get started. Back in the present, Suho offered Xing a casual wave before stepping through the boarding gate. The automated doors slid shut with a soft hiss, leaving Xing standing there, watching him go. As Suho walked down the terminal, his thoughts drifted. The shadow dungeon, the urgent quest, meeting Amit, none of it was random, it all felt like pieces of a larger puzzle falling into place. Everything had led to this, gaining Amit not as an enemy, but as an ally. Before disappearing completely from view, Suho turned for one final glance at Xing, his voice steady, but carrying an unspoken promise. I'll see you again. Xing's eyes lingered on Suho's retreating figure, his mind racing. This guy doesn't just summon monsters. He fights like a demon himself, and even transforms into one. A smirk tugged at Xing's lips. B-rank, huh? Yeah, right. There's no way that's the whole story. He pulled out his phone, determination hardening his expression. I'll have the guild dig into this. Scouting him just became our top priority. As Suho continued down the terminal, a familiar ripple stirred from the shadow beneath his feet. Beru emerged smoothly, his presence as natural as breathing. It's been a while since I've flown on one of these metal birds, Beru quipped, his tone light. Suho chuckled, shaking his head. Not like we had much of a choice. The gate back to Korea is still sealed. Glancing up at the departure board, Suho brought up his status window, the translucent screen glowing faintly in front of him. 7 levels in one shot, he muttered, a spark of pride lighting his eyes. Guess that boss monster and urgent quest paid off. Turning to Beru, a curious glint in his gaze, he asked. With my stats now, where do you think I rank as a hunter? Beru scrutinized the numbers, his piercing eyes scanning the data like a predator honing in on its prey. After a thoughtful pause, he gave a firm nod, his tone resolute. You've definitely reached A rank now. Beru's words hung in the air like a final verdict. Hearing this, Suho's expression hardened, like steel tempered in the forge. A rank, ha, he murmured, his voice quiet yet filled with conviction. That's good enough. The preparations are done. It's time. His gaze darkened, a storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. Lee Min-sung, and the Iterum Apostle, they won't see this coming. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Korea, the Chivalry Guild's headquarters buzzed with activity. Their new building, modern, sleek, a symbol of their growing influence, stood as a testament to their rapid ascent in the hunter world. Inside one of the many offices, a group of hunters engaged in lively chatter, their voices laced with excitement. We've come so far, one of them said, shaking his head in disbelief. From a C-rank guild to taking on B-rank gates in Incheon. Who would have thought? Not just the gates, another chimed in, reclining in his chair. Even this headquarters is massive. I still get lost in here. At that moment, a hunter pulled out a small, shimmering vial filled with stardust, holding it up like a prized relic. This right here, he said with reverence, is the reason for our success. Yeah, another hunter grinned. Who'd have thought a team of mostly C-rank hunters could clear B-rank gates? This stuff makes the impossible look easy. The black market made it way more accessible, too, someone added. And cheaper. Whoever's behind this supply, they're practically a saint. Leaning casually against the wall, Kim Sung-soo, a B-rank hunter with spiky hair, crossed his arms. His expression remained unreadable. A saint? He scoffed. You guys really believe it's all sunshine and rainbows? His sharp gaze flickered to the vial. Something about that stuff feels off. A few hunters rolled their eyes. Come on, Kim, one of them groaned. You're B rank. Of course, you don't get how much this helps us. Kim didn't flinch. Instead, he cracked open a soda, taking a slow, deliberate sip. The Hunter Association is talking about banning it. The room, once filled with easy banter, suddenly fell into silence. The tension was palpable. Wait, what? One of the hunters blurted out. Why the hell would they ban something that's helping us close more gates? They don't care about small guilds like ours, another muttered bitterly. Kim exhaled, shaking his head. Ask them, not me, he said. I don't make the rules. Before anyone could respond, the atmosphere shifted. The door creaked open, and 3 unfamiliar figures stepped inside. Every head turned, the light-hearted tension morphed into something far colder. These newcomers exuded power, not just strength, but danger. Their presence alone was enough to make the air feel heavy, suffocating, even. At the front of the group stood a boy. He seemed out of place, too young, too calm, too wrong. Taking a slow step forward, his piercing eyes swept across the room, analyzing, calculating, judging. So, the boy finally spoke, his voice soft, yet cutting sharper than a blade. This is the Chivalry Guild? Kim took a cautious step forward, his instincts screaming at him to be on high alert. His gaze sharpened as he studied the boy in front of him. Who are you, and what do you want? His voice was firm, demanding answers. The boy didn't blink. His expression remained eerily calm, as if this conversation was nothing more than a formality. The Incheon Gate. You hold the rights to it. Kim's brows furrowed. Something about this kid felt wrong. So what? He asked, folding his arms. Surrender them. Kim scoffed, unable to hide his disbelief. You're kidding, right? He let out a dry chuckle. You march in here, throw around demands, and expect us to just hand over a B-rank gate? The boy's cold, unwavering stare sent a shiver down Kim's spine. His next words cut through the room like a blade of ice. I said, hand over the gate. Behind him, his companions stirred, their movements sharp and calculated, like predators about to pounce. The tension in the air thickened. Kim's instinct screamed danger. The boy's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. His voice boomed, sharp and absolute. I won't ask again. Hand over the gate. A heavy force exploded from him, pressing down on everyone in the room like an unseen weight. Kim's heart pounded as a strange glow flickered across the eyes of his fellow guild members. Their pupils shrank, consumed by a sinister yellow cross. One by one, they dropped to their knees, their voices eerily synchronized, their tone devoid of emotion. Apostle. We obey. The soda can slipped from Kim's grasp, hitting the floor with a dull clatter. His stomach twisted as he stumbled back, his breath coming in shaky gasps. What the hell is wrong with all of you? His voice cracked, raw with panic. This isn't normal. This isn't some guild prank. He lunged forward, grabbing one of his guildmates by the shoulders. He shook them, hard, but they didn't even react. They were like statues. His blood ran cold. Then, the boy's eyes settled on him. Unlike the others, Kim hadn't changed. Ah, the boy mused, tilting his head as a cruel smirk curved his lips. So you didn't consume stardust. Kim's chest tightened. The boy's grin widened, his voice dripping with amusement. Perfect. He took a slow step forward. A pure one among the flock. Raising a single finger, he issued a new command. The rest of you, you see nothing. You hear nothing. Until I say otherwise. In an instant, the room fell into absolute silence. The controlled hunters froze in place, their expressions utterly vacant. Kim's breath came ragged, his mind racing for an explanation. What the hell is happening? His voice trembled, but he forced himself to stand his ground. Why are they listening to you? Who the hell are you? The apostle chuckled softly, leaning back against the table, his posture exuding an unsettling calm menace. I was hoping for a proper conversation, he mused, brushing an imaginary speck of dust from his sleeve. His tone was almost bored. The others are so dull. Kim clenched his fists, his pulse roaring in his ears. The apostle's gaze flickered, amusement dancing behind his golden irises. Your kind, he continued, voice smooth as silk, was created to serve the Creator's will. Kim stiffened. What the hell is he talking about? And yet, the apostle sighed, shaking his head, you stray, clinging to the illusion of free will. His smile grew razor-sharp. But don't worry. He took another step forward, his presence overwhelming. I'm here to correct that. Kim's instinct screamed danger, every fiber of his being warning him to retreat. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword as he took a step forward, eyes locked onto the boy standing before him. You're insane, he spat, voice laced with disbelief. Creator? Free will? What kind of twisted cult is this? For the first time, the apostle's smirk disappeared, his expression turning deathly cold. The room seemed to constrict, the very air growing thin under the weight of his presence. "A cult," he repeated slowly, his voice dripping with venom. The lights above flickered erratically, struggling against the crushing energy now suffocating the room. Kim stepped back, muscles tensing, his sword trembling slightly in his grip. "Did you just insult the creator?" The apostle reached for a blade resting against the wall. As his fingers curled around the hilt, an eerie yellow glow pulsed from his palm, seeping into the weapon. "Amplify." The single word carried an unnatural force. The sword crackled to life, vibrating with a dark energy that radiated pure malice. Kim's heart pounded. He couldn't afford to hesitate. He lunged. His sword slashed through the air, a precise and desperate arc aimed at the apostle's throat. But the apostle moved like a phantom, effortless, untouchable. His counter came swift and merciless, a blur of motion that Kim barely registered. The room seemed to hold its breath. Then, a flash of steel. A brutal, decisive cut. Blood sprayed in a gruesome arc as Kim's body was severed cleanly in two. His bisected form crumpled to the floor, lifeless, while the broken half of his sword spun through the air before embedding itself with a sickening crunch into the skull of a controlled guild member. The room plunged into silence. Death had spoken. The apostle stood amidst the carnage, his presence suffocating. His gaze swept over the bodies, unreadable. Then, with a lazy wave of his hand, he issued a single order. "You may see and hear again." The controlled hunters responded without hesitation. Their expressions remained hollow as they moved in unison, dragging the corpses away like lifeless dolls. Footsteps pounded in the hallway as more guild members rushed toward the disturbance, alarm evident in their voices. The apostle didn't spare them a glance. "Forget everything." The newcomers' eyes dulled, their faces going slack as confusion clouded their features. Blinking rapidly, they turned away, their minds now void of what had just transpired. Without another word, the apostle strode toward the exit, his thoughts coiling like a storm. What is free will? The question gnawed at him, a parasite burrowing deep into his consciousness. Creations exist to fulfill their purpose. Yet this world's inhabitants had defied that purpose, had destroyed their own creator. Such insolence. As he reached the dungeon's entrance, his gaze settled on the massive creature restrained by glowing chains. The beast roared, eyes burning with untamed fury, its struggle shaking the ground beneath it. The apostle watched for a moment, then smiled. The apostle advanced toward the bound creature, lifting a glowing yellow crystal in his palm. His voice, eerily soft, carried an almost unnatural warmth. "You've wandered long enough, lost between dimensions," he murmured. "Let your rage fuel you." Without hesitation, he pressed the crystal into the monster's eye. The beast let out a guttural roar, the very ground trembling beneath its fury. A sickly yellow energy surged through its massive frame, warping its form into something even more nightmarish. A slow, satisfied smirk crept onto the apostle's lips. "Go forth," he whispered. "Unleash destruction. The will of the Creator must reign supreme." A deafening explosion of force erupted as the transformed creature broke free, charging into the world like a harbinger of devastation. Standing amidst the rising storm of chaos, the apostle's gaze burned with an unholy radiance. "This world will know its rightful order," he vowed. "Its purpose shall be restored." The airport bustled with activity, a steady stream of travelers weaving through the automatic doors, luggage in hand. Outside, taxis lined the curb, their horns blaring impatiently as vehicles crawled through the congested drop-off lanes. Near a discreet surveillance van parked by the entrance, 3 members of the Hunters Association stood watch, their sharp eyes surveying the crowd. To any bystander, they seemed like ordinary security personnel. But beneath their calm exteriors, a subtle tension brewed. Then, without warning, a faint red glow pulsed in the distance. It throbbed rhythmically, like the beat of a heart. One of the hunters stiffened. "This isn't normal," he muttered, taking a cautious step forward. The others followed, moving toward the disturbance. As they neared, a wave of oppressive mana slammed into them, thick and suffocating. The second hunter instinctively gripped the weapon at his side, his expression darkening. "The energy pouring out of this gate. If we don't handle the boss inside soon, we're looking at a full-scale dungeon break." The third, seemingly the leader, studied the swirling mass of crimson light with an unwavering stare. The energy crackled dangerously, its instability worsening by the second. "At an airport this busy?" His voice dropped, laced with urgency. The destruction would be catastrophic. Before they could react, something changed. Their eyes flickered, an unnatural yellow hue overtaking their irises. One of them, his posture unnervingly rigid, slowly turned. From the darkness beyond the gate, a figure emerged. Tall, poised, and exuding a suffocating aura of command, the Apostle of Iterum stepped forward. Silent figures flanked him, their presence ominous, their intentions unreadable. The first hunter, his voice now devoid of emotion, spoke in a flat monotone. "There is no threat here," he stated. "We'll inform the association that everything is under control, Apostle." The Apostle's gaze shifted to the gate, its chaotic energy writhing like a living thing. A smile ghosted across his lips. The Apostle stood in silence, his expression unreadable as the inevitable unfolded before him. The dungeon, its structure strained beyond its limits, finally shattered. From the gaping rift, monstrous entities poured forth, their grotesque forms twisting with primal fury. They moved like a relentless tide, flooding the surroundings with chaos. Yet, neither the Apostle nor his followers showed the slightest sign of fear. Instead, his gaze remained distant, as if lost in thought. While others would have seen only the carnage before them, he was drowning in memories, visions of a time long past. His thoughts surfaced, an unspoken monologue reverberating within his mind. Creations. Beings forged solely to enact the will of their makers. If they wished for war, we led countless battles in their name. If they desired treasures, we stripped them from the hands of the undeserving. A shadow flickered across his face as his mind sank deeper. Our existence had but one purpose, to fulfill their desires, to be the instruments of their will. Then, a memory surfaced, one that hardened his expression. One day, our Creator spoke. "One of our kin has fallen in another realm. Go forth and seize dominion over the world left without a master." The moment replayed vividly, as if time had folded in on itself. His voice, heavy with both reverence and disdain, echoed within him. And so, we obeyed. The grand army of the divine was mobilized, countless faithful gathered to fuel the crusade. But the passage between dimensions demanded an unfathomable toll. With each step forward, the void narrowed, allowing fewer of us to continue. Those left behind were lost forever, swallowed by the abyss between worlds. A flicker of red reflected in his cold eyes, mirroring the glow of the dungeon as his mind delved further into the past. For ages, we pressed onward, sacrificing all that was necessary. Until finally, we arrived. We stood upon the threshold of the forsaken world. His thoughts sharpened, each word in his mind carrying the weight of a blade. But what awaited us was not an empty domain ripe for conquest. No, standing before us was the very embodiment of terror. Darkness. An abyss so vast and absolute that it eclipsed all hope of victory. A grim stillness settled over him as the memory continued to unfold. It was not merely a barrier, it was a force. An entity beyond comprehension. In an instant, entire battalions were erased, swallowed by the infinite void. And from that abyss, an army emerged. A legion forged of shadow, led by generals whose power dwarfed even the greatest of the divine. The Apostle's fingers curled slightly, a rare display of emotion as he relived the nightmare. The darkness had not simply been an obstacle. It had been annihilation itself. The battle that ensued was unlike any conflict they had ever waged. Every warrior who fell did not simply perish, instead, their very essence was devoured and reshaped by the abyss, twisting them into ghastly shadows of their former selves. The divine army, once unshakable, found itself facing an enemy that grew stronger with every fallen comrade. The more they resisted, the more the darkness fed on their despair, its power swelling with each passing moment. What had started as a conquest in a world abandoned by its master soon spiraled into a war that bled into other realms. The divine forces, who had once marched with certainty, now staggered beneath the weight of their losses. The apostles, beings once revered for their unwavering faith, felt the first stirrings of doubt creeping into their minds. The apostle clenched his fists as the bitter memory resurfaced. Defeat, a notion they had never entertained, had become an undeniable reality. The casualties mounted, morale crumbled, and even the strongest among them began to waver. It was in this moment of desperation that Teal, God's chosen envoy, stepped forward, his presence radiating an aura of unwavering certainty. "This is not a loss," Teal declared, his voice cutting through the despair like a blade. "This is an opportunity." The apostle had listened in silence as Teal explained his reasoning. "Our passage between dimensions came at a great cost. The same applies to the darkness. It has withdrawn from the masterless world, and it cannot return easily, for the expenditure of mana was immense." More importantly, Teal's eyes gleamed as he delivered his final revelation. "The life forms of that world, they are devoid of mana." A murmur spread through the ranks. If that were true, then. "If we release the mist burns," Teal continued, his tone brimming with certainty, "we can seize control from within." The apostles exchanged glances, their intrigue evident. "The mist burns," Teal elaborated, "are the most fragile among our ranks. Their bodies are weak, their minds fractured, but their faith is absolute. Once ignited by divine fire, they become conduits of belief, spreading it like an unstoppable plague. And among those who lack mana, their influence will be unchallenged." A plan took form, one that was as audacious as it was brilliant. Instead of engaging in direct warfare, they would infiltrate, convert, and consume. Faith would spread like wildfire, and as more believers emerged, their collective devotion would manifest a sanctuary, a divine foothold that would allow them to invoke a miracle. It was a risk, but it was one they could not afford to ignore. Without hesitation, the divine army accepted Teal's strategy. Acting swiftly, Teal divided his divine essence into 5 fragments, each entrusted with a different purpose. The weakest among them was imbued with the embers of the mist burns, a mere sliver of power, barely perceptible. It was small enough to slip past the abyss' ever-watchful gaze, and so, undetected, it crossed into the masterless world. The plan had unfolded exactly as intended. The fragment infiltrated the world unseen, spreading its influence among the inhabitants. But just as their victory seemed assured, an unforeseen complication arose, one that threatened to upend everything. Contrary to their understanding, not all life forms in the masterless world were powerless. Some had awakened mana. A revelation that could jeopardize their entire plan. The fragment unearthed a truth that defied prior understanding. This world's sudden connection to mana was not a natural occurrence, but the aftermath of an event known as the Cataclysm. It was this moment in history that had reshaped the world's very foundation, infusing it with the energy that had once been absent. In the present, the Apostle stands amidst the restless flow of the airport, his mind lingering on these revelations. The first fragment, upon encountering this anomaly, chose to bide its time, awaiting reinforcements rather than acting rashly. When it merged with me, the second fragment, our strength solidified, and our purpose became clear, he reflects. But doubt creeps into his thoughts. A change so sudden, so precise in its timing, cannot be mere coincidence. It must be orchestrated. With an unreadable expression, he casts his gaze over the crowds bustling around him. Mortals move about their business, oblivious to the presence of something far beyond their comprehension. His golden eyes narrow slightly. There can be no more disruptions. The mission must proceed unchallenged. Yet, there remains one factor he cannot ignore: humans who have defied their natural state, those they call hunters. Individuals who wield mana not as a passive force, but as a weapon. He must understand them. Their limitations. Their true power. To gauge the pinnacle of their kind, I must witness an S-rank hunter in battle. As if the world itself conspires to answer his thoughts, a thunderous explosion erupts, shaking the airport's foundation. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, glass shattering and debris flying in all directions. Panic spreads like wildfire. Travelers scream as they scramble for safety, their fear drowning out the sounds of wailing alarms. Unmoved by the chaos, the Apostle remains a silent observer. Through the swirling dust and settling rubble, monstrous figures emerge, hulking, grotesque creatures, their forms bristling with crude, jagged weapons. Their eyes sweep over the terrified masses before unleashing guttural roars, their predatory instincts driving them forward in a merciless charge. Among the fleeing crowd, a desperate voice cries out, "It's a dungeon break. Someone call the Hunters Association." The sheer terror in those words fuels the hysteria, sending people surging in every direction like a tide of helpless prey. The Apostle, however, remains composed. If these creatures wreak enough havoc, a hunter of notable strength will surely appear, he muses. Perhaps even an S-rank. As if on cue, a figure dashes into the battlefield, weapon drawn and eyes ablaze with resolve. A dungeon break, here of all places? The Apostle's golden gaze locks onto the hunter, his piercing stare dissecting every movement with chilling precision. Were these hunters already stationed here, or is this merely coincidence? The Apostle's thoughts turned sharp as he observed their movements. Their coordination, their seamless use of mana, it was too precise to be happenstance. His golden gaze narrowed slightly. All of them, users of stardust. A flicker of intrigue crossed his expression as he took a step forward, the cacophony of battle raging around him like a chaotic symphony. To him, this was not an accident. This was fate revealing itself. His voice dropped into a murmur, laced with quiet disdain as his thoughts deepened. Stardust. The word held a weight of reverence in his mind, yet his tone carried a chill of calculation. An amplifier born from the distilled faith of the mist burns, it was ordinarily insignificant, a flicker in the grand design. But under the influence of Amplify, a gift bestowed upon him through Teal's divine ability, that minute faith became a force capable of warping reality itself. A faint pulse of crimson light emanated from him, subtle yet undeniable. The hunters closest to him, eyes already tinged with yellow from prolonged exposure to his influence, suddenly froze, as if an unseen force had bound them. Their expressions slackened, their postures stiffened, and in mere moments, their minds crumbled beneath his will. One hunter, his grip still firm on his sword, turned his vacant stare toward the Apostle. "You are an obstruction." His words were devoid of warmth, spoken as an absolute decree. Leave. Without hesitation, the hunter sheathed his weapon and bowed slightly. Yes, Apostle. As you command. With mechanical obedience, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the chaos as if his presence had never mattered. Meanwhile, the monsters continued their brutal rampage, unchallenged. A goblin, its jagged dagger glistening with malice, darted toward a defenseless woman. She barely had time to scream before the blade plunged into her back, driving her to the ground. The creature cackled gleefully as it continued stabbing, each thrust of its weapon met with a fresh spurt of crimson. The apostle stood motionless as blood splattered at his feet. The woman, gasping through the agony, extended a trembling hand toward him, her last act of desperate hope. A silent plea. A wordless cry for salvation. Her wide, fear-filled eyes met his. And he simply stared. Cold. Unmoved. Creations exist solely to fulfill the will of their creator. This was the truth he had always known. Life has only one purpose, obedience. Nothing more. As her fingers slackened and fell lifelessly, the apostle's expression grew unreadable, his eyes shadowed with a storm of thought. Why, he pondered, do humans possess such insatiable desire? What force compels these fleeting, fragile creatures to strive for something greater, their willpower rivaling even that of their makers? Turning his head slightly, he surveyed the chaos unfolding before him, the relentless slaughter carried out by the monstrous horde. The screams of the dying, the scent of blood thick in the air, and the sight of destruction fed his contemplation. Could it be, he wondered, that these insignificant beings held some higher purpose, some unknown strength beyond mere survival? Meanwhile, amidst the devastation, a lone man dashed frantically through the blood-stained streets, his breath ragged with panic. His wild, terror-stricken gaze caught sight of another figure moving against the tide of fleeing survivors. Unlike the rest, this one walked forward, closing the distance toward the carnage with an unsettling calm. What kind of lunatic runs straight into a massacre? The fleeing man gasped, stumbling over debris, his mind struggling to process what he was witnessing. The approaching figure was none other than Suho. With a quiet scoff, he adjusted the black mask concealing the lower half of his face, his tone laced with irritation. A dungeon break, huh? What a warm welcome. Nearby, a desperate scream rang out as a man lost his footing and hit the ground hard. He barely had time to raise trembling hands in a feeble attempt to shield himself before a towering beast loomed over him, its crude weapon poised to strike. The fatal blow never came. A powerful kick crashed into the monster's face, sending it hurtling backward as its club tumbled to the ground with a heavy thud. The rescuer landed smoothly, his stance unwavering. "Get up," Suho commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "I'll handle these. You, just run." From his vantage point, the apostle observed the scene with sharpened interest. Unlike the helpless masses, this masked warrior moved with seamless precision, each motion efficient, calculated, and lethal. His strikes were neither reckless nor hesitant, every swing of his blade carried the weight of mastery, carving through the enemy with effortless control. The battlefield itself seemed to shift around him, as though the tide of battle bent to his will. The apostle's gaze narrowed. This hunter was unlike the others. There was something about the way he moved, the way he carried himself with absolute certainty, an air of power that transcended the ordinary. And then, recognition flickered in his mind. That mask. Lee Min-sung had spoken of a man who wore a black mask. The one who annihilated the hyena guild. A sliver of intrigue crept into the apostle's cold, impassive stare. His lips curled slightly, though not in anger, rather, in something akin to curiosity. The saboteur, so, this was the man who opposed him. Fascinating. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed the airport as goblins rampaged unchecked, their grotesque forms moving with bloodthirsty eagerness. Wielding crude, rusted weapons, they hacked through anything in their way, reveling in the terror of their prey. Screams filled the air as civilians scrambled for shelter, only to be mercilessly cut down by the savage creatures. The terminal, once a place of bustling movement, had transformed into a battlefield soaked in blood and despair. Then, in the midst of the carnage, a shadow moved. Too fast for the goblins to register, it flickered between them like a wraith. In an instant, bodies dropped where they stood, a precise slash or a crushing blow ending their miserable existence before they could react. Suho's movements were seamless, every strike carrying lethal efficiency. There was no wasted effort, only swift, decisive execution. A group of goblins, still clutching their weapons, barely had time to register their vanishing comrades before a devastating punch sent them sprawling. Their bodies crumpled to the ground, motionless. Suho exhaled, adjusting the hood over his head, his mind briefly assessing the situation. This doesn't add up. A gate of this magnitude, one capable of producing such a disastrous outbreak, should have been detected long before reaching this level of destruction. The Hunter Association would never allow a dungeon break of this scale to spiral out of control, especially in such a densely populated area. Something was wrong. His sharp gaze flickered to the slaughtered goblins at his feet. Whatever was behind this, it wasn't natural. But right now, speculation could wait. First, get the civilians to safety. Everything else comes later. Unbeknownst to him, from a vantage point shrouded in chaos, the apostle watched intently, his sharp mind rapidly piecing together observations. No traces of stardust. That alone set the masked man apart from most powerful individuals. The apostle's eyes narrowed slightly. The faith of the Mistborns does not flow through his body. He was neither blessed by their doctrine nor marked by their corruption. A rogue force. And yet, his aura was staggering. His presence, raw and untamed, crackled with potential. Comparable to Lee Min-sung? No, perhaps even greater. The apostle's thoughts churned, but Suho had already shifted his focus. Kneeling beside the fallen goblins, he extended a hand. In response, the shadows beneath the corpses stirred unnaturally, coiling and writhing like living entities. Dark tendrils slithered outward, wrapping around the lifeless bodies. And then, without hesitation, the shadows swallowed them whole. Moments later, 3 figures emerged, their twisted goblin forms now shrouded in inky blackness, glowing eyes locked onto their master in silent obedience. Suho barely spared them a glance before standing upright. Suho wasted no time issuing commands, his voice steady yet authoritative. Assist the civilians. Make sure those who can't escape on their own get out alive. Without hesitation, the shadow goblins nodded before vanishing into the battlefield, weaving through the blood-stained ruins of the airport. Their movements were swift and precise, slipping past the carnage as they sought out survivors. Hidden within the depths of the destruction, the apostle's confidence wavered for the first time. His breath hitched as he processed what he had just witnessed. A cold sweat formed at his temple, the weight of realization pressing down on him. That power, the command over darkness. It was impossible. Yet, there it was, unfolding before his very eyes. His fingers twitched slightly as a memory clawed its way to the surface. This authority, it can't be. It was identical. The same ominous force, the same dreadful presence that once sent tremors through entire armies. The power of the Shadow Monarch. His throat tightened as his mind was flooded with recollections of the unstoppable Shadow Army. He had seen it before, an overwhelming tide of blackened warriors that left nothing but ruin in their wake. The apostle clenched his jaw, his unease deepening as he watched the shadow goblins cut down the remaining monsters with effortless precision. A human wielding the power of darkness? The implications were terrifying. If this masked man was truly connected to the authority of shadows, then everything suddenly made sense. The annihilation of the Hyena Guild, the destruction of the Stardust Factory, all of it had been orchestrated by him. Every act of sabotage, every disruption to their plans, it was his doing. Just as the apostle was beginning to piece everything together, Suho's gaze shifted sharply. His eyes locked onto something in the distance, his expression unreadable yet piercing. A shudder ran through the apostle's body. He's seen me. His heartbeat surged as he instinctively attempted to suppress his presence, willing himself to disappear into the background. He couldn't afford to be discovered. Not here. Not now. If the remnants of the Shadow Monarch's authority still existed in this world, then their entire mission was at risk. I must leave. He cannot learn of us. Before he could act, a deafening crash shook the building. A massive truck came hurtling through the air, spinning wildly before slamming into the terminal. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the airport, and in the next instant, a fiery explosion erupted, shattering windows and hurling glass and debris in all directions. The force of the blast roared through the structure, swallowing everything in a blinding inferno. Reacting instantly, Suho lunged forward. Without hesitation, Suho positioned himself in front of the boy, shielding him as the explosion ripped through the area. Flames and jagged shards of glass slammed against his back, but the force barely fazed him. His body remained unshaken, an unyielding shield against the chaos. As the fire and smoke cleared, Suho turned his head slightly, his voice calm despite the destruction surrounding them. Hey, kid. You all right? Any injuries? Iterim's apostle could only stare in stunned silence. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.